1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race."
All right, guys, 45 seconds to the start of this one.
"30 seconds to the start of the race." "15 seconds to the start of the race." Less than 5.
All right, here we go in four-wheel drive short course on the track now. This is the first of two heats. The first of two heats is on the track right now. And we get set to head into our second heat. In race 13, you guys who will be up next can start getting yourself ready. This is a great opportunity here in race number 12 to set that early TQ time and get that chance to at least for 5 minutes to say, hey, I am top qualifier here at the 2024 Big Barn Shootout in the four-wheel drive short course division. Still waiting for some of our first laps to come across here today. JP with a 51-second lap, so he will be on a 6 and a 5:07 pace. Connor Marshall running in that too, Al Noor, and then Mike and Dane as we wait for the rest of the field to catch up. Couple of trucks already broke off in this one. Caution on the top of the first triple. Caution on the top of the first triple, guys. Be mindful, be careful, and good, clear. Sorjonen 46.0 comes across on that first time through, 5 seconds quicker than anybody else on the track right now. And he will go on to a 7 and a 5:22 pace. He's the only driver on a 7-lap pace. JP breaks the 50-second barrier, goes 49.347 there with lap number 2. Now on a 6 and a 5:01 as he works towards that 7-lap run. It's good to see some of these names back on the computer screen. It's been 5 years since I've had a chance to be north of the border. See some familiar faces again. As many of you may remember, the 2020 Big Barn was scheduled and ready to go. And then the COVID restrictions happened. And I was scheduled to be here that first week of April, and that was the last time I had seen Canada. So it's good to be back. And right now we have four-wheel drive short course on the track right now. 2:45 has laps, 2:15 to go in this one. 7 and a 5:20 on the clock right now is your TQ pace, and that is Robert Sorjonen out in front. Connor Marshall moves to the 2. JP slides down to the 3 with a 53.7-second lap time. There's going to be Mike, Dane, Chris, William, Alnur, Mitchell, James, Kyle, Sean, and Terrell. Race 12 on the track right now. Race 13 up next. 28 races scheduled here in round number 1. We'll see if we can shrink that down with a couple of no-shows in round number 2.
1 minute left.
Final minute of this one. Sorjonen still out in front. Goes fast lap of the race that last time by 44.651. So new hot lap for Robert Sorjonen. Connor goes 48.378. He is 18 seconds back of Robert right now though. Caution in between on that front triple. You got time, Marshall, you got time, and we are clear. Sorjonen still the only driver on a 7-lap run. It's a 7 and a 5:18. Then Connor on a 6:5:05. 5:07 for JP, 5:35 for Mike. Then it's 5-lap runs for Dane, Alnur, William, Chris, and Mitchell. Four-wheel drive short course truck division is what is on the track right now. 7 and a 5:08 is, or 7 and a 5:18, excuse me, is the pace for your leader. Master clock has expired. Keep racing, guys. Keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. Keep racing until I call you done. Oh, looks like we got a dead truck there. Keep racing, keep racing. Keep racing, guys. Just because the master clock has expired, it's such a big track, doesn't mean your clock has. All right, when you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. William finishes up with his best lap of his race. Good job, William. Way to finish strong there at the end. Mike Allen finishes up in that third spot on a 6 and a 5:29. And your leader coming across the line and down the straightaway here. Robert Sorjonen, 7 and a 5:18. New hot lap of the race there on the final one, 44.5. Waiting on Dane, Mitchell, and Chris. Dane, Mitchell, and Chris. Still got a live track, guys. Still got a live track. Just qualifying today. These guys are just trying to put their best time in. Blue truck did not cross just yet. There we go, Chris. Thank you. Remember, the loop is all the way kind of at the end of the straightaway here. There's Mitchell. And just waiting on Dane. Dane broke. Dane broke. All right, that is a race all stop and all. Once again, just qualifying today. They're going against to lay down the best times they can. The top qualifiers will get sorted into the faster mains for tomorrow. And tomorrow will be heads-up racing action on Sunday all day long, starting at 8 a.m. As we get set to head into race number 13, I believe I have the audio working for the live broadcast now. At least I see some little peaks and valleys on my audio markers on the stream. All right, so race 13, if you guys could all bring it down onto the straightaway, I'm going to call you off one by one. A lot of unknown transponders here. We will not have to do this in rounds 2 and 3, so we'll be a little bit quicker with that one. Guys, do not cross the line yet. Do not cross the line. I need that yellow truck to turn it around, please. For the exact purpose of you had an unknown transponder name, so I do not know who that is. All right, Chris Lucas across for me. Chris and only Chris. Then Glenn Wilson. Lucas. Glenn Wilson. Jake Catling. Go ahead and take a lap after you guys cross. Jake Catling. Troy Ralph. Troy. Mike McClelland. Craig Shepard. Craig Shepard. Bob and only Bob. Gary. Roy.
Gary Muxlow.
Roy. Kendra.
Roy Collins.
Joey.
Curry.
Charlie. Evan.
Evan Frulick.
Matt.
Charlie Mugford.
All right, guys, track is yours.
Matt Collins.
Probably about 2.5 hours. All right, 1 minute left in the warm-up, guys. 1 minute left. Loop will be live in 1.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Second and final heat of your four-wheel drive short course.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Next up, Expert E-buggy heat 1 of 3. Next up, Expert E-buggy heat 1 of 3. That'll be race 14. Race 13 on the track right now. Loop is live in 35. Live in 35, guys. Once that tone goes off, the track is officially live and scoring.
"15 seconds to the start of the race."
All right, since everybody looks like they're staged and ready, loop is live. Loop is live. So I'm about 12 minutes behind schedule here for round 1. It'll, like I said, it'll pick it up in round 2 and I don't have to worry about the transponders. This is why it's always helpful and paramount to make sure you get the proper transponders in when you register. It definitely saves some time. That's other lane. I got 1 in this lane, 1 in other lane. That's in this lane, that one, the next one is other lane. Perfect. So we're waiting for these drivers to come across for their first couple of laps here in this one. This is race 13, four-wheel drive short course. So all 4 wheels are turning when the trigger is pulled. We're running the short course truck bodies. Next up is going to be Expert E-buggy, race 1. So 2:15 into this one, we got a couple of laps now, so we can start calling some order. Chris Lucas going to be on a 7 and a 5:34. He's the only driver on a 7-lap run right now. Joey running in that 2 spot, 6:5:06. Wilson 5:10. Evan on a 5:14, 5:36 for Charlie. Gary on a 5:39, 5:41 for Roy. 5:59 for Jake. Then it's 5-lap runs for Bob and Matt. Kendra on a 4-lap run. Then Troy, Mike, and Craig not making the start. Mike must have been the cow car, I'm guessing.
Two minutes left.
Chris, Glenn, Evan, Joey, and Roy, your top 5. 47:031 by Chris Lucas. New fast lap of the race for him last time by. Backs it up with a 53 though. So that 47 not going to do much when you slow it down by a full 6 seconds there. He had gone 47 seconds each of the previous laps, 47.8, 47.5, 47.0, and then at 53.2. Glenn Wilson now 4.7 seconds back.
1 minute left.
1 minute to go here in race number 13, 6 and a 5. Flat now for Glenn. He's going to try to join Chris on that 7-lap run. Current TQ 7 and a 5:18. Right now Chris on a 7 and a 5:42. So Sorjonen looking to hang on to TQ here in round 1 for 4-wheel drive short course. After just missing out on the 4-wheel drive buggy, looking for a little bit of redemption here in the 4-wheel drive short course. Once again, race 14, Expert E-buggy, you guys are up next. Should be staged and ready. With 20 seconds to go in this one. So remember, when the master clock expires, that does not mean your clock has expired. Keep racing until I let you know to finish up. So that master clock has expired now, but keep racing, guys. Keep racing, keep racing. Looking like, all right, when you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. So Evan finishes up there in that 4th spot, waiting on Chris, your TQ, or not your TQ, your winner here of this heat, to see if he can get himself across. Looking like it might be a little bit of a long lap here on this one. Yeah, it is 7 and a 5:46. He'll be the only driver to go 7 laps in this one. Still waiting for a couple drivers, waiting for Kendra. There she is, and Charlie to finish up here. It is going to be Robert Sorjonen taking the overall TQ for the round. All done, all stop here for race number 13. Robert Sorjonen going to get the overall TQ. Chris goes 2, Connor Marshall 3, Glenn 4, Joey 5, Evan 6, Mike Allen 7, Gary in the 8, Charlie in the 9, and Roy Collins will round out your top 10 for round number 1. In this race number 13, it's going to be Chris, Glenn, Joey, Evan, Gary, Charlie, Roy, Jake, Bob, Matt, and Kendra, the finishing order.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 14. Expert E-buggy. Heat 1 of 3.
All right, so I had 11 drivers that started that one, so if I can get you guys out to the track to Marshall, if I could bring all my expert E-buggies on to the racing surface, I'm going to call you out one by one. It's just been the most efficient way, as there's a lot of drivers who just say unknown, so they don't match up with a database file from anywhere in the country. All right, Terry Yo and only Terry across for me, and go ahead and make a lap, Terry. Keep going. Mike Mercer. No Mike. Eric. Aaron.
Eric Polanic.
Aaron. Dustin.
Aaron
Dustin.
Schroeder.
Ryan.
Dustin
Chris Sherwood.
Ryan Chatel.
Wade Moses.
Chris Sherwood.
Elijah. Derek.
Elijah Hill.
Jason.
Derek Zaplodensky.
If
Jason
you're not
Martin.
Mike Mercer, if I did not call your name, you are not in this heat. So this is Terry O, Mike Mercer, Eric, Aaron, Dustin, Ryan, Chris, Wade, Elijah, Derek, and Jason. Tozier, you're not in this one. Peter, I got you in race 15. All right, guys, just about a minute left in warm-ups here before we go live. Let me take a look at the marshal situation. Pretty good. Can I get you to come to the sweeper? Yeah, awesome. And that way you'll have a chance to see that lane, but there's been a few guys that have kind of tumbled here into the sweeper, so. But it's Expert E-buggy, nobody's gonna crash, right? And that's how we do it. 30 seconds till the loop is live, gentlemen. This is four-wheel drive, electric-powered, battery-powered buggies. And there's 3 divisions of this class this weekend. There's the experts, which you see on the track, which are the fastest and best drivers we have here this weekend. There's the sportsmen, which are the developing and newer drivers. And then we have the Spec Tire version. Loop is live, loop is live. Spec Tire will be drivers that will run all on the same tires all weekend. Otherwise, you get your choice of tire. But the Spec Tire will be stuck with the same tire. But this is the Expert Division open tire of your E-buggy on the track right now. Race 14 on the track of 28 here in round 1. Woo. 2 buggies touch there in the air. "45 seconds into this one, still waiting for our first scored laps to come across. And there they are. We got a couple of 45s coming in. Terry Yo so far, the hot lap hero, 45.003. Then it's Eric right there, 43.7. So he'll be your hot lap hero, looks like, unless Elijah and Chris have something for it here on this one. And Elijah does. 42.5 will be your new fast lap here for heat number 1 of Expert E-buggy, and he'll move to that top spot. He's going to be on a pace of an 8 and a 5:40. That's the first time we've seen the 8-lap pace show up on the computer today. Elijah, Eric, Terry. Now Elijah, Eric, Ryan, Terry, Dustin, your top 5 here in round number 1 for Expert E-buggy. Race 14 on the track, race 15 up next. 3 heats of Expert E-buggy this morning. So Elijah still out in front and still hanging on that 8-lap pace. It's an 8 and a 5:38. Then it's 7-lap runs for Jason, Ryan, Derek, Terry, Wade, Dustin. Then it's a 6-lap run for Aaron. Eric looking like after that quick first lap, he's been unable to get lap number 2 in. So unfortunate for him. Reminder, there will be a resort following round number 1, meaning I will shuffle the fast drivers with the fast drivers and the slower pace drivers with the slower pace drivers. So that will be the only change. The only time we change and resort here today. So make sure you take a look, and I will announce it between round 1 and round 2 for that resort. Right now, Elijah on a 7 and a 5:01, so he's lost touch with that 8-lap pace as he puts in a 44-second lap there. Jason Martin now takes over that top spot. Elijah shuffles all the way down to 4th with a 50-second lap there. So it's going to be a 7 and a 5-0 pace, 4 pace for Jason now out in front. Ryan in the 2, Derek, Elisha, and Terry, your top 5. That's going to be Dustin, Wade, Aaron, Eric, and Mike, the rest of the running order here in this one.
1 minute left.
This is Expert E-buggy with 1 minute to go here in heat 1 of 3. Looking like I'm going to have 9 drivers make the start in this one, so I need all 9 drivers out to the track. Caution on the triple. Caution on the landing of the triple, and clear, clear, clear. As we talked about in the drivers meeting, a couple of big jumps here this morning, or I guess all weekend long. We got this big triple heading towards the back of the track, and then that step on and step off in the back, and also the big booter that goes into the double tables here in the front right before coming onto the start finish line. Those are 3 jumps that put cars a long ways in the air. So we want to be very aware of those throughout the weekend. Master clock has expired, but you guys need to keep racing, keep racing. Elijah, you'll get 1 more lap in here. Nice little floater over that triple. Elisha putting the pace. He's found his way back to the top spot now. 7 and a 5:08. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Reminder, other cars are still live on the track. Ryan comes across 7-5-17, finishes in that 4th spot. Derek will go 2. Jason will go 3. Terry Yo finishes in the 5. As we wait for Elijah, all stop, all done, all stop, all done. Elijah Hill will take the win, 7 and a 5:06. That will set the TQ pace for the other 2 heats of Expert E-buggy coming up next as we get set to go into race number 15 of 28 this morning.
The race is completed.
Elijah, Derek, Jason, Ryan, Terry, Dustin, Aaron, Wade,
race
Eric,
15.
Mike.
Expert E-buggy.
In that one.
Heat 2 of 3. Mason Henderson. Michael Savoy. Charlie Mugford. Aaron Diagnone.
Oh, race number 15, jumping the gun, please. If you guys could bring it back to the straightaway and line it up. Track is not yours.
Daryl Turner.
I will try and see who we have lined up here on a few of these. Nope, I don't. All right. So let's see, Charlie across the line. Charlie. Then Peter.
Peter Tosser.
Aaron. Michael. Carl. Carl Bauer. Mason. Terrell. Carter.
Tyrell Wilkinson.
Sam.
Carter Harrisimiak.
Samuel. Daryl. And Doug. If I did not call your name, you are not
Turner.
in this heat. All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours. Just under 2 minutes to the start.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right. Luke gets set to go live here, and it is live, so Terrell's going to be the first one to kind of be our pace car there, so don't let Terrell get around on you before you've started your race. Caution in the step off on the back. Caution on that step off on the back, guys. Caution, 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 caution on the back. Cleared, cleared, cleared. Thank you, drivers. So Charlie, Peter, Aaron, and Michael and the rest of the company going to be trying to chase down that TQ time from Elijah of a 7 and a 5:06. All right, one lap in for every driver on the track right now. Hot lap hero Aaron Diagnon right now, 42.185. 8 in a 5:37, so I see two drivers with those 8 lap paces on the clock right now. We've not been able to hold one all the way through the 5 minutes so far. Let's see if this is the race to do it. So Terrell, Terrell's still out in front, 7 in a 5:02, Aaron on a 5:02, Peter on a 5:08, Mason 5:13, 5:18 for Carter, Samuel on a 5:20, 5:35 for Michael. That is the top 7 drivers, all on 7 lap runs. So we got 7 going 7 right now. Nobody on that 8 lap run anymore. Let's see. So Aaron on a TQ pace, though Carter on a TQ pace as well as their 7.501, 7.505. Hot lap of the race right there by Carter on a 41.61 there on lap number 3. We'll find your leader on the track here.
2 minutes left.
So Aaron still on a 7 and a 5:07 pace as he just comes across. as he's working towards the back into the left-hand side here. Peter now takes over the top spot. Peter in this light blue, white and red buggy flying over the big triple now heading towards the back of the track. That is your current pace setter here in this one, as he heads onto the far right-hand side in front of the open door right now, as he went 41 seconds last time through and has a 7 and a 5:03 pace. Carter had a 46-second lap in there, then backs it up with a 40, so he shuffles back to that 2 spot. But your current leader coming over the little table in the front side, now down the front, across the line, and in front of timing and scoring here.
1 minute left.
That is Peter Tozier is currently leading. Carter 1.7 back. Mason now in the 2 spot as well. Top 4 drivers on a TQ pace here in this one. Carter in the red and orange buggy going over that double table booter now, working back in front of pit lane. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there coming out of that one, but he comes across the line. He's got that white wing. So Peter, Aaron, and Mason on TQ paces right now. Then Terrell running in the 4. Carter, Michael, Samuel, Charlie, Doug, and Daryl. Master clock has expired. You guys all keep racing though. Keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. Caution in the sweeper, caution in the sweeper. Clear, clear, clear. I got eyes on a couple of clocks though, real quick guys. Keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. All right, when you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Mason getting caught at the line there, 7 and a 5:02. Peter gets on to that 8-lap run. This is going to be the first official 8-lap run we have seen today that will get logged into the score here. Just waiting on Peter and Charlie. Everybody else is done. Just Peter and Charlie, everybody else is done. And there's Charlie, so Pete is the only one left live on the clock, guys. As he goes one more time over that big double table boot and bringing it back down towards the straightaway. And that is a race, all stop, all done. Peter Tozier going to get the win and set the new TQ here for Expert E-buggy with 1 heat left to go. It's going to be Peter, Mason, Tyrell, Aaron, Carter, Michael, Samuel, Charlie, Doug, and Daryl. Once again, it's just qualifying today. They're racing against the computer clock, trying to put in their best 5-minute time that they can. That will sort for tomorrow's heads-up racing action. Today is going to be a lot of computer watching.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 16. Expert E-buggy. Heat 3 of 3.
All right, race 16, if you guys could bring it down to the straightaway, please. Bring it down to the straightaway. And I'll call you out by name to get you checked in. And then my marshals from that last one will start making their way out during this check-in process. Jordan across the line for me, please. Jordan and only Jordan. Jordan's buggy pulling to the right there, but makes
Jordan
it work.
Wilkinson.
Joey. Mark Frawley.
Joey Wilkinson.
Sean Nelson.
Mark Froyley.
Troy.
Sean Nelson.
Troy Ralph. Dylan. Brian Cerneals. Carson Phipps. Robert
Cerneals.
Sorjonen.
Robert Sorhinen.
Mark Levy.
Carson Phipps.
And Kevin
Mark
Sukharoff.
Levy. Kevin Sukharoff.
All right, guys, track is yours. All right, guys, make sure if you guys end up in a risky spot on the stand, help talk to each other's drivers. Sometimes I miss it or get it a second or two late, but marshal security obviously paramount. We've already had one or two individuals getting smacked today, so make sure we work together, guys.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
"15 seconds, guys, 15
seconds to the
seconds.
start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, loop is live, loop is live. Keep racing, guys. Just going to be a couple of computer sounds as I move people around in this one. All right, Jazz, you're going to be up in the next race. Jazz Nitro in the next race if you're ready. All right, this is our third and final heat of your Expert E-buggy division. This is race 16 of 28 for round number 1 of qualifying. We'll do 3 rounds of qualifying and then the heads-up racing tomorrow. So Robert Sorjonen quickly out in front, 8 and a 5:24 pace. That is a new TQ. Carson Phipps also on a TQ pace as he is on an 8 and a 5:25 pace. Carson now takes over that top spot with a 40.657 as he moves in front of Robert. Then it's Kevin, Brian, Sean, Mark, Joey, Jordan. It looks like Mark Frawley off in this one already. Troy Ralph. This was a quick sorted heat here. There's a lot of speed in this one. Top 7 going 7-lap run pace right now. Jordan on a 6-lap pace. Top 3 drivers on TQ pace. Carson, Robert, and Kevin. Once again, we will resort between rounds 1 and round 2. So Carson and Robert within 2 seconds of each other with 3 down and 2 to go here in Expert E-buggy. It's the first time I've got to see Carson running the new S-Works chassis, as he had been an HB racing chassis runner for a long, long time. That's Carson here in the orange, white, and blue. Robert Sorjonen going to be running kind of a red paint scheme. When he comes across here, he's going to be mid-track. White, orange, and red with a white wing. He's going to be coming down the straightaway here And across the loop, there he comes, right in front of the grandstands and up into the back left-hand side of the track. That is currently second place. So Carson and Robert in a battle for the top spot here in Expert E-buggy. Both of them on TQ paces. Sukharov has fallen off of TQ now. Eight and a 5:42, though he is on an 8-lap run. So the top three drivers on 8-lap runs here in this one. We had not seen 8-lap runs all day. Now we've had 4 of them in the past 2 heats. Do not have anybody on that back bucket on the step off. That's unfortunate. A lot of buckets out there. We're averaging 10 to 12 people per race, so we'll try and get those sorted a little bit more in better positionings. So Carson with an 0.8 of a second lead on Sorjonen now. So Robert trying to reel in Carson. Carson in that orange and blue buggy, big air over the triple heading towards the back of the track. Sorjonen's going to be working his way towards the line. And there he goes right there in that X-ray buggy with the white wing on the left-hand side, trying to get past a little bit of lap traffic, makes it quickly as he airs it over the big triple now. So that is 1 and 2 as the master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done. One more lap, Carson, one more lap. Race him to the line, drivers. When you cross the line, you are done. Race him to the line, race him to the line. When you cross that white line in front of the grandstands, you are done for round 1 of qualifying here in Expert E-buggy. So everybody is done except for Carson, just waiting for one car to finish up there, and that is going to be your TQ for round number 1. If he puts in a good, solid finishing lap here, which he does. So Carson Phipps will hang on to the TQ, 8 and a 5:28.4. Sorjonen, 5:28.9. And then it's going to be Brian, Kevin, Jordan, Sean, Mark, Joey, Mark Frawley, Troy, and Dylan. Top 10 for the round going to be Carson 1, Robert 2, Peter in the 3, Mason 4, Terrell 5, Aaron in the 6, Elijah in the 7, Carter in the 8, Brian in the 9, and Kevin Sukharov will round out your top 10.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 17. Masters Nitro, 40 plus. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, so for Nitro cars, stay in the pits, please. Stay in the pits. I will call you out of pit lane, one by one, and then you can go ahead and start taking laps after that. All right, spread out our marshals, please. Know where the trouble spots are and make sure we get into those trouble spots. Like we need lots of help on the triple. We need help on the step on and off in the back. We need somebody on that big booter that hits over the tables in the front. Thank you, Jordan. And I do need some people on the left-hand side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 there. So I need at least one volunteer, one more marshal on the left-hand side here against the railing. Yeah, on the back railing. Awesome job. Thank you. That's a perfect switch. All right, Bob out of the pits, please. Bob. Rui.
Bob Magyar.
Rui. 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 I see his wheels wiggling. Rui. Rui. Put Rui down. No Rui? Steve. 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 Curtis. Curtis. Paul. Paul.
Curtis
Wade. Wade.
Paul Parks.
Wade. Paul Sorjonen. Paul Sorjonen. Marcel. Marcel. Simon.
Marcel Stratton.
Simon. Andy. Andy.
Simon Wei Chung Lee.
Chris.
Andy Rankus.
Chris. Chris Capello. Ian. Ian. Jeff.
Ian Menzies.
Jazz.
Jazz Pueyoan.
All right, I need marshal help here in this double. Caution in the front double, guys. Caution in this sweeper double. Caution in the sweeper double. All right, I have no check from Rui Almeida, Steve Taylor, Paul Sorjonen, Chris Capello, or Jeff Wilford. Track is yours, guys. 2 minutes to the tone. I got a car upside down in the dip double. Marshall right there, right? There's a, nope, right. Caution coming off of the hill, guys. Caution coming down off the hill. Clear. $125 to the tone, $125 to the tone. Make sure you plan if you need fuel. Make sure you plan to get that stop to get it in, please. No Rui, no Steve, no Paul Sorjonen, no Chris Capello, and no Jeff Wilford have checked in.
One minute to the start of the race.
$45 seconds, drivers.
45
Plan your
seconds to the
fuel.
start of the
45
race.
seconds. Plan your fuel stops, please. Caution in the step on, step off in the back. Cleared out. 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds to go before the loop goes live.
$15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live, loop is live. Bob, you are not on the clock, so you get one more practice lap, but just be aware the guys on the track behind you are, so if you want to do a track cut, now would be the time. We'll allow it because they're right on your tail. Otherwise, it'll just be a long first lap if those participants happen to get by before everybody gets started. It automatically starts the clock for all drivers. Ian on the clock now as well. All right, race 17 is on the track right now. We're starting to get some of those first couple of laps for drivers here. Marcel, Wade, Paul, Curtis, and Simon so far, your top 5 as we let the rest of the field come through. I might need a few volunteer marshals after this one. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of no-shows here. So 2:45 into this one. Paul Parks has your lead as he goes hot. Lap of the race, 45:176. Running that X-ray machine in the pink and blue paint scheme. Oh, no, Paul doesn't have his other paint scheme on. He's switching it up a little bit.
2 minutes left.
For me here, he's going to have the white, red, and blue. Big air over the triple for your leader. Wade running in that 2. Marcel, Simon, Curtis, Andy, Bob, Ian, Jazz, and then Rui, Steve, Paul, Chris, and Jeff. $1:30 to go in this one. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Paul, Wade, and Marcel, your top 3. Then Simon, Curtis, Andy, Bob, Ian, Jazz, the rest of the running order for those 9 drivers. As the nitro smoke starts to fill the arena a little bit. We pushed all these guys off towards the end of round number 1 here, so there will be a little bit of a smoky end to round 1. I'll sort them up a little bit better in round 2, but we are trying to get as much towards the end to keep that door open as long as possible. So there will be a resort after round 1, so there'll be a 15-minute break after round 1. That is the only time we'll have a break today. A lot of racing action to get through, so it'll be kind of right back into it. Each round's going to take about 4.5 to 5 hours. So there should be plenty of time to grab a snack or a meal in there throughout the day. Caution in between on the big triple, caution on the big triple. Up front here, and we're cleared. So Paul, Marcel, Simon, Wade, Andy, Bob, Ian, Jazz, Rui, Steve, Paul, Chris, and Jeff. So Paul Parks out in front on a 7 and a 5:21 pace. Simon in that 2 spot on a 6:5:07. Now a good lap there out of Wade. He moves up to that 2 spot. Curtis down to the 3. Simon in the 4. Marcel to 5. Andy, Bob, Ian, and Jazz. 7 and a 5:21. Going to be that early TQ pace. This is Masters 40 plus Nitro Buggy. What that means is this is for those who maybe don't have the same hand-eye coordination as we all did when we were in our teens and 20s. So these are for the drivers that are 40 plus specifically. Paul Parks finishing up, waiting for Curtis and Bob. Everybody else is done, so no refires. If you're dead in pits, there are no refires. So no refires in pit lane. If you are dead, it is done. Just got one car, still waiting for Bob, guys. Still waiting for Bob. And that is a race, all stop, all done. So Paul Parks will set the early TQ on a 7.5:21, followed by Wade,
next,
Simon, Marcel, Andy,
18.
and Bob.
Masters Nitro, 40 plus. E2 of 2.
All right, race 18 to the track, please. Race 18 to the track. All 9 of those drivers, whether you flamed out, broke, or not, I need you back to the track to marshal. Space out your buckets, please. I need somebody on the left-hand side. I need at least 1 to 2 covering the big triple. Somebody in the back on the step on, step off. The big booter double in the front. All right, Craig Shepard. Craig Shepard, I don't think Craig's here. Brian Olson out of pits, please. Brian Olson, Brian Olson. Brian Olson. Aaron West, Aaron West. Aaron West. Chris Cotu.
Aaron
Chris
West.
Cotu. Shea Goodland. Shea Goodland.
Jason Tellstone.
That was Jason. I had that under
Michael Savoy.
a BA, Carlos, Carlos, Dave, Corey,
Dave Hoare.
Gareth, Steven, Sean,
Stephen Wilde. Sean Sharp.
All right, guys, track is yours. Just about 2 minutes.
Two minutes to the start of the race. One minute to the start of the race.
1 minute, guys, 1 minute. Plan your fuel stops, please. Plan your fuel stops. I have a lot of no-shows in this one. I might need some
45
volunteer
seconds
marshals
to the start
following
of the
this. I will need some volunteer marshals following this, as I only have 7 drivers
30
checked
seconds
in.
to
I'm
the start of
looking
the
for
race.
at least 10 marshals around. 25 seconds till the loop is live, guys. 25 seconds till the loop is live. Plan your fuel stops.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, so this is race number 18 on the track right now. This is your Nitro Buggy 40 plus version. This is the second heat of 2 and might get combined into 1. I had 9 and 7. I guess that's still 16, but a lot of no-shows on the 40 plus side of the house. So Sean, 7 and a 5:23. Dave, 7 and a 5:25. Aaron, 5:42. Stephen, 5:42. 5:43 for Michael. Chris on a 6:5:03. So really close racing here in this one. So Dave leading him around now on a 7 and a 5:15 as he goes fast lap of the race, 42.4 as he heads over into that backside of the track now. Sean running that 2 spot, but he's got a little bit of a long lap coming here. Sean just crosses the line. He's in that orange buggy heading into the backside of the track, goes upside down once again. So he's gonna fall off of TQ pace, but Dave is on a TQ pace ahead of Paul Parks' TQ. He is the only driver currently ahead of Paul's time. Jazz, just put it down in the middle. It's not your job to run it. It's your job. Marshals, it's your job to corner marshal, not run cars back to the pits. Make sure you stay in your position, please. Dave, Sean, Aaron, Steven, Michael, Chris, Craig, Brian, Shay, B.A., Carlos, Jason, Corey, and Gareth. So Sean getting caught up in the speaker cabling, making it for a little bit of an adventure for Wade over there in the corner.
One minute left.
Seven and a 5:20 is the pace for your leader. That is 1 second better than the 5:21 currently held by Paul Parks. Dave still out in front on a 7 and a 5:19. He's the only driver on that 7-lap run right now and still on a TQ pace with 5 seconds to go. Keep racing, guys. Keep racing. Keep racing. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. I believe, Chris, we got you already done there, so you're good. Just waiting on Steven to finish up. He's the only car we still have live. Everybody else is done. Waiting for Steven to finish up. Still have Steven live. Still got Steven live. All right, that is a race. All stop, all done. Steven made us wait for it there with a 59-second final lap.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 19. Nitro Truggy. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, Nitro Truck, just hold in the pit lane for me real quick. All right, I'll call you guys out. Mason Henderson. I'm gonna need volunteer marshals for this one, please. I need all 6 of those drivers plus volunteer marshals. Derek.
Mason Henderson.
Derek. Mark Frawley. Jeremy Litke. Robert Hall.
Mark Froyley.
Robert Carter.
Robert Hall.
Andy.
Carter Harris-Imiot.
Andy Rainquist. Jared Hasselback. I need volunteer marshals for this one, guys. Volunteer marshals, please. Also, I need all 6 of my drivers out, plus volunteers. I got my 6, but I'm gonna need a couple volunteers, guys. Looks like Truggy's going to get combined into one race for round number 2 with the no-shows. So Truggy will become one, Nitro Truggy will become one race. So be ready for a little bit of resort stuff.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
$115 drivers, $115 to the loop is live. I still need at least 1 to 2 marshals, please. 1 to 2 volunteers. Back by the triple, please, on the back.
1 minute to the start of the race.
1 to 2 volunteers, please. All right, one of my marshals moved to the back, so I need volunteers kind of in the middle and on the left-hand side. I need volunteer marshals, 40 seconds, please. I don't need guys that are already out there to move. I need guys that are out there to stay put. I need volunteers.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, 15 seconds, drivers, 15 seconds.
Less than 5.
Loop is live, loop is live. All right, so only 5 drivers in this one, looks like. So gonna need a couple volunteer marshals again. I'll get rid of these smaller heats going into next time around. But right now we got 5 trucks on the track and Carter's gonna try to take advantage of this open track. Right now the top 4 drivers on 8-lap runs. Carter, Mason, Mark, and Derek. This is a quick heat. Well, it may only be 5 trucks. It is a quick grouping of trucks. Frawley's got the old Sugar Shane vehicle, it looks like. The old Prague Shat machine. Carter goes 40.397. We have yet to see a sub 40-second lap time today, but a 40.397 might be one of the quickest we've had all day today. Carter running down right back at us, about to air it out over that big triple. Mark Frawley running in the 2, Mason the 3, Derek the 4, then Robert, then Jeremy, Andy, and Jared not making the start. Carter, Derek, Mason, Mark, your running order so far in this one. Carter gets a little bit wide on that sweeper double with 3 down and 2 to go. Today's just qualifying. Once again, every driver on the track right now racing pretty much against the computer.
2 minutes left.
Trying to determine who are going to be the fastest 12 drivers to go to the main events tomorrow. With 1:45 to go, race 19 on the track right now. Race 20, the second heat of Truggy up next. Closing in towards the later stages of round 1 with about 10 races left to go out of the 28. Once again, will be a 15-minute break following round 1 that I will resort the heats. That will be the last break we take of the day. It will be go, go, go following that.
One minute left.
So Carter still on an 8-lap run, 8 and a 5:36. Derek on a 7 and a 5:01. Mason on a 7.502, 7.513 for Mark. Robert Hall broken off track. I'm going to need 4 to 5 volunteer marshals on the next race as well. So I will combine Truggy in round 2 so that it's one big race so we don't have that marshal request again. So Carter in that red and white truck coming around right in front of timing and scoring right now on the left-hand side of the track. That is your leader with that little bit of a frosted clear wing as he heads over the big triple towards the back of the track right now. He's on an 8.535 pace. It's going to be close for Mason Henderson, but I think race him to the line. Race him to the line, guys. When you cross the line, you are done. Yep, when you cross the line, you are done here for round number 1, heat number 1 of your Nitro Truck class. Just waiting on Carter to finish up, and that is a race. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. Fast lap of the race there by Carter on his last one, 40.27 seconds. One of the quicker times we have seen all week as we get set to go into...
Up next, race number 20. Nitro Truggy. Heat 2 of 2.
All right, we're going to start calling out race 20 here. I need marshals out to the track, plus volunteer marshals, please. Volunteers plus regular marshals. I had 5 drivers in that one. I need 5 plus 3 to 4 to 5 marshals. Aaron West, check in, please. Aaron West. Steve Taylor, check in, please. Steve Taylor. Michael Witham, Michael. Carson Phipps. Jordan Galiski,
Carson Phipps.
Corey Ware. Brian Cerneals,
Jordan Galiski,
Britt Tozer,
Britt Tosser.
All right, so definitely looks like it's gonna be light. Brian, I did not get a check from you on that car or that truck. No check. I can count it if I have to. If there's nothing in it, we'll do our best. Looks like you're gonna be in the main, so.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, guys. Plan your fuel. Plan your fuel.
1 minute to
Make
the
sure you make your stops here so we can get going. Today's just going to be qualifying. Once again, if you have a faster racer come up on you, give them a little bit of space. You're just racing against the computer today. Tomorrow, the heads-up racing begins.
45
just trying to
seconds
see
to the
who
start
can
of the
get
race.
around the track the quickest in the 5-minute elapsed time. .30 seconds till the loop goes live, and we start scoring here in round 1 of Nitro Truck. This is Heat 2. Race 20 is on the track. Race 20 on the track. Next up is going to be Sportsman E-buggy. You guys race 21 will be up next. Should start thinking about making their way up to the stand. Loop is live in 10.
Less than 5.
Loop is live, loop is live. All right, so we're waiting for our first scored laps to come across here in this one. Aaron, Carson, Jordan, and Britt and Brian. So Carson goes 39.696. That is the first time we've had a sub 40-second lap this weekend for Carson Phipps in that orange and blue truck. We'll be coming up, back up over that little tabletop and down the straightaway here right in front of timing and scoring. So Carson, Britt, Jordan, Aaron, and Brian, your top 5. Carson on an 8 and a 5.19. I get Marshall help here after. Perfect, thank you. As Britt goes upside down. Due to a couple no-shows, I'm struggling with marshals through the midsection of this program here. We'll get this sorted out for the next round. Nobody was back-to-back in this round, but that could change after a resort next week, or next round. It might feel like next week after you've been here for all of those rounds. Carson, Britt, Jordan, Aaron, and Brian.
Two minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Carson 8 and a 5.16. He's on a TQ pace ahead of that 8.5.34. Ran by Carson in that last one. Eight lap run for Carson, 7 lap runs for everybody else in this one. Brian Cerneals now moves himself up to that 3rd position as he works in the on and off in the back section of the track now.
One minute left.
Carson, Britt, Jordan, Brian, and Aaron. 8 and a 5.17 is the pace for your leader. Britt on a 7.5.13. Jordan, 7.5.30. Brian, 7.5.33. 7.5.42 for Aaron. Right now it'd be Carson taking the TQ spot and Britt sliding into a top 5 overall for the round. And then Jordan, Brian, and Aaron all outside the top 5. Carson comes across into that left-hand side of the track now in that orange and blue buggy with the black wing, white wheels. That is your leader. Heading into that big aired out triple now, the back side of the track. Again today on qualification, so computer-based qualification today. Just racing against the clock. Tomorrow we put heads up. You guys got lots of time, marshals, lots of time. Tomorrow on that Sunday, that's when we get that heads up racing action where we lay it down and battle from the get-go. Race them to the line, drivers, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Britt comes across with a 53-second lap there, so she slows it down. Just waiting on Brian and Aaron. Everybody else is done, just waiting on Cerneals and Aaron. And there's Aaron and Brian working towards the front section here into those big booter doubles. And then I lose the trucks for a little bit, and then they reappear. And that is a race, all stop, all done, all stop, all done. So Carson Phipps, 8 and a 5.18, will set the TQ here for round number 1 of Nitro Truck. Carter going to go 2, Derek 3, Mason 4, Mark Frawley top 5, Jordan 6, Britt 7, Brian Cerneals 8, Aaron West 9, and Robert Hall will round out your top 10.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 21. Sportsman E-buggy. Heat 1 of 5.
All right, we are back to the electric version a little bit. Things get a little bit quieter and less smoky on the battery operated stuff here. But Sportsman E-buggy, let's start checking them in. Steve Richter, Bok Choy,
Jason Tellstone, Steve Richter,
Roland,
Bok Choy, Roland Miles,
William, Brian Olson,
William Long,
Wes Turnbull, Wes, Mike Berry, Leighton,
Berry,
Paul,
Leighton Harrison,
Paul Sorjonen, Jason Tellstone, you already crossed, Todd Cochran, Michael
Todd
Liss,
Cochran,
Jasper,
Jasper Pueyoan.
All right, guys, you guys have just under, you only got about a minute and a half left on the clock. This is Sportsman E-buggy. These are the drivers who are developing into being the expert class, but they're, well, you'll see a few more mistakes out of this group than the expert division, but also some of the most fun you get to have when you get to watch the heads-up racing and the nerves of those drivers take hold. All right, guys, just about 40 seconds left till the loop goes live here. 40 seconds till the loop goes live. Thank you to my volunteer marshals. I still need one on the left here, if I could get one on the left.
30 seconds to the start.
Jordan, can I get you to go down behind the next bucket over behind the table there? I need a couple marshals, guys. I need one on the step on, step off in the back.
15 seconds.
I might have one there. I need one on the left at the cattle guard real quick. I'm going to have to pause the clock. I need one volunteer marshal on the left-hand side in the back hillside for me there. If anybody can hear me over in the pits, I need a marshal on that back hillside on the left. So if everybody just shuts them down the straightaway, please. I do need a marshal on the back hillside on the left. Oh, Jazz will take it. Then I need, oh no, Jazz isn't going to take it. Jazz is checking on the car. I still need a marshal on that left-hand side. Jazz, are you going to marshal? Yes, no? So I'm in a bit of a pause, guys, until I can get somebody on that step on, step off bucket in the back there. Now, I need a marshal. There we go. Thank you, guys. All right, drivers, let's do our best to keep it clean. This is the marshals we've been handed, so this is what we're going to go with. Space it out after the tone. That's not exactly spaced out. Okay, guys, I'm going to false start that. Go back to the straightaway. When you say space it out, it doesn't mean I'll start racing at the tone, please. I have a limited marshal spread on this one. I'm going to deal with what we have. So I don't need everybody taking each other out in the sweeper, please. Right there, probably bucket 8 to get the sweeper or that section. Oh yeah, right here, sweeper then. Perfect, and then, yeah, awesome. Thank you guys, appreciate the extra support there. All right, I'm gonna hit the tone again. Just one car, 3-4 seconds, car 2, 3-4 seconds, car 3. Much better this time around, guys, thank you. Round 2 and 3s will go much quicker once the transponder situation is sorted out. This is why we try to request that you guys sign up with proper transponders going into the event best we can. Race 21 of 28 is on the track right now. This is the first of 5 heats of your Sportsman E-buggy class. So we got a lot of the Sportsman E-buggies coming up here over about the next half hour to hour. Caution on the front triple, caution on the front triple. Okay, when we say caution, guys, that means I'm going to ask you to double that, please, but cleared now. So this is Sportsman E-buggy, so these are the drivers developing to work towards that expert class, trying to gain some more skills at some of the big regional races we have here this weekend. Right now, Bok Choy out in front with a hot lap of 51.9. So the difference between these drivers and some others is you saw 43 seconds to 42 seconds in some of the other classes. Leighton gonna run 44.9 there, so he'll put it down a little bit. Drop that time down in there. A lot of times the difference between the sportsmen and the experts is the consistency. You'll see the expert division go 43, 43, 43, 42, 44. And these will be a little bit more like 44, 51, 48, 44, just a little bit back and forth as we train in that consistency. Some drivers never fully make it out of the sportsman division, and that's also quite all right. As the radio control hobby, obviously about having fun, good time coming out here, getting some racing action in on a big, beautiful track here at the Chilliwack Heritage Park. Leighton, 7 and a 5:37 right now. He is the only driver on a 7-lap run here in this one. Steve running 2, Bach in the 3, Jason, Mike, your top 5, then Wes, Roland, William, and Jasper.
2 minutes left.
As Roland takes that double on the left-hand side. Your leader should be coming down the line here very shortly. There he is in that red, white, and blue with the black wing. Leighton Harrison is your current leader. The white wheels there as he comes back towards the front. He has a car number 11 sticker left on the windshield. Big air up over the triple. And into that back section now is Leighton. Reminder for all drivers, I'll have a 15-minute break after round 1 before round 2 where I will resort, let you guys look at the heat sheets and get set for round 2. Then be aware your nitro classes will be in a different order than they were in round 1 as well. And then we'll just fly from there. There'll be no breaks, no waits, and we'll just keep moving through the rest of the night.
1 minute left.
Leighton comes across once again, your leader, heads into that little dip down double, slides it out a little bit wide there as he gets set to come into the triple. Jumps a little bit to the inside, is gonna have to hop back over the pipe to get back to the lane he had left when he made that mistake. Caution on the front straightaway. Thank you, Britt. Leighton on a 7 and a 5:34 pace. Steve has joined him on a 7-lap run. Only those 2 drivers are on 7-lap paces right now. It's Leighton on a 48 flat that last time by. He's on a 7 and a 5:34, 5:42 for Steve. 6 lap runs for Wes, Jason, Bach, Mike, Roland, and William. Jasper on a 5 and a 5:31. Master clock has expired, but yours has not. So please keep racing till I let you know you are done. All right, looks like we can race him to the line now. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line, and you are done. So Bok Choy is going to finish in that 4th spot, 6 and a 5:11. Best lap of his run on that last one. Jason in the 5, 6 and a 5:16. And we're waiting for Steve and Wes right now. And there's Steve. And there's Wes. And then Roland finishes up as well. And there we go. All done, all stop. All done, all stop. Leighton going to set the early TQ. Unfortunately, he's going to have about 50 more drivers that'll be vying for that spot coming up here. But we are going to close the books on race 21.
The race is
and Leighton
completed.
Harrison's going to hold that TQ of a 7 and a 5:32.
Up next, race number 22. Sportsman E-buggy. Heat 2 of 5.
All right, let's start checking in race 22 now, please. So Miko across the line for me. Miko.
Maiko Saba.
Brendan across. Brendan Chepkema.
Brendan T. Jepma.
James Sanders.
James Sanders.
Bob across for me. Bob. Simon across.
Bob Magyar. Simon Wade.
Mike Allen across. Glenn Wilson. Quentin.
Mike Allen.
Quentin Whitefield. Quentin.
Glenn Wilson.
Clay. Brad.
Brad Follis. Clay.
Kyle.
Kyle Huron.
Ian.
Ian Menzies.
All right, I think that is it. Track is yours, guys.
Maiko Saba. Brendan T. Jepma. 2 minutes to the start.
1:30 to the start, guys. 1:30 to the start.
Bob Magyar.
So Sportsman E-buggy, kind of that developmental
Simon
buggy
Wade
class. Getting set to go here on the track. Battery-powered 4-wheel drive buggy vehicles.
James Sanders. 1 minute to the start of the race. Brad Follis. Clay Cowan. Kyle Huron. Ian Menzies.
45 seconds, guys. Loop is live in 45. Live in 45. It just means you'll start scoring your official laps. Starting in about 40 seconds.
"30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, loop is live. Loop is live. Reminder throughout the day that there are no 1-minute calls or mercy minutes for qualifying. With so many heats to have to get through in a single day like that, there are no 1-minute calls. We will have 1-minute calls or mercy minutes available tomorrow during the mains, since everybody gets one shot to kind of run. Heads up racing tomorrow. Right now, just qualifying, just racing against the computer, trying to put in the best 5-minute runs they can to get yourself sorted for those main races. Especially speaking out to the sportsman guys, if you're running through a jump section and you're requiring to get marshaled 3 out of 4 times, it's a good idea to maybe change up the approach for that one. Go to double single, maybe single double, something to change up the way, because getting marshaled is going to cost you a lot more time than it will be to just not jump a full jump. All right, so here we go. We are chasing a top qualifying time set by Leighton Harrison of a 7-lap run on a 5:32. Right now, Glenn Wilson out in front. He's on a 7-lap run with a 5:22, so a new top qualifying pace being set right now by Glenn Wilson out in front. Simon running 2, Bob 3, Clay, Kyle, Ian, Brad, Miko, Brendan, James, Mike, and Quentin. So Brendan and James checked in. I believe Mike checked in as well, and they're already off track, so unfortunate for them and their round 1 qualifying. But that's why there's 3 rounds of qualifying today. Gives you a couple of different options. You get 1 free drop, and then 2 will count. You got time, you got time. You're cleared. Caution on the step on, step off, cleared.
Two minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. 3 down, 2 to go. Glenn, Simon, Bob, Ian, Clay, Kyle, Brad, Miko, Brendan, James, Mike, and Quentin. The running order in this one. Next up is going to be race 23. Race 22 on the track. Race 23 up next. Race 22 on the track, race 23 up next. That'll be our 3rd of 5 heats of Sportsman E-buggy. Well, we might have another broke down buggy here. That was the infamous sign for it smells hot, potentially. A balk was given there. So a little bit of a thermal shutdown. Glenn, Simon, Bob, Ian, Clay, Kyle, Brad, Miko, Brendan. Right now the running order 7 and a 5:23 for your leader, Glenn Wilson. Still on TQ pace. Simon 7 and a 5:44. Those are the only 2 drivers on a 7-lap run here in round number 1. Sportsman E-buggy on the track right now. Glenn, Simon, Bob, Ian, Clay, Kyle, Brad, Miko, Clay. Oh, Clay shuffles down a little bit with a 56-second lap last time, and looks like Clay might have been the one that was warm, as he has not completed another lap since then. So Glenn, 7 and a 5:21, 6 and a 5 flat now for Simon. Simon needs to find a way back onto that 7-lap run to help keep him sorted near the top there with still 30 plus drivers to go in this class. Glenn, Simon, Bob, Ian, Kyle. All right, guys, race him to the line. Bob, you are done. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. I guess Bob has done it just the right time. I got a little whiff of the warm motor from over here as well, so I don't know if somebody else is running a little hot. Just still waiting on Simon. Careful, guys. Watch the straightaway. We still got live cars, please. Still got live cars. Brad and Miko are still out there, or were out there. I don't know if they continue to be out there. So track is still live. And there we go, Miko finishing it up there on a 6:06:08. So that's going to end it for race number 22. Glenn Wilson will get the win, 7 and a 5:23, and a new top qualifying time for Glenn with 3 heats left to go, 3, 4, and 5 here in this one.
Up next, race number 23. Sportsman E-buggy. Heat 3 of 5.
All right, let's bring race 23 down onto the racing surface so we can start checking them in. And we'll get our marshals from 22 back out to the track to start corner marshaling.
Gary Muxlow.
Don't go across the line just yet, guys, please.
David Lawrence.
Except the 2 that went, you guys can go ahead now. But Connor Marshall, please, Connor Marshall. Connor across the line. Thank you. Fife across the line, please. Fife. Oh, yesterday must have been hard on the audio, man. Andy, not here. Chris Mueller. Chris.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
Chris across the line for me. Chris Bauman across the line for me. Noble.
Chris Bauman.
Noble across. You guys can start taking laps after you check in. Pablo across. Pablo. Robert McGinnis. Chris Lucas. Vern.
Chris
Kyle.
Lucas. Vern Corkle.
And that should be everybody. If I didn't call you and your name's not Fife, Andy, Pablo, or Robert, you're in the wrong heat. But you guys can, track is yours, guys. Go ahead and start taking your laps. That blue car, I don't know who's the blue car. Unless it's Fife, Andy, Pablo, or Robert. That's Andy. Thank you.
Andy Rankist. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, that loop is live in about 15 seconds, guys. 15 seconds. We're going to start counting these laps.
Less than 5.
All right, loop is live, and Chris Bauman's going to be that pace car, so don't let him get past you on this opening lap. Get them all checked in here. So this is Sportsman E-buggy. These are four-wheel drive powered by batteries, essentially electric powered. There's a nitro version of these as well. That'll be coming up just a bit later this morning into early afternoon, I guess now. Caution off to the triple there. That's a little bit wayward. The Sportsman just means they're developing. We have 3 classes of E-buggy this weekend. There's Sportsman, which we are watching on the track right now. Expert, which was a little bit earlier this morning, which is the faster version, or the faster drivers of the same type of buggies. And then we have the Spec Tire, where everybody will run the same tire compound. It has a little bit of a cost savings to know what's there instead of bringing in the big tub full of tires, tubbo tires. But right now you are watching Sportsman, and they are chasing the time of 7 laps and a 5:23 pace out of Glenn Wilson. Right now, David Lorenz out in front, 7:5:39, about 16 seconds slower than that top qualifying time so far. So David Lorenz still out in front, 7 and a 5:36. Now Gary takes over that top spot. 7:5:36 for Gary. David Lorenz on a 7 and a 5:40 pace now. 7 and a 5:49 for Noble, Andy, Chris, your top 5. Then Chris Mueller in the 6. Kyle, Vern, Connor, Fife, Pablo, Robert, and Chris Lucas.
Two minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go, 3 down, 2 to go here in this one. Once again, they're just racing against the clock and the computer today, qualifying to get themselves sorted on the grid for Maine's heads-up action tomorrow. And right now, your quickest driver just into that double on the left-hand side, running that yellow, orange, and white buggy. Oh, then David trying to take it back from him. So a little back and forth here for your leaders. 45-174 out of David there that last time by. 7 and a 5:34 is the pace. That's 7 laps in 5 minutes and 34 seconds. This is a 5-minute qualifier session, so you finish as many laps in 5 minutes as you can. If you're in the middle of a lap when the timer goes off at 5 minutes, you'll get to finish that next lap. And that's how you end up with times such as 7 laps and 5 minutes and 34 seconds, which is the current pace for your leader, David Lorenz, here in this one. But they're chasing a time of 7 laps and 5 minutes and 23 seconds out of Glenn Wilson. So David in that yellow, orange, and white buggy, I should say, with the white wing coming, working on the left-hander right into the big triple. That is your current pace setter as he floats it beautifully over the triple into that back on and off jump on the right-hand side of the track. And he'll get lost a little bit from my point of view on that far right-hand side. But it's David, Gary, Kyle, Noble, and Andy, your top 5. Chris running 6, Vern, Chris, Bauman, Connor, Fife, Pablo, Robert, and Chris Lucas, the rest of the running order. Here in race number 23. Race 24, you're up next. Heat 4 of my Sportsman E-buggy class. The master clock has expired, but your race is not quite done yet, so please keep racing until I let you know you are done. All right, race him to the line, race him line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line and you are done. David Lorenz going to get the win here in this heat and move him to 2nd overall in the round with 2 groups left to go in this class. Careful on that front side double, guys. Those cars are done. Miko, you're good. Yeah, he's done. I think he was just pulling out of the way to make sure he didn't get run over. So we're waiting on Kyle and Vern. Kyle and Vern, so the track is still live, so marshals don't cross the straightaway just yet for me. And there's Kyle while we wait for Vern. And Vern comes across on a 1 flat there, so he'll get his 6 in a 5:55. And that is going to be it for race number 23. So I had a couple other guys, Connor and Chris as well, who started. So I need all 9 of you to come back out to the track to marshal, please. All 9 of you back out to the track to marshal.
The race is completed.
Race 24, track is not yours. Please bring it back, guys.
Up next,
you do not get to
race
go
number
on
24.
your laps until
Sportsman
given the
E-buggy.
okay, please.
Heat 4 of 5. Carlos Conseco. Jared Hasselbach.
24. All right, Steve Bond, check it in. Steve Bond. Marshals head out to the track. Once you guys cross the line, you can take laps. Just be aware there's going to be guys on the straightaway waiting to check in. Steve Bond. Wayne Chapman across the line. Wayne
Chapman.
Go ahead, Wayne. Carlos across the line. Rami, is Rami out there? Thank you, Rami. Chris.
Rami Shaggy.
Kotu.
Chris Kudu.
Bruce. Alnur.
Bruce Van Den Dorpel. 2 minutes to the start of the race.
Alnur. Lucas.
Alnur Parthan.
Robbie Klesson not here this
Lucas
weekend.
Nelson.
Jared Hasselback. And then Todd had himself removed as well. Robert Hall. And JP Brown.
Robert Hall.
All right, so I called everybody
JP
that was
Brown.
in this race. If I did not call your name, you are not in this race. So I had 2 drivers that just went across without that were not in this race. So Dan, you are not in this one. And I don't know who the other one is. Unless you're Steven, Todd, or Robbie, you're not in this race. This is race 24 on the track right now.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, 20 seconds, guys, till the loop goes live here in race 24.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, loop is live, loop is live. I still have a transponder popping up which suggests you're not in this race unless I'm missing out, so. All right, so we're going to start getting some of our first laps here. Who's that one? Somebody let me know who that green car with the yellow wheels that just came across. Go ahead and keep racing. I'll add you to this race, but that's not your race, so I just need to know who that is. Stephen who? Bond? Okay, so he didn't get a check-in earlier, so we'll get him dropped in now. So Stephen is in this race. Thank you. All right, so this is race 24, Sportsman E-buggy, 405, one of the bigger classes. I think I also got a good group of Nitro buggies this weekend. But right now, letting things sort out just a little bit here.
2 minutes left.
Wayne, Lucas, and Steven battling for that top spot right now. So Steve, Wayne, Lucas, Jared, Carlos, JP, Rami, Chris, Kotu, Bruce, and Alnur, your top 10. So following this race, it'll be the final race of our Sportsman E-buggy. Then we go into the Nitro versions of these cars. So right now, these are the electric powered 4-wheel drive 8-scale buggies. The 8-scale version, the same size buggy, but the nitro powered, so the engine one. We'll get a little smoky, get a little loud in here. Yeah, starting at race 26.
One minute left.
So Wayne takes over that top spot now. Lucas, Carlos, Steven, Jared, JP, Rami, Chris, Bruce, Alnur, and Robbie, Todd, and Robert, the rest of the running order. Just qualifying today, everybody working against the computer, so if a faster racer comes up against you, give them a wide racing line, let them dive underneath you. so that they can keep their race going and you can keep your race going. The heads-up racing starts tomorrow, where we line them up, grid them up, and put them head-to-head against each other. Right now, these are 5-minute qualifying sessions. 15 seconds left in this one. Master clock has expired, doesn't mean yours has. Wayne Chapman out in front, 7 and a 5:20. Lucas in the 2 on a 5:21, just 1.2 back for Lucas. Carlos in that 3 spot on a 7:5:33. JP on a 5:43. Steven on a 5:44. Then 6 lap runs for Chris Rami. So I'm going to have a couple guys that are going to get by for extra laps here. So waiting for that to give the final call here. All right, guys, race them to the line, race them to the line. Just waiting on JP and Steven. JP and Steven, everybody else is done. JP and Steven, everybody else is done. Now I'm just waiting on Steven, who's going in that big jump section in the back now, heading into the right-hand side of the track, the all green with the yellow wheels. All right, that is a race all stop, all done.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 25. Sportsman E-buggy. Heat 5 of 5.
All right, if race 25 can bring him down to the straightaway, please, as you guys get up there, and I'll call you out by name. This won't happen in round 2, so round 2 and 3 will be much quicker, and we'll push through. I'm going to be about a half hour behind at the end of this round, and I will try to make that up through the rest of the rest of the round. All right, Ken Martin. Ken, I need you across. Ken and only Ken. Ken's still working his way up, so I'll come back to you, Ken. Dean Robinson. Dean Robinson.
Dean Robinson.
Go ahead and start taking laps, Dean. Dan. I know Dan's ready. He was ready last one. Ed. Ken, if you're ready now, you can go ahead.
Ed Lee.
Sean. Joe.
Sean Diagnone.
Tim.
Joe Huvelman.
Shane.
Tim Mockford.
Anthony.
Shane Senger.
Brian.
Anthony
Jake.
Vaughn. Brian McKenzie.
Sean Duffy.
Jake Catling.
And Dane.
Dane Hole.
All right. You guys have about 90 seconds or so here of practice time. All right, final heat of Sportsman E-buggy coming to the track right now. This is race 25 of 28. Oh, let me give a little word of advice. Cattle guard wins every time. So that car is broken there on the side. Whoever just jumped off track and smacked it.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
.30 seconds till the loop goes live here in the final one. So we're going to know a top qualifier here. Wayne Chapman now took over that top spot, 7 and a 5:19. So he was able to knock Glenn out of that spot. So Wayne now has the top qualifying position with 1 heat left to go here in your Sportsman E-buggy. There's a broken shock on that car there. So a couple of guys not even going to make it to the tone here.
Less than 5.
Loop is live. Loop is live, guys. Loop is live. So we're all going to be chasing that time of Wayne Chapman right now on a 7.5.19. Luca Nelson followed Wayne around that last run to work him well into a 2 overall. Glenn currently sorted into 3rd overall. Caution in the on and off. Apparently we had a car off there. Yep, and back underway. And that step off jump in the back. So we're going to start seeing our first laps, and here they are. Mockford comes across now 46.589. Dan 51.4. A 46 lap run time. That's a really good one there for Tim to start us off with. We'll see if he can keep that up. That puts him on a 7 and a 5.26, which would be a top 5. Ed Lee goes 45.759. Ed moves into a good position here. Putting himself into a top 3 run now is Ed in that current pace. But that's the problem. You got 5 minutes and 7 laps to run that pace over and over and over again. As the track comes up and gets you, it's a technical and difficult track. A couple of big air sections as well that Brian has built for the crew this weekend. Race 25 on the track right now, 26 Nitro Buggy. Nitro Buggy up next. So the Nitro version of the cars you see running on the track right now will be up next. It will get a little bit louder, and it'll also get a little bit smokier as you'll see the exhaust coming off of those vehicles. As we approach halfway through this qualifying run, Ed Lee still leading him around 7 and a 5.20.3. That is 1 second off of that TQ time right now for Ed. Tim running in that 2 spot, Dan the 3, Dane 4, Shane your top 5. Then it's going to be Joe, Dean, Anthony, Ken, and Sean your top 10. Oh, Ed looks like he's broken off track now. So it will be no TQ run for Ed. But Mockford now will move to the top spot there on a 7.5.34. But that currently finds him in 8th overall position for the round. Top spot here in this heat, but 8th overall for the round as they run right now. 7 and a 5.34 for Tim. He comes across with a 50.9. That lap hurts right there as he'll try and work his way back up to those 45s, 46s he was running in those first couple laps. Dane up to the 2 now, Dan to the 3, Shane, Joe, your top 5. Caution after the double sweeper. Caution after the double sweeper. Clear, clear, clear.
1 minute left.
Caution on the back there. As long as that body stays on, if it comes down, that's good. If that body comes off of that car, we will have to ask you to leave the racing surface. as it will pose a hazard to those marshaling. So Tim and Dane battling it out in front. 1.6 seconds separates those two drivers. Here comes Tim. He's in that green and purple car heading to the backside of the track now. 7 and a 5:33. Dane across. Dane will take over that top spot now as he's in that kind of pinkish orange and purple car with the yellow wing. Dane gonna head over that big triple now. He is your new pace setter. Gets to the inside of the pipe there and heads back into the on and off. As the master clock has expired, your guys' clock has not. So keep racing, please. I'll let you know when we close in on that final one here. Joe and Shane still have an opportunity to get by for one more lap. Joe will get by, maybe. All right, race him to the line now. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. And so Dane's going to take the win here, 7 and a 5, 29.8, but he will not get that TQ, but he will find himself into a top 5 run. Just waiting for Joe to finish up, but it's going to be Dane, Tim, Shane, Dan, Anthony, Dean, Joe, and Ken. Then Ed, Sean, Brian, Jake, and Sean Duffy. Top 10 for the round, a big round of your Sportsman buggy. Wayne Chapman's going to be your TQ in round number 1. Lucas Nelson goes 2, Glenn Wilson 3, Dane Hull in the 4. David in the 5, David Lorenz in the 5, Kyle Sheesh in the 6. Leighton Harrison in the 7, Tim Mockford in the 8, Carlos in the 9, and JP Brown will round out your top 10 for round number 1. We still got cars live on the track, guys. I got one more car still to finish here. I think Joe's been battling that body coming off, so there we are. And that is a race all stop and all done.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 26. Nitro Buggy. Heat 1 of 3.
All right, Nitro drivers, I'm going to call you from pit lane, and then you guys can start taking laps after I call your name. It's just the best way this time around. Seems to get everybody, is everybody's name. I have a lot of unknown transponders this weekend. All right, Brian Cerneals, Brian, Michael with him.
Brian Cerneals.
Wade Moses.
Wade Moses.
Shea Goodland, not here. Steve Richter. I don't think Jasper's running Nitro. Steve Taylor. Michael Chen.
Michael Chen.
Gareth Charlie
Derek
Mugford.
Charlie Mugford.
Carter. And I think that's it. No Gareth Hoban.
Carter
And
Harris
Jeremy
E-buggy.
Licky. All right, so it looks like I have no Michael Witham, no Shea Goodland, no Jasper. I know Jasper had already talked to me. Jazz already talked to me. Steve Taylor, Gareth Hoban, and Jeremy Licky. No check-ins from either of those drivers. You guys have about 1:30 left, guys. 1:30 left. Make sure you start planning that fuel stop around 45 seconds or so. So this is race 26, Nitro Buggy. These are four-wheel drive buggies powered by small nitro-fueled engines. Operate on kind of a glow plug, similar to a diesel truck. That the heat and the compression from the last time it fired kind of keeps it running. Caution on the triple, guys. Caution on that triple. 45 seconds, guys. 45 seconds till the scoring starts. 45 seconds till we're live. Plan your fuel. Plan your fuel. So today is just qualifying. So if there's a faster racer that comes up on you, give them a little bit of room and a little bit of space. Heads up racing action tomorrow, all day long, starting at 8 a.m.
"15 seconds to the start of the race.
Loop is live in 15, guys. Loop is live in 15.
Less than 5.
Loop is live. All right, so everybody is checked in. We're waiting for those first couple laps to come across. There's Michael sneaking by. So he is good to go now, and Carter's going to start that clock. That's the first official lap, 43.4 out of Carter in that red and kind of pinkish buggy with the clear wing. So Carter, Derek, Steve, Wade, Charlie, and Brian, your top 6 right now. Then Michael with them in the 7, Shay, Jasper, Steve, Michael Chen, Gareth, and Jeremy. So it definitely looks like we're going to get rid of some heats, guys, going into that second one in that round 2. As I have a lot of no-shows this weekend, so once I resort those, make sure you guys pay attention to that. So Carter still out in front, back onto an 8-lap run. We haven't seen many 8-lap runs today, but he's got 8 laps that he'll finish in 5 minutes and 37 seconds as he comes into that big triple right now with that white wing. Flying up over and working into the back section now. Carter, Derek, Wade, Steve, Brian, Michael, Charlie, and then Michael, Shay, Jasper, Steve, Gareth, Jeremy.
2 minutes left.
Carter, Derek, your top two right now. It is 8-second gap between those two drivers. So Carter putting in a good run right here in the first of 3 heats of your Nitro Buggy to finish off round 1. Reminder, we'll go a 15-minute break following round 1. That'll allow me to resort a couple of guys to get off the stand. And then we'll go back into round 2. That break will be the last one of the day. We'll be pretty consistent from here till close after round 1. So Carter, Derek, Wade, Steve, and Brian, your top 5. Charlie running in that 6th spot. 40.389 out of Carter last time by. That is fast lap of the race. Carter able, we saw some 39-second laps in the Truggy class. We'll see if we can see any 39s here out of the buggies.
1 minute left.
With 1 minute to go. So your leader in that little dip off of that mountain climb on the left-hand side, coming back towards the bleachers, then making a turn in that white wing back over the big triple. And into the backside he goes, on and off that jump. Oh, shorts it a little bit, makes a bit of a bobble. Gonna require a marshal here. You got time, Marshall, you're good. So that's a long marshal there for Carter, and that might be enough. That could determine some things later with 2 heats of fast guys left to go here in your Nitro Buggy. So he slows it down. That was a 7-second mistake for a lap there. So he went from an 8 and a 5:31 to an 8 and a 5:38 pace. Carter, Derek, Wade, Steve, Michael, Charlie, your running order right now. Waiting to see if Michael's going to get by here. Doesn't look like he will, so race him to the line. Steve, Wade, Derek, Carter, all done. Charlie done, just waiting on Michael Chin now. That is the last driver left on the track. And that is a race, all stop, all done, all stop, all done here for race 26.
Race is completed.
As we head into race number 27.
Up next, race number 27. Nitro Buggy. Heat 2 of 3.
All right, my next group of drivers, I will call you guys out of the pit lane here. Once I call you out of pit lane, you guys can take to the track. I had 7 drivers in that one, so I'm gonna need all 7 drivers to go back out to the track. 2 marshal, plus a couple volunteers. If there's a couple volunteers, marshals, that would be greatly appreciated. I like to see 10 out there possibly, so up to 3 volunteer marshals would be appreciated for this race. Drivers only, no spectators, drivers only, though if I could get some volunteer marshals for this one, that would be appreciated. If you get out quickly, you can choose your spot. Otherwise, I need all 7 of my other drivers out to the track to marshal. All right, Carson Phipps. Michael Liss.
Carson Phipps.
Michael Liss. Chris Capello. Craig Shepard, not here either. Rui Almeida. Aaron Schroeder. Evan Froelich.
Aaron Schroeder.
Mark Frawley.
Evan Frulich.
Jordan Galiski.
Mark Froelich.
Elijah Hill. Jordan, no check for you there, no check. Dylan. Aaron. And Mason.
Aaron Diagnone.
If I did not call you, you are not in this race. Michael Liss, Chris Capello, Craig Shepard, Rui Almeida, Jordan Galiski, and Dylan are the ones I'm missing. All right, guys, we have about 2:20. I need marshals out, please. I need marshals. Marshals, please. I need some volunteer marshals, please. I need probably one or two in the center of the track. If I could get one or two. Caution in the triple, guys, it's warm-ups. Caution in the triple, it's warm-ups, please. Caution in the triple, it's warm-ups. Thank you, cleared. I just had Curtis Wong check in. I don't know why I had Curtis Wong check in. Curtis Wong is not in this race. Curtis Wong is in race 28. Whose car is that? Curtis, you're not in this race. You're in 28. I can add you. If you're ready to go, I'll add you. Okay. There's enough people that are short here.
Curtis Wong.
All right, guys, 1 minute. 1 minute.
To the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race."
I could still use one more volunteer marshal in the center of the track there. My triple guy is going to stay busy there, so I need at least one more marshal.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race."
All right, loop is live in 10 seconds, guys. Loop is live in 10.
Less than 5.
Loop is live. Loop is live. All right, so this is our second heat of Nitro Buggy. We're chasing a time of Carter right now. Carter has an 8 and a 5:36. Is that time to beat right now? That's going to be a tricky little time to try to catch in the rest of it. A lot of no-shows in our Nitro class too, so this will... Oh, one more. Watch. Good moves there by our marshal on that triple. But this will likely become 2 heats of Nitro Buggy. We'll see how many people have no-showed, but I feel like I have 1, 2. I have at least 10 already that feel like are not here in Nitro, so we'll see how that can sort out. 125 into this one, 3:30 to go. Mason Henderson out in front, 8 and a 5:29. That is a new TQ pace. He's bringing Carson Phipps with him as well, also on a TQ pace of an 8 and a 5:28 now for Carson as Carson goes to the top spot. Carson's going to be running this orange, white, and blue buggy, heading it over the triple right now. And into that back section, going on the jump, off the jump, and to the right-hand side of the track. So Carson and Mason Henderson on TQ pace now. Mark Frawley in the 3, Evan in the 4, Aaron, Elijah, Jordan, Aaron, Curtis, the rest of the running order. Be patient on the left-hand side, drivers. I had a marshal have to exit the track to get it. And we are back underway. That might have been, I don't know if it was Elijah that was off track there. Carson, Mason, Mark, Aaron, Elijah, Jordan, Evan, Aaron,
2 minutes.
Curtis, Michael, Chris, Craig, Rui, Dylan. That is the running order here in this one. 40.37 fast lap out of Carson. Mason has fallen off of TQ pace now with a 48-second last lap. Yeah, it was Elijah who was off track. 59.943 shuffles him down that leaderboard. $125 to go, $125 to go here in the second of 3 Nitro Buggy divisions. Carson Phipps, 8.532, has slipped back just a little bit towards that time of Carter Harassment. Carter on a 5.36, a 5.32 for Carson, still 4 seconds better than that time, so we'll keep an eye out for that orange and blue buggy working through the field. Black wing on this one. He's set to come back on the tables and down the straightaway right in front of the bleachers now, and on the left-hand side is your leader, Carson Phipps. Ooh, a little bit of a pipe touch there, but able to clean it up and drive out of it pretty cleanly. Up over that big triple he goes, a little bit of sparks flying as that chassis slaps the rocks in the dirt. 8 and a 5.31 now for Carson, the only driver on a TQ pace. Master clock has expired, does not mean your race has. Mason will get caught at the line, 7 and a 5 flat though. So he will not make it back to that 8-lap run. Carson, it looks like this will be his final lap, so he'll try and hang on to that TQ time ahead of Carter. All right, guys, race him to the line, race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. And so Carson Phipps will go 8 and a 5.29, 39.954. New fast lap of the race there on that last one, as he will take the TQ here so far with 1 round left to go. Just waiting on Curtis. We do have 1 car left on the track here. That is live. All right, and that is a race. All stop, all done.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 28. Nitro Buggy. Heat 3 of 3.
All right, I will call you guys out of pit lane for our final race of round number 1. I will call you guys out of pit lane, and then you guys can start taking laps. I'll need all 9 drivers from that last one to get their vehicles down and head out to the track to Marshall. Huh? You want a Marshall there? Okay. Hey, if you pick up a car by the front or back or by the wheels, don't grab it by the sides, okay? There's an exhaust pipe, you'll bring yourself. All right, I'm looking for Sean Scarf, or Sean Sharf. Sean, check in for Sean. Jeremy Derbyshire, Britt Tozier. A BA. Glenn Wilson. I'm trying to check some cars in, guys. Mike Mercer. Nicholas. Nick. Michael Savoy. Peter Tozier. Marcel.
Michael Savoy.
Dustin.
Marcel Stratton.
There will. Britt Tozier.
Quals.
Sean Sharf.
Britt Tosser.
Sean Sharf. I need somebody in the back left, please.
Sean
back
Sharf.
Left by the hill.
2 minutes.
Jeremy Derbyshire. And that should be everybody. All right, guys,
Jeremy
2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
"45 seconds, guys. Plan those fuel stops.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
So Carson Phipps, your current TQ, on an 8 and a 5:29. That is going to be the number they're going to be chasing here in the final race here of round number 1.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Loop is live in 5. Loop is live, loop is live. All right, so Marcel gonna start us off 47.967. Britt, Glenn, Michael, Marcel, Jeremy, Dustin, Sean, Abie. Well, running order right now in this one. Caution on the sweeper double, caution on the sweeper double. Cleared. So Britt Tozier leading him around after one lap. She's gonna have a little bit of a longer second lap here though, but she stays out in front. She's on an 8-lap pace, 8 and a 5:40. That'd be good enough for a top 3 overall right now. .215 into this one, Britt. Still out in front, Marcel the 2, Glenn the 3, Sean the 4, Jeremy your top 5. Britt's gonna be running that blue and white associated buggy. And she dodges the marshal there and heads to the top of the hill. Britt, Marcel, Jeremy, Sean, and Peter. Peter and Michael with some long laps here. They may be off track. Pete did have a run-in with the cattle guard. I was going to say the cattle guard remains pretty much undefeated, and that might have been bent a drive shaft or a dog bone there. As Britt continues to lead it around, 8 and a 5:40, still good enough for a top 3 run overall if she can keep it on that 8-lap pace with 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Britt in that blue and white buggy, smoked out wing, flying over that triple, heading into the backside of the track right now. For all of the spectators wanting to look at the leader, she's right in front of that open door. Now she rolls it over in the roller section. And she comes into the infield now. We'll see if that lets her stay on that 8-lap pace. Marcel running that 2 on a 7 and a 5:19. He's already 12 seconds back. Sean running in that 3. It's pretty tight in the top 10 here, though, for your Nitro Buggy division. So every little position going to be crucial. Britt comes across right there. That's a 49-second lap. That is a big slowdown. That's going to put her from 3rd to 6th overall. Marcel running in that 2 spot. He's in 9th overall for the round. Those are the only 2 drivers in this heat that are in a top 10 run for the round. Britt, Marcel, Sean, Jeremy, Dustin, Glenn, Michael, and Peter Tozier, the running order right now. With 20 seconds to go, we'll see what kind of recovery lap Britt can come up with. It's not going to be enough to get back to that 8-lap run. But every little second right now matters. In positions, and she moves from the 6 to the 5 now. She gains a spot ahead of Derek. Jeremy, Sean, and Dustin in a good little battle, 3, 4, and 5 in this one. With 5 down, master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call your clock done. Keep racing, drivers, keep racing. I think we got some guys that are right on the border of getting some extra laps in here, so I'm not going to make any calls just yet. All right, now you can race into the line. Britt, you are done. 7 and a 5:04. It'll be good enough for 5th overall for the round. Waiting on the rest of the drivers. Little wheelie walk there for Glenn to finish us off. Waiting for Marcel, Sean, and Dustin now. There's Dustin coming across 7:5:52. Waiting on Marcel and Sean. A really long lap for Marcel here, and that's the infamous "I am done" sign there. That's a bummer, as he was running strong there in a top 10 run. And there it is. Sean will finish this off. All stop, all done. Britt's going to get the win in this one. Sean, Dustin, Marcel, Glenn, Jeremy, Michael, Peter, Abie, Mike Mercer, and Nicholas. Top 10 for the round for your Nitro Buggy. Got to go Carson Phipps, 1. Carter, 2. Mason, 3. Mark Frawley, 4. Britt in the 5. Derek, 6. Aaron, 7. Elijah, 8. Wade, 9. And Steve Richter will round out your top 10. All right, guys, I have a 15-minute break, so I'm going to go about 1:25 to 1:30 will be the start of Novice. 1:25 to 1:30 start of Novice. I'll work on the resort right now.
The race is completed.
All right, guys, the heat sheets for round 2 have been generated. I was able to drop a lot of heats. There's going to be a lot of guys who are possibly back-to-back now. I apologize for that, but get yourself ready. I could sort it in the first one. I can't always sort it in once we get going in the second one. So things have been sorted out a little bit to try to space some things out between Sportsman and Expert, but we got down to a few heats, so I'm going to try and get some timetables generated, and we'll start at 1:30 for round number 2. 1:30 for round number 2. And if you were removed from something that you shouldn't have been because you didn't run in round number 1, let me know and I will resolve that. But heat sheets are posted. All right, Novice. We're going to bring Novice to the track now, please. Novice to the track. And we'll get some volunteer marshals for Novice, if we could. Raj, got you. And Ewan's transponder's in there as well. Perfect. All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours for warm-up, please. Volunteer marshals, guys, going to need lots of volunteer marshals. The Novice are exactly that, learning how to drive on a very difficult and challenging track this weekend. So if you could spare 5 minutes and get a little cardio in, it'd be greatly appreciated. So neither of the Guerreros, Olivia or Dalton or Harkurat. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I already pulled Pablo. All right, guys, you guys got about 30 seconds left till the loop goes live. Don't start in front of the line, start behind the line. Otherwise, you're going to be in a little bit of a world of hurt when you realize how long of a first lap you get. 15 seconds, guys, 15 seconds. Okay, I want one car at a time when you hear the tone. One car, slow it down, guys, slow it down. Not too many at a time, slow it down, slow it down. All right, go ahead. Keep going, keep going. Good, 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 good. All right, Novice round 2. We are racing here in this one. Tristan was able to get the win in round number 1. Cars flying everywhere on the start here. Tristan, John, Caleb, Ewan, Antonio was how they went in the round number 1. We're still waiting for that first lap to come across here in round number 2. Thank you once again to all my volunteer marshals. That's going to make the program much better throughout the day. There's a couple of heats that got combined together, so definitely a little bit of a change up from round 1. Remember, the nitro stuff got spaced out a little bit more now in round 2. Also, I got rid of 4 or 5 heats in round 2 as well. So to try to improve this pace of the program. Okay, go now. You got time, Marshall. You got time. You got time. Car's coming now. So Ewan, didn't get another lap from Ewan. Did he break in the warm-ups there? John Barkman out in front from that 2 spot. Tristan down in the 8 after that first lap. It may not seem like much on a first lap, but they're only going to get 5 or so in this, so every lap matters right now. And to be fair, the drivers running 4-wheel drive vehicles out there obviously going to have a little bit of an advantage. Caution in the sweeper. Caution in the sweeper, guys. Caution in the sweeper. Cleared, cleared, cleared. There's going to be a little bit of an advantage for 4-wheel drive vehicles on a big track like this over the 2-wheel drives. But if you're learning how to drive, 2-wheel drives is a great thing to learn how to drive, to control, throttle control. 4-wheel drive, sometimes you can get a little bit carried away with just kind of pulling the trigger and driving out of it. You do that with a 2-wheel drive, it'll just spin some donuts for a little bit. Muhammad now out in front. John in the 2, Raj the 3. Muhammad and Raj missing round 1. They're back in it though here. Oh, there's Ewan. Ewan had a long first lap. I just was a little preemptive in saying he wasn't out there, but he was. He just started a little bit later. He's coming to come across for his second lap here in just a second. There he is. So Muhammad out in front, 46.685. That is fast lap of the race. That is 10 seconds quicker than anybody else on the track right now. But he went 108.54, then 46. We'll see what he comes by with here in lap number 4. And it's going to be a 47.9. 47 seconds for your leader. Muhammad out in front. John the 2, Raj the 3, Antonio 4, Ewan in the 5, Caleb 6, Tristan in the 7, Corbin 8, Blake 9, Kiana running top 10 here, Hayden in the 11, Gord running 12, Harkarat in the 13, then Olivia and Dalton. Six and a 5:26 pace right now for Muhammad. John on the 5 and a 5:01 pace. Raj in that 3 spot. Master clock has expired, but your race clock has not, so keep racing, guys. In our novice class right now, these are guys and gals who are just learning how to drive. Getting that radio control car racing bug in right now. All right, guys, when you cross the line, maybe except Ewan, he might get another one. All right, race from the line, guys. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Easy, guys. Don't drive backwards on the straightaway, please. Don't drive backwards. All right, guys, that is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Thank you for my volunteer marshals there. Thank you for my volunteer marshals as we get set to go into our two-wheel drive buggy.
2WD buggy. Heat 1 of 1.
Which is down to 1 heat now. Okay, no more laps, Novice. Novice, please remove it from the track.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, guys, out to the track to Marshall, please. Out to the track to Marshall. Race 2, track is yours. Race 2, track is yours.
Stephen Wilk. Mark Hughes. Dan Duperon. Roy Collins. Noble Yamada. Kevin Sukharov. Mark Levy. Jason Martin. Matt Collins. Anthony Bond. Jason Kennard. Kyle Huron. One minute to the start of the race.
I need somebody over on this left side by the hill climb here. Perfect.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
So I have one unknown transponders. Is it Michael Myers or David Paz? It's got to be Myers. Is Myers up on the stand? Michael Myers, are you on the stand?
"15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, loop is live in 15.
Less than 5. David Possigny.
Oh, caution in the triple, guys. Caution in the triple. Caution in the triple. Caution in the triple. Still caution in the triple. Clear, clear, clear. So a little bit of trouble here on lap number 1 for a few guys in that triple section. Bucket 8, maybe. So Sukharov was in the second spot last time in round number 1, but Mark Levy looks like we're waiting to see what he came through. He was your TQ last time, going to come across in that 3rd position early on in this one. Two-wheel drives out on this big track, loose loamy in a few spots, definitely going to be a challenge. It was always one of my favorite challenges though, running two-wheel drives on these big tracks. So Sukarov still out in front, but he got tangled up a little bit with some back marker, so we'll see how that sorts out. Martin up to the 2, then Hughes, Levy, then Steven, Dan, Jason, Noble, Matt, and Kyle, your top 10. Roy and David running 11-12. No Anthony, no Michael Myers. The schedule for the rest of the day has been posted on social media. It's just a rough estimate of how things will play out through the day. Don't use it as the gospel. So if it says
2 minutes left.
Raj, go ahead and pop off. If I could get somebody to hop out there and help Raj off the track real quick. He had a car land on his hand. Smashed in between a couple of hands there, or a couple of cars. Go ahead and head off, Raj. You're okay. So Martin now takes over that top spot. 4 down, 1 to go. 4 down, 1 to go.
1 minute left.
Jason, Mark, Kevin. Your top 3, it's Mark Hughes in that 2, then Mark Levy in the 4. Dan is in a top 5 position right now. It's a 6 and a 5:17, the pace right now for your 2-wheel drive buggy class. Six and a 5:17, that pace for Sukarov. Now 5:13, the pace for Sukarov. Martin on a 5:17, Hughes on a 5:20, Levy on a 5:27, Dan on a 5:39. 6 laps runs for all of these drivers for the top 7. Then Jason on a 5-lap run, Kyle on a 5-lap run, Matt and Roy on 4-lap runs. I need help in the triple. Marshall in the triple. Marshall in the triple. I need Marshall in the triple. Is there still a car upside down on the triple? Racing to the line, guys. Racing the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Looks like Sukarov's going to hang on and get the win here in round number 2, with Jason up from the 3 to the 2, then a Mark from the 1 to the 3. So qualifying round number 3 going to have a little bit of interesting behind it. Just waiting on Steven and Kyle. That's all that's left. Everybody else should be off track. There's Kyle and Steven. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Kevin gets the win. 6 and a 5:08. Jason 5:11. Mark on a 5:18. Dan on a 5:32. Mark Hughes on a 5:42. 5:46 for Noble. As we head into Spec Tire E-buggy heat 1 of 3.
Up
one
next,
of 3.
Race number 3. Spec Tire E-buggy. Heat 1 of 3. Rami Shahid.
Hold up race 3, hold up race 3. Track's not yours just yet. All right, be mindful of the marshals walking out to the track, please. But race 2 track is your race 3 track is yours. Track is yours, race 3 track is yours.
Brian McKenzie. Bob Magyar. Eric Polanek. Charlie Mugford. Clay Cowan. Ken Martin. Gary Muxlow. Dean Robinson. Jason Tellstone. Sean Diagnone. Al Nur Pardhan.
Remember to take caution, guys, on some of those big jumps. If you see marshals moving out, talk to each other on the stand. That one had a dog bone or something come out in the drive line.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, loop is live in 15, guys. Loop is live in 15.
Less than 5.
Rami, Brian, Jason, all going to try and see if they can lay it down again in this one like they did in round 1. Caution in that triple. Looks like everybody's going to drive out of that. Caution, caution. Hey, guys, you got to look before crossing a lane, please. Almost took one to the dome there. Check where the cars are coming from before heading out. Don't want any bird. I've already got 2 injured corner marshals today. One with the hand, one with the head, and maybe a few more I don't know about. So driver, same's go for you if this is the lower resort of Spec Tire. So if the triples are not for you, please do not try to make them for you. As we're starting to get everybody across for their first lap here. Jason was your hot lap hero on lap number 1, 46.929. Eric in the 2, Charlie in the 3, Clay, Gary, Brian, Bob, Dean, Rami, and Al-Nur your top 10. Then it's Chris, Ken, Sean, Troy, and Fife. I know Fife had a busy day yesterday. Thought we would see him today, though. Eric now takes over that top spot, so Polanek out in front, 7 and a 5.23 pace, 7 and a 5.40 for McKenzie. Charlie on a 7.5.44. Jason 7.5.45, and Clay on a 7.5.48. That is the last of the 7 lap runs. So Eric with a little bit of a long lap here.
2 minutes left.
With 2 minutes to go in this one. And that's a really long lap. That's usually the lap of a break. So possibly Jason Tellstone back to the top spot here. Jason with a little bit of a long lap as well. He comes across 53.6. Eric has yet to come back across. So he shuffles down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Clay, Jason, Charlie, Brian, Gary, your top five. Bob, Dean, Rami, Chris, Alnerd, Kin, and the rest of the cars running on the track right now. 7 and a 5:45 is the pace for Clay Cohen now as he takes over that top spot. And we got another dead car in the infield. There's a car into the cattle guard, drives away. Thankfully this time, we'll see if that continues to be the case throughout the full run here. With 30 seconds to go, Charlie now out in front. It's been a bit of a mover and shakers up front there. You get some people with some good runs. Clay was leading this thing for a while, then puts in a 1 minute lap time. So things sorting all sorts of up, but it's Charlie out in front now. Soup coming at you. Other lane, other lane, other lane, other lane, other lane, other lane. Thank you. Charlie, Brian, and Jason, your top three. Gary and Bob, your top five. Right now, as they run, Clay down in the 6, Rami 7, Dean 8, Chris in the 9, and Alnur in the 10. McKenzie looking to get by for one more lap. We'll see if he does it here. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. So race him to the line. Drivers, race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Charlie going to try and set that early TQ time here. And he does just that. 7 and a 5:33 will be the TQ. We still have some cars live, guys. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. That is a race. Charlie Mugford going to take the win. 7 and a 5:33, 7:5:43 for Jason, 5:43 for Gary as well. Pretty close to those two times in 6 lap runs for Brian, Clay, Rami, Dean, Chris, and then Elner with a 5 lap run, Ken with a 5 lap run as well.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 4. Spec Tire E-buggy. E2 of 3. Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, watch for marshals as they head to the track, but race 4 track is yours. Race 4 track is yours.
Dan Tuberon, David Lawrence, Samuel Olmsted, Michael Chen, Bok Choi, Chris Sherwood, Joey Wilkinson, Joe Huvelman, Chris Mueller, Simon Wei Chung Lee, Doug Martin. 1 minute to the start of the race. Lucas Nelson.
All right, so I got a check from everybody but Steve Richter and Brendan
45
Chepkema.
seconds to the start of the race.
Just work together, guys. We put a lot of cars out on the track to make sure it is a big track. It's a 40 to 50 second lap time track, so 15 cars should be no problem out there once they start getting spaced out. Once they start getting together in some tough racing, though, we do start to see some incidents, so let's make sure we try to do our best to avoid that.
Less than 5.
All right, Loop is getting set to go live here, ladies and gentlemen. And there it is, Loop is live. We are racing here in Spec Tire E-buggy Heat 2 of 3. That means these guys are all running on the same rubber, the same tires and compound. So no guesswork for what to be running in the next heat. It's all about making changes to the car and driving. We got a marshal call. Samuel Olstead was your top seed in this heat. We'll see how it sorts out here in round number 2. We're gonna, with the rounds being about 4 to 5 hours right now, we're gonna keep just cooking through the program. We'll see how far ahead of the schedule I can stay. Everybody likes a nice, comfortable night. Maybe find a restaurant that's actually open when you leave here tonight. So Paul Park's going to take over that hot spot, or that hot lap on lap number 1. So that's what we call the hot lap hero for Paul, as he goes 44.726 out of the gate. Well, it was about a second quicker than Doug. A couple of guys making some big mistakes here on the triple. And there's another one. So guys not quite squared up when they're pulling the throttle for that thing, getting a little bit off left and right now. So Paul, Joey, and Doug, 1, 2, and 3. Doug, who finished 9th, kind of sorting in this heat last time, finds himself up into 3rd. Joe as well. So Hevelman was down starting in the 12, found himself up on a TQ pace, now shuffles off of it. A couple of big sins there for some buggies in the back on that triple side. Paul, Joey, Doug, David, Samuel, Simon, Chris, Joe, Michael, Lucas, Dan, Chris Mueller, and Bach Choi. Right now the running order. Steve and Brendan not making the start. Once again, if you haven't told your neighbor in the pit, make sure to check the heat sheets. We've dropped 4 heats. So it's likely that your heat number is going to be slightly different. Then it shorted the nitros space out a little bit more to make sure we could keep breathable air in here. With those two things combined, heats look a lot different than round 1, so please take a look, everybody. Paul Park still hanging on to it 3 laps into this one. He's on a 7.515 pace. It's a 5.16 pace for Martin.
2 minutes left.
Sam running in that 3 spot. He's on a 7 and a 5.24. Caution on the little roller here coming out of that drop or dip into the back section of the track. So it looks like Martin with a tough lap there, 52.7 last time by. He's going to drop to that 5th spot. He's going to stay on that top qualifying pace ahead of Charlie's time. That's hard into the cattle rod. I'm not sure that one makes it out. Ooh, living well. Must have hit it square. So Paul, Samuel, Joey, David Lorenz, and Doug Martin, your top 5 right now. All 5 of those drivers on a new TQ pace ahead of the time of Charlie.
1 minute left.
Is the fast lap of the race belongs to Martin. So Doug with a 44.4 on lap number 3. And as I say that, Paul says, wait a second, hold up. 43.96 seconds for Paul Parks now. Fast lap of the race there on that time, so he hangs on to that 7 and a 5:15 pace. Samuel, Joey, David, and Doug all in a battle, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right there. Then it's Lucas, Joe, Michael, Simon, and Dan, your top 10, followed by Chris and Chris, Mueller, then Sherwood. In the 11 and 12, Bok Choy now down to the 13. With just about 3 seconds on the master clock, but keep racing until I let you know you're done with the big track. Sometimes people's individual race clocks versus the master clock get quite different. Top 6 drivers now on TQ. Lucas Nelson joins the TQ pace here in Spec Tire E-buggy. Ahead of the time of Charlie Mugford, 7 and a 5:33. All right, racing the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line, you are done. Swing on Samuel, David, and Joe. Samuel, David, and Joe are the only ones still on the track. There's Samuel right there, slamming it into the pipe to finish her up. David comes across right there, also slamming into the pipe to finish it up. And Joe, that is it. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Spec Tire race number 4, heat 2 of 3. Paul Parks is going to get the win, set the new TQ time at a 7 and a 5:13. And it's going to be Samuel, Joey, Doug, David, Lucas, Michael, Simon, Joe, and Dan, your top 10. Top 6 drivers better than the TQ of Charlie Mugford. That's kind of what's expected. When you start resorting, you should start getting those things that go quicker and quicker as we get on. So we're getting set to go here into race number 5.
Up next, race number 5. Spec Tire E-buggy. Heat 3 of 3.
Race 5, if you could hold for me, please, just a second as you guys come up onto the stand. I'm going to let those guys get those buggies turned off and at least make their way across a lane or two as we get set to go here. So with the final heat coming to the track now, can they knock down the time of 7 and a 5:13 for Paul Parks?
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours. Race 5, track is yours.
Aaron Diagnone, Connor Marshall, Carlos Conseco, Anthony Bond, Ryan Chatel, Brian Cerniels, Kyle Shish, Sean Nelson, Tyrell Wilkinson, J.P. Brown, Dane Hole, Wayne Chapman, Michael Savoy.
All right, I got a check from everybody at Mockford, and I think Mockford's sitting over at the line right there, waiting, conserving a little bit of battery or temperature.
One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, loop is about to go live here. There it is. Loop is live. Loop is live. Make sure you guys keep some spacing. 43-second lap time should keep you guys a decent amount of space out there. A much cleaner start as we made our way through the heats. That's kind of what we expect, is a little faster drivers, a little more consistent drivers here, but we'll see how things start to sort out through this 5 minutes as we start to come across with our first couple of laps here. Looks like all drivers have checked in and got a clean start. Every now and then you get a nice little spark off the bottom of the chassis going over that big triple as it slaps against some rocks on the face of that. Your hot lap hero for lap number 1 is going to be Terrell Wilkinson, 43.153 to lead us off on a 7.502. Those were some quick laps for a lot of drivers, but only 3 drivers on TQ pace. So is that Paul Park's time? Paul Park's time going to be really good for him there. Spending years and years racing. Sometime I'd almost rather be the fast guy in the B heat than the slow guy in the A heat, because it allows you to really get in a rhythm and people are getting out of your way rather than you getting out of theirs. Caution on the step on and off in the back. Caution on the step on and off in the back. Easy guys, easy guys, easy guys. Clear. Well done, well done. Thank you guys. So Terrell 42.1 to go up with that on that last time. So he's gone 43.1, 44 flat, 42.1, a 7.502 for Terrell. So he's been looking to go 8 laps here. It's been a little bit since I've seen Terrell. I think he came to one of my Die Hard races last year. Can't remember, but definitely feel like his pace is pretty solid from what I've seen so far today. Right now has him leading potential TQ here for round number 2 of Spec Tire E-buggy.
Two minutes left.
Terrell, Dane, and Aaron, your top 3. Right now, only the top 2 drivers are better than Paul Parks' TQ time as they run right now. So Terrell, Dane, Aaron, and Wayne. Then Ryan is now in that top 5. I've seen Ryan lay some really good runs so far. Caution on the double coming around the sweeper. Caution on the double exiting the sweeper. And clear, clear, clear. Whew. So Terrell on a 7.502, 5.09 for Dane, then it's a 5.22 for Aaron, so it's shuffled a little bit back. Still only the top 2 drivers on TQ. Caution on the on and off in the back. Caution on the on and off in the back. You got time, Chris. Clear, clear, clear.
1 minute left.
1 minute to go. 7.502, 5.08, 4.8 between 1 and 2. But then it's Brian, Aaron, Ryan, Michael, JP, Sean, Kyle, and Anthony are top 10. Connor, Wayne, Carlos, all super connected right there. There's 15 seconds to the entire field if you take out 1 and 2. With 25 seconds to go in this one, your third and final heat of round 2 of qualifying for Spec Tire E-buggy right now. 41.681 out of Ryan Chattel, hot lap of the race, but he finds himself down in third position right now. He's 14 seconds back from your leader, 7 seconds back from second, and Dane Hoel right now in that 2 spot. He's on a TQ pace. Tyrell Wilkinson in the 1 on a TQ as well. 7 and a 5 flat. Can he go 8 laps? We're about to find out right here as his clock ticks away as he works down the straightaway now. No, he'll get caught at the line. So it will be a 7 and a 5:04 for Tyrell, but that will be good enough for TQ here in round number 2. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Dane finishes in the 2 spot in the race and the round. So Paul Parks looks like he's going to hang on to a top 3 run here for round number 2. With that 7 and a 5:13 pace. We'll see what Ryan lays down here in the final lap, but it would have to be a heater to knock Paul off, and it does not. So waiting on Aaron and Connor to finish us up, but still got 1 car alive, I think, out there. Unless Aaron's broke. Nope, there he is. That is a long lap, possibly a missed lap up front. Nope, that would be a little too fast. All right, so Tyrell Wilkinson's going to get the win there for the round. Top 10 for your Spec Tire E-buggy. Tyrell Wilkinson 1, Dane in the 2, Paul Parks in the 3, Ryan Chattel in the 4, Brian 5, Sean 6, Samuel 7, Joey 8, Doug in the 9, and Michael Savoy in your top 10 for round number 2.
Race is completed.
Spec Tire E-buggy.
Up next, race number 6. 2WD short course. Heat 1 of 1. Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, race 6, track is yours. Race 6, track is
West
yours.
Joe Uvelman, Jason Kennard, Brad Hall, Troy Ralph.
This is race
Matt
6
Collins,
on the track right now. Race
Roy
7,
Collins,
E-Truggy, heat 1
Dave
of 2
Holt,
up next.
Mike McClelland, Chris Marshall.
E-Truggy, heat 1 of 2. Oh, caution, caution, guys. Caution coming around the sweeper. Caution, please. Had a marshal make a slip. Okay, clear, clear, clear. Terrell, you trying to get whacked again?
1 minute to the start of the race.
Not as heavy as an 8 scale. All right, guys, 50 seconds to the start of this one. 50 seconds to the start of this one.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
This is your two-wheel drive short course class right now on the track. Dane, Troy, and Gary were how they finished up last time around. 1, 2, and 3. Troy made a little bit of a mistake late in the race in round 1. Caution in the triple, guys. Cleared. And made a good run back towards the front. Able to capitalize and take that TQ in round number 1. Since everybody's staged up and waiting, I'm going to go ahead and get the clock going and save 10 seconds. So the loop is live, drivers. Loop is live. As we got a nice little train of two-wheel drive short course. Used to love running some outdoors tent scale. That was pretty much all what I ran before I took the mic and put the radio down. Two-wheel drive buggy, two-wheel drive truck, two-wheel drive short course, four-wheel drive buggy. Caution in the triple, guys, caution in the triple. Head up, choose a side. All right, so Dane, Troy, Gary, your top 3 right now. Joe is in the 4 and 5 from round 1. We don't have any new laps in this one yet. Still patiently waiting. Two-wheel drive, a little bit tougher out there. And to add to the fact that the short course, very difficult to do big gap jumps with, as those bodies like to act as a kite just a little bit. Dane quickly out front, 59.4. 1 minute 4 for Troy. And then it's all 1 minute after that. So this feels a touch slower than round 1. It's probably pretty similar. Actually, I think it took a lap or 2 to get under that 1 minute time frame. Right now we have Joe and Dane doing just that. And I apologize, Dane looks like he might have been the round 1 TQ here, not Troy. Troy was second. So Joe and Dane both go 59-second laps in lap number 1. Let's see what happens here in lap number 2. Dane goes 56 and a 53 for Troy, so he improves by 8 seconds there in 1 lap from a 104 to a 53. It was almost 11-second improvement from lap 1 to lap 2. So Troy going to be trying to reel in Dane now out in front, but just as I say that, he does everything possible to go the wrong direction. So it's good to know I still have a good, strong announcer curse well in hand. Wes Turnbull running in that 3 spot, Joe in the 4, Gary the 5, Chris, Mike, Dean, Roy, Matt. Now Bok Choy moves up in front of Matt, then Matt, Jason, and Brad is how they run right now. Two-wheel drive short course. This is race number 6 on the track right now. Race number 7 up next.
2 minutes left.
So Troy does take over that top spot now. 6 and a 5.50 is his pace. Dane on a 6 and a 5.51. Wes on a 5 and a 5 flat. 5 and a 5 flat for Gary as well. Joe on a 5 and a 5.16. Oh, we got a little bit of body clips falling off or body post break in there. And some trucks bouncing around. With that body, that's going to make it even more of a challenge to control, especially as those trucks want to go airborne and that body side slides side to side. So Troy now 3.8 up on Dane. Dane running in that 2 spot, Wes in the 3, Gary up to the 4 now. Now Gary up to the 3. So It's 2-1-3, depending on how they finished last time. They're currently running 2-1-3. So this would mean we do not have a TQ yet. Based on how they run right now, it would go to qualifier round number 3. E-Truggy heat 1 of 2, you guys are up next. E-Truggy race number 7 up next. Master clock has expired. Doesn't mean your clock has, so keep racing, keep racing. Troy and Dane now a half a second separate those two drivers, so something to keep a close eye on how they sort throughout the rest of the day today. And in the rest of this one, it is going to be a race them to the line situation for every driver on the track right now. So race them to the line, guys, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. So there comes Chris as he comes across the line and finishes up. Dean as well. And there's Troy. Troy goes 55.4, so he leaves the door open a little bit here on this last and final lap. Dean comes across 1 minute 3 seconds. So he is not going to catch him there. So it'll be Troy Ralph getting the TQ here in round number 2. Still got one car live, guys. Still got one car live coming down the straightaway there. Thank you. That is it. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Troy, Dane, Gary, Chris, Dean, Joe, Buck, Mike, Jason, and Brad, your top 10 here in two-wheel drive short course.
The race is completed.
Landon.
Up next, race number 7. E-Truggy. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, guys, race 7 track is yours. Race 7 track is yours.
Samuel Olmstead. Brian McKenzie. Daryl Turner. Todd
Watch
Lawrence.
out, no, stay off the jump.
Todd
off the
Cochran.
jump. Just leave it for now,
Roland
please.
Myler.
I know. Off
Chris
the jump.
Mueller.
Especially
Kyle
as we got Truggies going around. I appreciate you keeping an eye out for the pipe. But now that they're live on the track, we want to stay focused. Hey, roll the front triple, please. Roll the front triple. I got a car upside down there. It's just warm-ups. Clear.
Shane Senger.
All right, guys, 1:15 to go. 1:15 to go about. Still looking for Brad Hall, Mitchell, and Quinton. Brad, Mitchell, and Quinton. "45 until we're
45 seconds to the start of the race.
This is heat 1 of 2 for your E-Truggy class. This is a good opportunity for them to get out in front and set that early TQ time here today. This is round 2 of qualifying. Once again, they're just working against the computer clock. That truck is broke. Pull it, that truck's broke.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Loop is live in 15, guys. Loop is live in 15.
Less than 5.
There we go. Loop is live. We got a couple guys deciding that they'd have more fun racing here in qualifying. To each their own. So 14, 15 seconds into this one. Got a check from just about all cars now. For those who can hear me in the other room, race 7. We are currently on race 7, race 7, race 7. Getting set to head into race 8. So from my perspective, I'm going, man, we're almost a third of the way through round 2. Love to see it. Once we get to that race 9 window. Good clean run so far here in the lower heat of E-Truggy. Love to see it. Sometimes this can get a little chaotic. E-Truggy definitely had taken up a few years ago. We called it was called the Hillbilly class. But it has kind of almost taken over the Nitro Truggy. The Nitro Truggy down to 1 heat. This one will have 2 full heats. So it is kind of taken over that top spot from Nitro Truggy as far as the Truggy classes go. Caution coming out of the double in the sweeper. Cleared, cleared, cleared. So Kyle Shish out in front of this one, up from the 13, Samuel into the 11. I don't think either one of those drivers ran anyone. I got a car upside down in the front triple. Double, please, double single in, eyes up, double single in. Cars upside down the triple, double single into this front triple, please. Single works for me as well. Thank you, drivers. It's all clear now. That only costs you a couple of tenths. Much better than, like I said, having somebody laying on top of your car. Kyle Shish still out in front. He's got a 2-second advantage over Samuel Todd, running in that 3 spot now. Brian McKenzie in the 4, Bruce in the 5. Seven and a 5:25 the pace, 7 and a 5:30 for Samuel. So the top 2 drivers on 7-lap runs with 3 down, 2 to go, 3 down, 2 to go. Kyle, Samuel, Todd, Brian, and Bruce, your top 5. Todd, Mitchell, Brad, Shane, and Daryl, the rest of your top 10. This is heat 1 of 2. I'll need all 10 drivers to go out to the track following this one to help marshal for the next group. Caution in the triple. Caution, you got time. Marshall, you got time? Clear. So Kyle Shish out in front of this one still. He's got a half a second. No, it is Samuel now. Takes over that top spot. Be aware your leader. Oh, your leader gets clipped by a back marker there at the bottom of the double. As Samuel had just taken over that top spot in that pink fluorescent green and black truck from Kyle. But this is going to be a little bit of a long lap now, and Samuel has about 45 seconds left on his clock, so he should get by for this one plus one more. He's scheduled to go 7, 5 complete. So we'll see if he can clean it up, and we'll see what Kyle can do compared to Samuel here, as they're both in that center section of the track now. Both of their bars have gone orange, means they're getting close to having an average lap time done. Here comes Samuel sliding around. He does fall to the 2 with a 48.3, but Kyle with a long lap as well. So Kyle likely will shuffle back down as well. He does. 51.4 out of Kyle. So it's a 7 and a 5.24 for Samuel. Kyle on a 7 and a 5.29, 7 and a 5.46 for Brian. Bruce 5.48. Then it's a 6 and a 5 flat. Todd trying to go onto that 7-lap run as well. Race them to the line, guys. Race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. So Samuel comes across 7 and a 5.22. That should be good enough to seal the deal here. Easy on the easy, guys. Especially if you guys have finished. No need to fly over the double on the sweeper side here. That truck is broke. You got a little bit of work to do before qualifying round number 3. And there's Bruce just waiting on Brad to finish up, and that will be a race. Everybody else is done, so if Brad is around you, give him a little bit of space. I think Brad goes tumbling and stumbling and fumbling there. Careful, guys. Track is still live. I got one car coming. Oh, is he done? She done. All right, that is a race for race number 7.
The race is completed.
Sam's going to set that early TQ at a 7 and a 5.22.
Race number 8. E-Truggy. Heat 2 of 2.
All right, guys, be mindful of marshals walking out to their positions, please. Be very mindful of marshals walking out to their positions. But
2 minutes to the start of the race.
Race 8 track is yours.
Elijah Hill. Dave Hoare. Ryan Chatel. David Lawrence. Jeremy Derbyshire. Wayne Chapman. Ed Lee. Glenn Wilson. Chris Kudu. Mike Allen.
All right, so just about 1:10 to the start of this one. This
Michael
is
Myers.
E-Truggy Heat 2 of 2. They're all going to be chasing the 7 and a 5.22.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
So Elijah was able to take the win and TQ in round number 1. This is round 2 of qualifying, getting set to go here with 20 seconds till the start of the tone, and we start scoring some laps here. Elijah, Ryan, and Glenn were 1, 2, and 3 in round 1.
Start of the race.
15 seconds to the tone drivers.
Less than 5.
Loop is live. Loop is live. So it looks like David Lorenz is going to be your pace car, so don't let David catch you if you're in a warm-up lap. But do not interrupt his race either, as everybody who's crossed the line now is live on the track. Caution on the straightaway. Careful, guys. before you cross a lane, please look at the direction the traffic is coming from. There's a lot of blind walking. So we're waiting for some of those first couple of laps to come in. I don't have a start yet from Dustin or Jeremy. All right, one lap in, hot lap hero, Dave, 42.2. Then Elijah goes 41.6 in that American flag scheme truck with the white wing. So Elijah on an 8.5.33, Dave on an 8.5.38, then 7 lap runs for Ryan, Glenn, Wayne, Mike, David, then Chris, Ed, and Michael Myers on a 6 and 5 lap run. Now Ed goes to a 7. Elijah 40.395 last time by, new fast lap of the race. Had to avoid an upside down car on this one, so likely will slow it down just a touch here in this one. Dave is kind of falling off just a little bit of pace. He was up on that 8 lap run, but he had a 50.2 this time by, so he shuffles himself down. But the top 5 drivers on TQ pace right now ahead of Samuel's time. Eight-lap run for your leader, Ryan Chappelle, trying to find a way on to the 8-lap run as well. He's on a 7 and a 5 flat. Elijah Hill still leading around top 5 drivers. Elijah, Ryan, Dave, Glenn, and Wayne all on a TQ pace ahead of the time of Samuel. Samuel was on a 7 and a 5.22. All these drivers sub 7 5.20s. And an 8-lap run currently for your leader. Dave's climbed back up into that 5 position now. About 2 seconds back from Ryan for the 2.
1 minute left.
Just under 1 minute to go. Race number 8 on the track. Race number 9, four-wheel drive buggy. Four-wheel drive buggy up next. Elijah still comfortably in that 8-lap run, 8 and a 5.29. Ryan going the other direction from trying to run an 8-lap run. He's now 7 and a 5.01. Dave 1.7 back of Ryan. Glenn 3.7 back of Dave with 15 seconds on the master clock. Race 9 should be staged. Race 9 should be staged. As the master clock expires, still got a couple people who might get an extra lap here, so I'm going to keep an eye on that real quick before I make the call. And there we go, racing the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Ryan, 7 and a 5:01 finishing up. So Elijah out on that 8th and final lap. Just waiting on Mike, and that is it. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. And that is a race. Elijah Hill will get the win, and he will set the TQ time on an 8 and a 5:34. Top 10 for the round going to be Elijah, Ryan, Dave, Glenn, and Wayne, your top 5. Samuel 6, Kyle 7, Ed 8, David 9, and Brian McKenzie going to finish your top 10 for round number 2.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 9. 4WD Buggy. Heat 1 of 2. Jason Martin.
Race 9, track is yours. Race 9, track is yours.
Leighton Harrison. Jason Kennard. Reese Stick. Chris Lucas. Stephen Bond. Vern Corkle. Brad Follis. Robert Hall. Brendan T. Jepma. Chris Kudu.
One minute to the start, guys. 1 minute to the start.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Would Jake Catling be using George Alexander's transponder? Is Jake Catling up there?
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Well, I have an extra transponder from a George Alexander, but I don't have a George Alexander in this race, obviously, so.
Less than 5.
I don't have a Jake checked in. Who is that? Who are you? Jake? Okay, Jake, you gotta loop around. You're on the clock now, Jake. You better turn around and bomb it.
Jake Catling.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, it's hard for me to pick up from over there. All right, so we are racing here in race number 9. Race number 9 is on the track right now. Race number 10, second heat of four-wheel drive buggy. You are up next. All right, so we got our whole field has got one lap in. Caution on that little dip down double. Caution on the dip down double there. And clear. Brad Fallis going to be your top spot right now. Hot lap hero after one lap. So Brad, Jason, Chris, so it's Chris Lucas, then Chris Cotu, then Leighton, Steve, Robert, Vern, Jake, Brendan, Reese, and Jason. Right now is how they come across. Now Brad had a really quick first lap. That's not a realistic first lap, so he must have broken, got drug across the line there. Jason going to be in that top spot now. Chris Lucas in the 2, Chris Cotu in the 3, Leighton in the 4, and then Brad Fallis in the 5. Robert Hall 6, Vern 7, Stephen 8, Jake in the 9, and Brendan in the 10.
2 minutes left.
The pace right now is a 7 and a 5:31 by Chris Lucas as he takes over that top spot from Jason. 7 and a 5:31 the pace. Jason had a 51-second lap, so he went the wrong direction. 7 and a 5:36 for Jason, 5:49 for Chris. Now Jason goes 44-1, best lap of his race, so he moves back to the top spot on a 7.529 to a 7.530. Chris Cotu on a 7 and a 5:49, then 6-lap run for Leighton, Brad, and Robert. Stephen, Vern, Jake, and Brendan also on 6-lap runs. Then Jason and Reese on 5-lap runs.
One minute left.
All right, that master clock has expired. Jason has kind of pulled away from Chris just a little bit with 5.2-second advantage. Leighton has now slid up to the 3rd spot as well. He's 18 seconds back of 3rd, but he's only 2/10 up on Chris Cotu. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you will be done. The only exception to that might be Brad. I'll keep an eye on your timer, though, Brad. Keep racing. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. Brad, you might get one more. Keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. Come on, Brad. Finish strong here. Not going to get it. Race him to the line for everybody, Brad. You're going to get caught at the line. 5 and a 5:01. Just waiting on Leighton, Brendan, and Robert. It's going to be a 7 and a 5:28 is going to be the early TQ time here for Jason Martin. As the rest of the group will be chasing that one. There's Brandon, and still waiting on Leighton to finish up here. A long last lap there for Layton, but he'll stay on that 7 and a 5:58 pace. So all stop, all done. Jason, Chris, Layton, Chris, Jake, Steven, Vern, Brendan, Robert, Brad, Jason, and Reese is the running order. How we finish up here in this one for race number 9 as we get set to head to race number 10, which is the second heat of four-wheel drive buggy, where they'll all be trying to chase down that time of a 7 and a 5:28 from Jason.
4WD buggy. Heat 2 of 2. Mark Hughes. Mark Froyley.
Marshall's out to the track, please. I had 12 drivers that ran that last race. That means I should have really good bucket coverage out there
2 minutes
for this
to the
one.
start of the race.
Drivers, be aware, please, as the marshals are heading out, but track is yours, race 10. Track is yours.
Jared Hasselbach. Carlos Conseco. Paul Parks. Terry Yeo. Daryl Turner. Kevin Sukharov. Troy Ralph. Mark Levy.
I could use a little more help on the triple area, possibly, if I get, yeah, that would be perfect if you do that.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, 15 seconds, now 10 seconds to the start of this one where we're getting set for our second heat of four-wheel drive buggy on the track right now. And that loop is now live. So let's see if we can chase down that time of a 7:05:28 from Jason Martin. Mark, Robert, and Kevin, 1, 2, and 3 in round number 1. Let's see what happens here in round number 2. I got a check from all drivers but Sorjonen. Or I start, I should say, from all drivers but Sorjonen. I don't know if he had a rough last lap or broke in the warm-ups there. I don't see him on the stand anymore at the moment. He's broke. So that's going to leave that a little bit wide open here in four-wheel drive buggy. I know he was flying in round number 1. We'll see what happens here in round number 2. Caution on the sweeper double and cleared. So Frawley quickly back to the top spot here. He was your round one TQ, looking for the overall top qualifying position now. Can we see that here in four-wheel drive buggy by getting Q1 and Q2? You're allowed to run Q3. It's a little different than when you do the AAA mains. If you win A1, A2, you have to sit out A3, as you can alter final position results. But in Q3, you can do a little bit of testing if you wanted to. Try some different tires, different shock packages. Grip looking pretty good out there on those blown off sections where the car's tires have kind of blown that little duff off. I see those tires really grabbing and leaning that camber over. So some good grip out there right now here at the Chilliwack Heritage Center. This is your four-wheel drive buggy version. These are electric powered 10th scale versions of four-wheel drive buggies. We have an 8th scale electric version as well, which are a little bit bigger vehicles. The four-wheel drive buggies run indoors on carpet and clay and outdoors as well, where the larger versions usually only run outdoors on dirt. This is technically considered an outdoor kind of dirt surface, even though we are under the beautiful roof here at the arena. So Sukaroff now takes over that top spot from Mark 1 and 2. They're the only drivers ahead of Jason's TQ time. So Jason right now looking for a top 3 run here in round number 2 of your four-wheel drive buggy division. It's Kevin, Mark, Paul, Carlos, and Troy, your top 5. Then it's Mark, Jared, Terry, Mark Levy, Robert, and Daryl, the rest of the running order here in race number 10. Sukaroff goes 42.880 right there, but Frawley holds fast out of the race, 42.830. Terry Yo's got those chrome stickers. I like watching the reflection bounce off the lights there. Frawley comes across the line right there into that little double on the left-hand side of the track. He currently sits 2.3 seconds back of Kevin. Kevin going to be working over those the big double table here in just a second. Gets it a little to the inside. Marshall doesn't move off the bucket. That's a good sign. As he comes flying down the straightaway, goes 41.79, separates the gap out to 3.87 seconds ahead of Mark. Kevin, Mark, Troy, Paul, and Mark Hughes, your top 5. Carlos running in that 6, Terry in the 7th spot. Top 7 drivers, 7 laps in. So besides Kevin, who has now moved on to an 8-lap pace, but your top 7 running 7. Then Jared and Mark Levy on 6-lap runs. Master clock has expired. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done. So Frawley goes 42.07 right there. That's his best lap of the race. Sukaroff gets it sub 42, goes 41.7 back on lap number 5. So race him to the line. Mark, you're going to get caught at the line, 7 and a 5 flat. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line. Mark, you got one more. Mark, you got one more. You snuck by. Good run there. Best lap of Mark's race. 48.109 does Levy. And so he'll get by for one more lap. Everybody else is racing to the line. It showed you not making that extra lap. And that's a good thing your race is done, because that race would be done for that buggy right there. Just waiting on Paul and Mark, who snuck by on the hair of his chinny chin chin, who was on a 6-lap pace, now a 7 and a 5:49. There's Paul. And there's Mark, all stop, all done. Oh, and he goes even quicker that time, 46.382, fastest lap of his race by 2 seconds. Mark, you found something on that last one. You just need about 4.5 more minutes of those. So Kevin Sugaroff going to set the TQ here in round number 2. Mark Frawley goes 2. Jason Martin's going to be a top 3 for the round with his run of a 7 and 5:28. Troy Ralph will go 4th for the round. Chris Lucas 5th. Mark 6th. Terry Yo 7th. Carlos in the 8th. Jared 9th. And Paul Parks will round out your top 10 for round number 2.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 11. Masters Nitro, 40 plus. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, marshals, head out to the track, please. I should have had 9 drivers.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
I would like somebody up at the top of the hill, cattle guard, and then somebody at the step on, step off on the other side as well for marshaling. And somebody at that big double table. I need somebody on the triple as well. More so than that one there, yeah. Perfect. All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours. Race 11, track is yours. Track is yours. I need one marshal at the top of the hill here on the left-hand side of the track. After that little bit of a double, that is definitely a tricky double. Perfect, that'll work. Yep, for that exact reason right there. Caution after the double.
Andy Rankist.
All right, as we're getting set to head into our Masters Nitro 40 plus division, what that means is these are our nitro-powered four-wheel drive vehicles, the 8-scale variety. And it also means that the Masters division is those with the age of 40 or over. A lot of time our youngsters in those teens and 20s have a really high sense of hand-eye coordination. So as you get a little bit older, they give you a separate class so you guys can compete. Mark Frawley, car in front of you. Got a dead car out there. 45 seconds, guys. Plan your fuel.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
So all the drivers in this race are going to be aged 40 plus. You got time in the triple. You got time. You got time. No cars. No cars.
"30 seconds to the start of the race.
We got 30 seconds till that loop goes live. 30 seconds till we're live. 30 to live. Now looking at about 20 seconds here in 40 plus. This is heat 1 of 2. We'll have one additional heat of your 40 plus class.
Less than 5.
All right, that loop is live. That loop is live here in race number 11, Masters 40 plus Nitro. Nitro powered up there now. Jazz trying to work his way up there. Just go ahead and throw it out of pit lane, Jazz, when you're ready. And you'll get on that clock. Just make sure you do it before Simon makes his way around the track. Got a dead car there on the double after the sweeper. Now she's dead. So Jazz having a little bit of trouble here at the second heat of 40 plus Nitro, or first heat of 40 plus Nitro, round number 2 of qualifying. So Curtis Wong going to take that early lead here in this one. Now Marcel takes it back over, 45.579. That's a new hot lap for this one. We'll see if Bob or Ian has anything to say about that. Jazz is back out. I can't say it sounds strong. It sounds like the clutch is massively slipping. That's another dead car. Just go ahead, set it right down there. Make them come get it. Just set it right there next to Paul. Set it right next to Paul. And they'll come out to get it. It's not our job to get them back to the pits, guys. Thank you much. So Marcel still out in front of this one, trying to set that early TQ time. Marcel on a 7 and a 5:20, 5:29 for Curtis, Jason 5:37. Then it's 6 lap runs for Simon, Andy, Ian, and Bob gets a 1:45 second lap there.
2 minutes left.
Next up is your second heat of 40 plus Nitro Buggy. That'll be race number 12 on deck, race 12 on deck. Right now, fast lap of the race belongs to Marcel, 45.579, back on the very first lap of the race. Top 3 drivers, their best lap was their first lap. They have not improved on that. And then Jason makes me a liar right there as he goes 45.221 on lap number 4 for the best of his race in that all blue buggy over the triple now.
One minute left.
So Marcel, now Jason and Simon. Curtis has fallen down to the 4th spot. He had a 1 minute long lap last time through. With 20 seconds to go. Remember guys, if you're not fueling, step back from that pit lane, please. If you're not actively working on a car, step back so the drivers can see, please. Marcel, Jason, and Simon, 1, 2, and 3. Curtis in the 4. Then Ian, Andy, Bob, Jazz, and Carlos. Seven and a 5:35 the pace for your leader. 7 and a 5:39 is Jason in the 2 spot. He's 5 seconds back of Marcel now. Jason looks like he might be having that body come up a little bit, possibly. All right, Bob might get by for one more lap, but everybody else is probably going to race him to the line here. I'll keep an eye on Bob's time, but if you're not Bob, race him to the line. Simon is done. Jason done as well. He needs a 5-second blunder out of Marcel. He's not going to get it as Marcel goes best lap of the race right there. Bob got by for that extra lap, so everybody but Bob is done. Bob has the wing hanging on by a thread, literally, over there. I don't know how that wing is still on. That's not anymore. Troy goes in ahead and makes sure that was finished the job. So we still have one car live. That is the wingless machine of Bob Magyar. Okay. All right, so Bob was already broke. I was watching the wrong car. Happens without car numbers on there. So that is the race. We are done.
The race is completed.
So Marcel going to take the win in this one. Jason 2, Simon 3, Curtis 4, Andy, Bob, Ian, Jazz, and Carlos for the first of your 40+ Nitro buggies.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, race 12, track is yours. I need all those marshals back out. Know where the coverage needs to be. I need somebody on the back left hill. I need somebody on the big jumps. And in the back as well. 2 minutes to the start of this one.
Stephen Wilk. Wade Moses. Aaron West. Chris Kudu. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, about 25 seconds. Make sure you have those fuel stops planned. I could use one more marshal on that triple to help out.
10 seconds to the start of the race.
Because I got a marshal doing that downhill double and the triple at the same time. That's going to make for a long day. So if I could get one more marshal to help out on that triple in the back, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to pause the timer for just a quick second until I can get one more marshal to help back there. Everybody else is in a good spot, but I need one more marshal to help back on the triple, please. The timer is paused, guys. Don't want to go too long. I need a volunteer marshal help or some marshal help on the back triple, please. All 8 of my drivers are out there. Thank you, Robert. All right, guys, loop is live. Loop is live. All right, so we're going to be chasing that time of Marcel right now. It's going to be 7 and a 5:30 pace is what we're after now. Aaron, Steven, Wade, all trying to shoot for that time right now. 45, 46, 48 respectively. Paul Parks with a 44.8 to fire it off there. Sean Sharp, 45.6. So right now your top 6 drivers are on a top qualifier pace ahead of the time of Marcel. So now only the top 4 drivers, Aaron and Steven, fall off of that TQ pace with 2:20 into this one and 2:40 to go. Dave, Paul, Sean, Wade, Aaron, Steven, Chris, and Michael Savoy. Michael not able to make a lap here, it looks like. So he'll have to save it up for qualifying round number 3.
Two minutes left.
So Dave starting to pull away from the field just a little bit now, 6.4 seconds up on Sean. But then Sean, Paul, Wade, Steven, Aaron, and Chris all in a little bit of a battle there, 2 through 7. Next up, first heat of 4-wheel drive short course.
One minute left.
1 minute to go in this one. Dave on a 7.502, 7.521 for Sean, 5.28 for Paul, Chris on a 5.39, Aaron on a 5.40, 5.41 for Wade, then Steven off track. So every driver on the track still running 7-lap pace right now. Oh, Chris having some issues there, getting back over into his lane. So he's going to have a nice long lap here. Gets it back underway. So Dave out in front, he has a fast lap, 41.644. That's 3 seconds quicker than anybody else on the racing surface right now. Or 2.5 seconds at least quicker than Paul Parks, is 44.115. So Dave and Paul on TQ pace right now. Marcel's time starting to look a little bit better here. As the master clock expires, doesn't mean your clock has, so keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. Race them to line, drivers. When you cross line, you are done. Dave is knocking on the door for an 8-lap run, so I'll keep an eye on that. So Dave, keep driving hard. You might get one more, but it's got to be a blistering fast lap. Paul and Sean, both best laps of their race right there on the last lap. So a good run by them. Let's see how they finish up. 44.1, not bad. Wade with a long 135 there. Oh, Dave not going to finish strong on this last lap here, so that will be a 7 and a 5.09 for him. It will still be TQ, all stop, all done, all stop, all done. That is going to be it here for race number 12. Paul Parks will go into the 2 on TQ pace, but Dave will take the win and the overall TQ here for round number 2. Top 10 for the round: Dave 1, Paul 2, Marcel 3, Sean 4, Jason 5, Aaron 6, Simon 7, Chris 8, Curtis 9, and Wade Moses rounds out your top 10 for round number 2, 40-plus Nitro Buggy.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 13. 4WD short course. Heat 1 of 2. James Sanders. Kendra Curry. William Long. Tyrell Wilkinson. Chris Marshall.
All right, guys, race 13. Track is yours. Be mindful of the
Matt
marshals,
Collins.
please. I need all 7 marshals out to the track, and I might need a couple volunteer marshals as well. Landed. Can you marshal for me on this one? Thank you.
Bob Magyar.
All right, I need all those drivers from that last one out, please. I need somebody on the hill on the back left.
Jake
Perfect. Caution on the double here, caution on the double. Then I'm gonna need some downhill double, the triple, and the back step on, step off. So Dave should be out there, Paul should be out there, Sean should be out there, Aaron, Chris,
1 minute to the start
Wade,
of the race.
Steven, Michael Savoy should also be out there. I'm going to have Landon volunteering, and a couple other volunteers would be nice. Need one more on the triple, guys. 45 seconds till we're live in this one.
45 seconds to the
Okay,
start
then I
of the
need
race.
one on the drop down double. So my man back there doesn't have to do both. Perfect. All the way back, triple or double. Triple or double, triple or double. Don't go to that bucket. Don't go to the easy one. Don't go to the easy one. Nope.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah. Don't get your feet taken out on the way there. Perfect. In the back left corner, if you guys can keep an eye on that step on, step off as well.
JP Brown.
As we do that
15
back
seconds to
there.
the
All
start
right,
of the
guys,
race.
10 seconds till the loop is live. 10 seconds till the loop is live. The green truck is on the wrong side of the loop. So is the red and blue truck
Less
on the
than
wrong
5.
side of the loop. You guys want to be on the other side quickly before the loop goes off. All right, race live. We are live here in this one. Caution in the triple, guys, and cleared out. I got one more car trying to drive through the triple. There we go. 1 minute into this one. This is the first of 2 heats. What that means is they're just trying to set that TQ time early in this one. And they'll have to wait for one more heat to try and see if that time will hold on. I got a dead truck in the sweeper. Stay tight in the sweeper. That little caution, one more coming at you, one more coming at you. A little sweeper double, she's a doozy. They almost need to bend that cattle guard out in like a angle to help protect those marshals in that spot. Terrell, James, Bob, your top 3. William running in that 4. Mike McClelland in the 5. And then Matt, Chris, Kyle, Jake, and Mitchell, your top 10. Kendra running 11. JP and Troy, 12 and 13. So Terrell trying to pull away from the field now, 7.5 second advantage over Bob, who only has a 1 second advantage over James, who has a 2 second advantage over William. So everybody pretty tight, but Terrell definitely the class of this group right here, as he's out on a 6 at a 5:26. Would love to see something closer to that 7-lap run, however, though.
Two minutes left.
2 to go, 2 to go. Caution in the triple, guys. Caution in the triple. You got time, Marshall. You got time. Clear. Whoa. There's a big send for the green truck there. Most everybody doing double single on that triple here in this group. Giving it all 4 wheels moving forward. 4-wheel drive short course bodies, 4-wheel drive. Electric powered, obviously. Caution the triple, guys, caution the triple. Easy, easy, easy. You got time now, you got time, you got time. Clear. Terrell, Bob, Mike, Jake, and William, your top 5 here in this one. Matt running in the 6, Chris the 7, Kyle 8, Mitchell 9, and Kendra now top 10.
1 minute left.
Final minute of race number 13. Race 14, you guys are up next. Race 14, you're up next. Halfway through round number 2 here. This is 30 seconds to go here in heat 1 of 2 of your 4-wheel drive short course. That next group of drivers getting ready to come out and try and beat this TQ time, getting laid down by Terrell. Right now, really long lap though for your leader, hopefully not a break. Oh, he's got his hands off the radio. That means she is done. That's gonna put Bob up into the top spot here with one more next time by. As he's on a 6 at a 5:52. Master clock has expired, doesn't mean yours has. Race them to the line now, drivers, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you should be done. Mike gonna get a 3rd place out of that. Jake climbs up to the 2. Bob gonna look to set an early TQ time here for 4-wheel drive short courses. He's halfway through his final lap. A little bit of a victory lap. He's the only driver to go 6 laps in this one. Not sure exactly what happened here in this 4-wheel drive. If it was the track came up and got him or what, but no 7-lap runs here in qualifying round number 2. Track is still live. Marshals can start walking in. Just don't cross the straightaway, please. Track is still live. And there's Bob waiting for Kendra now. And that is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Bob's going to set the TQ 6 at a 5:53.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 14. 4WD short course. Heat 2 of 2. Robert Sorhanen.
Hold on, guys. Race 14,
Elmer
hold for me,
Hartnett.
please. Hold for me just a second, please. Let me get a little bit of a window at least to get those guys transitioned out there. Then I'll get you going.
Connor Marshall. Two minutes to the start of the race. Evan Frulich.
All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours. Race 14. Track
Joey
is
Wilkinson.
yours.
Chris Lucas. Gary Muxlow. Roy Collins. Charlie Mugford. Mike Allen. Dane Hole. Glenn Wilson.
$125 to the start of this one. 125, four-wheel drive short course. Heat 2 of 2, race 14 on the track right now.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, loop is live. We are racing here in qualifying round number 2, race 14. We're all shooting for that 6 at a 5:53 from Bob. Bob Magyar out in front on that TQ run now. Ooh, a couple of big sins here. Landon, if you're going to take that triple, pay attention. That's a risky one. So Sorjonen was able to get the win in round number 1 and take that top qualifying position. He's looking to do more of the same here in this one in round number 2. Caution at the top of the hill climb here on the left-hand side of the track. It's cleared, it's cleared. Caution on the little duck down. Half the field has worked together now on the left-hand side of the track. So work together, guys, as you guys start to get yourself spaced out a little bit here on the different paces. Help on the back, help on the back. Oh, got it free. All right. Robert, Joey, Glenn has how they come across just after one lap. We'll see how things shake out in the second. Joey with a lot of open track now. He's going to try and take advantage of that, as is Sorjonen. Oh, but Joey rolls it over, then rolls it over again. Now he's got Robert who's going to slide by him. 1 and 2 together on the track now. Need help on the help at the loop, please. Caution on the back straight. I got a bucket on the back. Caution on the back. Caution on the back. So Robert taking a little bit of advantage of everybody making some mistakes there. He's got a 17-second advantage, 2:45 into this one. Joey in the 2, Connor the 3. No, now Chris Lucas the 3, Connor 4, Glenn 5, Mike, Roy, Evan, Jerry, Alnur, Dane, and Charlie.
Two minutes left.
So 3 down, 2 to go. 3 down, 2 to go. 3 down, 2 to go. Robert Sorjonen out in front, 7 and a 5/16. He's the only driver on a 7-lap run. Wilkinson and Lucas in a good little battle for that 2 spot. Chris was the faster of the 2 last time through. Joey trying to hang on to a 6 and a 5 flat, 6 and a 5:01 for Chris. Those 2 drivers are trying to work onto a 7-lap pace right now. Then Glenn running 4, Connor in the 5, Jerry the 6, Evan 7, Mike 8, Roy 9, and Dane in the 10.
1 minute left.
Caution after the front doubles. We got a lot of cars off track here. Thank you, marshals. Good effort. Good hustle. Corner marshal, like you like to be corner marshaled. Next up, Nitro Truggy. Nitro Truggy. You guys are going to be up next. Your 1 heat of Nitro Truggy. Oof. Caution at the top of the triple cleared. That was a roof land. That'll put some nice cracks in some Lexan. Oh my. Underneath the cattle fence in the sweeper section. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done. So I have 11 drivers in this one. Race them to the line, guys. Race them to the line. Glenn Wilson, Chris Lucas, and Alnur, you guys are all done. Robert, you're done as well. Race them to the line, guys. Race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. I'm going to need all 11 drivers out to the track to marshal following this one, please. Thank you. Top 9 drivers on a TQ pace better than that of Bob. Bob put in a good run, but it's going to still, looks like it might net him a top 10. We'll see what Evan does here on his last lap. And it will not net Bob a top 10 as Evan and Roy both slide up in there into that top 10. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. So we'll just do top 10 for the round because it's the same as this heat. Robert Sarjone in 1, Joey 2, Glenn 3, Chris 4, Connor in 5th, Mike in 6, Jerry 7, Dane in the 8, Evan in the 9, and Roy Collins will round out your top 10 for the round. All right, guys, I have a missing transponder, or I have a transponder that was found on the track. So if you have lost a transponder or missing a transponder, please let me know and give me a little bit of indication of what it looks like, which type it is, and possibly a number. I'll see if I can look that number up as well.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 15. Nitro Truggy. Heat 1 of 1.
Kendra Curry, I have your transponder up here. Kendra, I have your transponder. Kendra Curry, I have a transponder. All right, marshals look to be in position pretty good there. All 11, track is yours. Race 15,
Aaron
track
West.
is yours.
Carter Harris-Imiot, Carson Phipps, Mark Froyle, Mason Henderson. 2 minutes to the start of the race. Robert Hall, Britt Tosser, Andy Rankist, Jordan Galiski, Derek Zaplotensky. One minute to the start of the race.
All right, 45 seconds, guys, 45 seconds.
45 seconds to
Plan
the start of the
your
race.
fuel stops, please.
"30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the
15
race.
seconds, guys, 15 seconds.
Less than 5.
Race number 15 on the track right now. 3, 2, 1, loop is live. We are live here in race number 15. Carter going to come out of the pits and get onto the track, as does Carson and Derek. That is a quick 3 out in front on this one to get us started. So we'll see how they come across. No check from Brian or Jared, but I think that was assumed here for round number 2. Carson Phipps 39-2, 39-8 for Carter. Phipps the quicker of the two. Oh, but a little bit of a bobble and a tumble there. So that'll probably put Carter back out in front. Derek, not his best lap to start out of the gate. 45-5 for him. Frawley goes 44-5, 48-4 for Jordan, 53-6 for Robert Andy on a 47-7. So Carter takes over that top spot, goes 39-8, 39-6, back-to-back consistently. Carson goes 39-2, 41-3 after that little bobble after the dip double. Carter, Carson, Mason, Mark, and Derek, your top 5. Britt just on the outside of the top 5 looking in. Then it's Aaron, Andy, Jordan, Robert, Brian, and Jared. Pace right now is an 8 and a 5:17 for your leader. Hot lap of the race, that 39-2 off the rip for Carson. Caution on the backside of the triple, guys. Caution on the backside of the triple. Caution, look out, heads up. We're clear. Carson, Carter, and Mason, your 1, 2, and 3. 39-186 out of Phipps. He'll take over that top spot once again. Mason running in that 2, Carter in the 3, Mark the 4, Derek 5. Britt in the 6, Aaron, Jordan, Andy, and Robert.
Two minutes left.
So Carson Phipps, 8 and a 5:19 is his pace. Mason now moves up to the 2 spot as Carter goes 45-43 back-to-back after starting with 39s consecutively.
One minute left.
1 minute to go, 4 down, 1 to go, 4 down, 1 to go. Carson 8 and a 5:17, Mason 8 and a 5:30, 8 and a 5:29 now for Carter, moves to the 2, 7-lap run for Derek. Britt on a 7:5:07, now into the top 5 ahead of Mark. Now Britt all the way up to 4th there, she goes 41.9 on a 7:5:04 pace. Then it's Derek, Mark, Jordan, Aaron, Andy, Robert, Brian, and Jared. .25 seconds to go. Carson, Carter, Mason, your top 3. Britt in the 4, Mark the 5. Derek running 6. It is 8, 5, and a 16. Carson goes 38.751. New fast lap of the race weekend that we have seen here. As the race clock has expired, but your clock is not. A couple guys got to get some extra laps here, so be patient. No refires after the tone, guys. If your car is dead, it stays dead. All right, guys, race him to the line, race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Just waiting on Mason, Andy, and Robert. Next up, Expert E-buggy, heat 1 of 2. All right, guys, that is it. All stop, all done. No finish there from Robert. Don't see him out there. His stuff's been stuck for a while. So that is going to wrap us up for Nitro Truggy. Carson's going to take the TQ here in round number 2. That's going to be back-to-back TQs. That should lock up your top qualifying position for Nitro Truggy for Carson Phipps. Carter goes 2, Mason 3, Britt, Mark, Derek, Jordan, Andy, Robert, Aaron, Brian, and Jared.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 16.
All right, hold for me 16, please. Let me give everybody a chance to get those cars down and rotate back out. Marshals, when you're out there, make sure you guys pay attention to your corners. No smoking, no phones.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, race 16, track is yours. Race 16, track is yours. I had 10 drivers
Sherwood,
that got started on that one.
Terry Yeo, Mark Levy, Joey Wilkinson,
Landon,
Charlie
put
Lutford,
one where that
Doug
plug
Martin,
is on the loop.
Samuel
You see that wire
Olmsted,
that runs along?
Aaron Schroeder, Dustin Quals,
Right there to keep that, put it on
Mark
top of the
Croyley.
plug to keep that safe. All right, guys, if you lost your filter and the pipe with the Venturi, it looks like in it, I have one up here at the booth. So if you lost your filter out of that Truggy class, be sure to
1 minute to the start of the
come
race.
up and see me.
Troy Ralph,
All right, I need a marshal on the left-hand side wall, and I need
45 seconds to
a
the
little
start
more
of the
help
race.
back there for Britt on the back triple as well. I had 10 marshals. I don't need 2 in that center section there. Jordan, if you could pop out somewhere else.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
I need help on the triple. I need one of you 2 in the center to go to the triple instead. I don't need 2 on those center buckets. Yeah, perfect. Or the back against the wall, either one. All right, guys, loop is live. Loop is live. So Terry, Mark, and Michael were 1, 2, and 3 in this group from their sort from last time. Terry Yo, a prominent 10 scale driver, making a little bit of a bump here, running some 8 scale as well. Getting ready for some of the summer outdoor stuff at Die Hard. So Troy comes across hot lap hero so far, 41.830, but Marco's 41.643, so a new hot lap there on lap number 1. Some of these guys getting sorted down a little bit after having breaks in round 1. Caution on the triple, caution on the triple. Clear. Troy, Mark, and Charlie, 1, 2, and 3. Two down and 3 to go. 8 and a 5:32 the pace for Troy, 5:38 the pace for Mark. Then it's Charlie, Samuel, Dustin, Terry, Joey, Michael, Doug, Daryl, your top 10. Then Chris, Aaron, Wade, the rest of the running order in this one. Big racetrack, big lap times, guys, over 40 seconds. Plenty of time to space yourselves out.
Two minutes left.
Just go ahead and go. Go ahead and go. That was a long enough wait. Thank you. Mark is 8 and a 5:34. Troy 8 and a 5:42. Those are the only drivers on 8 lap runs. Then it's 7 lap runs all the way down to 8. That's Terry, Charlie, Dustin, Sam, Joey, and Michael Savoy. Then Doug Martin running 9 on a 7 lap run now as well. Then 6 lap runs for Daryl, Chris, Aaron, and Wade. Mark on an 8.535. Troy no longer on that 8 lap run. He's fallen off of it. Dustin is in the 3 now. Terry the 4, Charlie the 5. Then Michael, Samuel, Joey, Doug, Daryl, Wade, Chris, Aaron, Mark, and Eric. The rest of that running order. Master clock has expired, doesn't mean your race clock has. Keep racing until I call you done. Mark's going to try and get by for that 8th lap here. It's going to be close. He does. Everybody else can race them to the line now. Race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Mark barely snuck by there for that one, but it doesn't matter how it happened. He's able to pull it off, so he'll be the only driver to go 8 laps. He'll set that early TQ time. Oh, Terry with a rough last lap of 59.6, so he'll go from 4th down to 8th position there. Troy also with a, it doesn't look like Troy's finishing there on that one. Broke, so we still got one car live, guys. Still got one car live coming down the straightaway right now. And there we go, all stop, all done. Frawley gets the win, 8 and a 5:41. He'll set that early TQ as we head into race number 17 here in this one. So Mark, Charlie, Dustin, your top 3. Michael and Samuel, 4 and 5. Then Joey, Terry, Doug, Troy, and Wade, your top 10.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 17.
Race 17, hold for me please real quick, hold for me. Let me get a little bit of a transition time for those guys to get their buggies turned off and head out to the track to Marshall, please.
Carson Phipps. Brian Sir Niels.
Guys, hold for me 17, please. Race 17, hold, please. We're doing okay through round 2 here, staying pretty close to on schedule. All right, I had a lot of drivers in that 113, so asking for Marshall should be no issue. I don't want to have to do a rundown. I've only had to do one rundown so far today. Would like to keep that up and just get to some spots. We know the tricky spots. We know where everybody's crashing, guys, so if we can go cover those spots first and let the rest fill in. No. All right, guys, track is yours. 17, track is yours.
Robert Sorhinen. Mason Henderson. Carter Harrisimiak. Ryan Chatel. Elijah Hill. Aaron Diagnone. Peter Tosser. Kevin Sukharov. Derek Zaplotensky. Tyrell Wilkinson. Sean Nelson. Jason Martin. Jordan Galiski. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
We are live in 30 seconds. 30 seconds here for race number 17. We're going to find out our round 2 top qualifier here in just about 5.5 minutes. These here are your electric-powered four-wheel drive buggies.
15 seconds to the start
This
of the
is the expert version. We have the Sportsman version coming up in just a little bit. So these are the better and the faster drivers, more consistent drivers of the crew. But a lot of these guys also run Nitro Buggy, so we'll put the 5 heats of Sportsman in between to give them time. That's Loop is live. Loop is live. Here we go. We are now on the clock and racing here in race number 17 of 23 here in round number 2. Caution, heads up, coming at you, triple. Nicely done. Buggy through the 5-hole. So Robert is out in front from that 2 spot, but Carson has not yet come across. He played his gate cards way back on the order right there to give himself some breathing room, and here he comes across the line. 39.404, so Phipps will go to that top spot. Your top qualifier in round number 1, looking to do the same here in round number 2. Once again, these electric buggies, 4-wheel drive, powered by the expert drivers behind the wheel on the driver's stand right now. This is some of the fastest driving you'll see in kind of the whole Pacific Northwest, West Canada portion of racing. For those of make the trip here to Canada, some of the other half of the Northwest is in Las Vegas this weekend. For the big indoor race there as well. Congrats to that crew and Jimmy Babcock, who will be running the show. Over 1,100 entries at Silver State this year. Gonna make for some long days. But Carson and Carter have found their way out in front. 0.3 of a second separate those two drivers. 8 and a 5.17, 8 and a 5.18. Sukaroff down in 8.5.32. Aaron 8.5.38. Sorjonen 7.5 flat. Looking to go 8 laps. Carson, Carter, Kevin, Aaron, and Elijah, the running order right now left in the top 5. So 320 down, 320 down in this one, 140 to go. Carter goes 38.911 there, so he'll take over that top spot from Carson. Carson going to be 4.7 seconds now back. A little bit of a rough lap for Carson last time through. He's going to be in that orange and blue buggy. Carson running that red buggy. Sorjonen also in a red and orange and white buggy. Then it's going to be Aaron, Elijah, Brian, Kevin, Ryan, and Sean, and Derek, your top 10. Mason running 11, Jason 12.
1 minute left.
And Peter in the 13, Terrell 14, and Jordan in the 15. This is what the mains will look like, guys. It's going to be 15-car mains. Caution in the sweeper, caution in the sweeper. Stay tight and cleared as Sukaroff rolls it over there. So 39 40-second laps, 15 cars should be plenty doable. And everybody gets in a rhythm and has nice pacing and spacing. Sportsman E-buggy heat 1 of 4. You guys are up next. Sportsman E-buggy heat 1 of 4. You're up next. Round 3 will look just like round 2, guys. I'll just create the next round and we'll be ready to go right into round number 3. I might take a small 5-10 minute break, at least so I can come off the stand, get a little bathroom break as well in there. But going to be pretty much right back into it. Carter on an 8.5.14 finishes up his run there. 8.5.25 for Carson. Carson gets one more lap to try and go around here. Waiting for everybody's clocks to kind of expire. There it is. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Caution after the triple. Caution after the triple cleared. So Carson, Robert, Elijah, and Aaron, all 8 laps in here. So that little bobble there, we'll see how that shakes out for Carson. He had a 10-second advantage on Robert. I don't think that was a 10-second bobble. So everything should be okay from the aspect of his positioning. And then Carson will stay in that second position. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Carter gets the win and the TQ, 8 and a 5.14. Top 10 for the round going to go Carter in the 1, Carson 2, Robert 3, Aaron 4, Mark in the 5, Elijah in the 6, Brian in the 7, Kevin in the 8, Ryan Chattel in the 9, and Derek is going to round out your top 10 here for round number 2 of Expert E-buggy.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 18. Sportsman E-buggy. Heat 1 of 4. James Sanders. Connor Marshall.
Hold up, race 18. Hold up for a second, please. All right, race 18 track is yours. Race 18 track is yours.
Sean Diagnone. Chris Bauman. Todd Cochran. Ryan McKenzie. Chris Lucas. Jasper Pueyoan. Ed Lee. Mike Allen. One minute to the start of the race. Clay Cowan. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, 15 seconds to the start of this one. Quentin, I'll get your transponder dropped once you cross again here.
Less than 5.
All right, 3, 2, and that means loop is live. So we are set to go here. So this is the first of 4 heats of Sportsman.
Quinton Whitefield.
I think I got that one right, hopefully. So Ed going to be hot lap hero on lap number 145, 135. Remember, even if you break, that car lost a dog bone out of that blue, white, and red car. You can hear it clattering around in there. It's going to be a pretty fun adventure in three-wheel drive. Remember, even if you break in race 18, I need you to come out and corner marshal during race 19, please. So Ed continues to hang on to that top spot right now. 7 in a 5-13. Connor in the 2. Brian in the 3. So we're trying to set that early TQ. 4 heats, 4 full heats of Sportsman E-buggy. Well, that is a lot of racers to get through and try and set that early TQ number. It's going to be a tough one to do from this far down. But 7 in a 5-14 for Ed. And now Connor 7 in a 5-14. That is going to be a good start, at least to put some pressure on the rest of the fields. Caution coming at you, Jason. Race 18 of 23. And then we'll get all the way through 19, 20, and 21 in the Sportsman. Then 22 and 23 will be my Nitro cars. .330 down, 130 to go. Connor still leading us around in this one. Caution the triple, caution in the triple. Clear, clear. Thank you. Nice work, Marshall. Nice work. So Connor Marshall on the 7.521. The laps are slowing down a little bit. If you remember just a bit ago, we were at that 7 in a 5.14 time. Ed running 2, Brian 3, Mike Allen in the 4. Then it's Chris Lucas in the 5, Clay 6, Chris in the 7, James in the 8, Jasper 9, then Sean, Todd, Jake, and Quentin. So Connor Marshall out in front, goes 47.599, sits right around that 7 and 5.21. He has a 43.2 on the scorecard there for a hot lap. So the pace is there. Caution after the double, after the sweeper. So Connor, Ed, Brian, Mike, Chris, and Clay. Chris Bauman, then James, Jasper, and Sean, your top 10. Master clock has expired. Your guys' clock has not, however. 7 in a 5.20 still for Connor out in front, 6 seconds ahead of Ed, who's 2.8 up on Brian, who's 4 seconds up on Mike. Racing to the line, drivers, racing to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. That's one way to finish, Connor. And Ed's going to snipe the win away from Connor there on the last lap. 52.6 for Connor, 44.9 for Ed. Ed Lee will set the TQ. Coming into the next heat of Sportsman. Track is still live, guys. Track is still live, but as the last car passes you, you are able to walk it in.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 19. Sportsman E-buggy. E2 of 4. Anthony Bond.
All right, hold on, race 19. Hold for me just a second, please. Let those guys get across that straightaway at least. And get a little bit prepared here. Marshall's back out to the track. I know there's 12, 13 of you.
William Long. 2 minutes to the start of the race.
All right, guys, race 19, track is yours. Race 19, track is yours.
Jared Hasselbach.
I should have 12 marshals out there, so marshals should not be a problem, please. Right now, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 marshals, 6 marshals in place. I'm missing 6 of you. Please don't make me do a rundown and pause. If I have to stop the race and lose time due to people not being out there to marshal, that is worth a penalty. Caution in the sweeper double. I need help in the sweeper double, please. I need help in the sweeper double. Thank you.
One minute to the start of the race.
Need somebody on this hill wall on the back left, please. Need somebody on the hill wall on the back left. 40 seconds. Need somebody on the wall on the back left, please.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we got it. Thank you, guys. 20 seconds till we are live.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live. Loop is live officially for race number 19 here. We're all going to be chasing that time from Ed Lee. We need a little bit more of a pause than that, a little more. All right, so it was 1, 2, 3, Chris Mueller, Jared, and Anthony based on this resort. Let's see how they play this time around. Anthony, I'm going to need a quick stop and go from you for the track cut last time. Just pause for a second and I'll tell you when to go. Anthony Bond, go. Thank you. I know it wasn't much, but we missed that little jump section there. Kind of just spun and went. So got that all squared away. Should all be squared. That extra little second or two that it would have taken a Marshall to get there. So we are all good and racing. It's going to be Jared and Anthony. Anthony going to hang on to that 2 spot, even though going a 50-second lap there with that little bit of a penalty stop and go. If you do get stuck like that and a Marshall doesn't seem to be coming to the rescue, just take what you think is a little bit longer than extra wait time before you start taking off. And then usually we kind of just let it ride from there. Jared's going to be out front. He's on TQ pace right now. He's the only one, though, so Ed's time looking pretty good. Anthony in the 2, Ian, Joe, Dean, your top 5. Chris Mueller running 6. Robert, Roland, Ian, Ken, and Miko, your top 10. Then it's going to be Vern, Kyle, Alnor, William, and Brad's looking like Brad popped an ESC earlier, so he is out. So Brad Fallis, if anybody can find in speed control for Brad for the weekend, he was looking for one earlier, get himself at least set for tomorrow and the mains.
Two minutes left.
So Jared and Anthony 4 seconds apart now as those two battle at the top of this leaderboard. Joe hanging on to that 3rd spot. Robert Hall, then Dean battling it out for 4 and 5. Then it's a really tight battle between Roland, Chris, Miko, Ian, and Ken.
One minute left.
Jared, Anthony, and Joe now all separated by about 8.5 seconds between the 3 of those drivers. Nobody on TQ right now, so Ed Lee's time looking to hang on possibly for one more round here. Anthony Bond now takes over that top position. Jared slips to the 2 after a 58-second lap. Caution coming after that triple. Cars going everywhere there. $15 seconds to go. Anthony and Jared, 3.1 seconds separate them. Then Joe, Dean, Robert, your top 5. Chris, Roland, Miko, Kyle, and Ian, your top 10. Then Ken, Alnur, Vern, William, and Brad. The rest of the running order here in Sportsman E-buggy Heat 2 of 4. So 2 more heats of your Sportsman E-buggy class. All right, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Al Noor done. Caught at the line. Joe, Dean, Chris Mueller, and Robert Hall all done as well. Caution on the triple, guys. Caution on the triple. Caution on the triple. Clear. Jared is going to slide by Anthony, 47. Anthony finishes on a 52. So it will be Jared getting the win here. That'll be good enough for 6th overall. Caution, guys. Don't drive backwards down the straightaway, please. Track is still hot. Track is still hot. Please don't drive backwards down the straightaway. All right, and I think that's Kyle that was broken off track there. So that is going to be a race. Jared will get the win. Anthony, Joe, Dean, Chris, Robert, Ian, Kyle, Miko, Ken, Alnur, Roland, Vern, William, and Brad. But Ed Lee going to hang on to that TQ so far for Ed for one more round.
Up next, race number 20. Sportsman E-buggy.
Race 20, hold for me, please. 20, hold for me, please. Let me get those guys moving just a little bit. Let me give them a minute to get themselves set and back out to the track to Marshall. I had 13 drivers make the start in that one, so Marshall should be no problem for this one. So Jared gets the win, 7 and a 5:41, but the TQ is a 7 and a 5:25, so 16 seconds off of that TQ.
Bruce Van Den Dorpel.
All right, drivers, be aware of marshals making their way out to the track, please. It's just warm up, but track is yours. Race 20, track is yours.
West Turnbull. Rami Shahin. Bob Magyar. Dan Duperon. Shane Senger. Mike Vary. Jason Tellstone. Noble Yamada. Andy Rankist. Chris Kudu. Bok Choy. Stephen Bond. One minute to the start of the race.
JP, I don't think I have you in this one. JP, you're in race 21. JP Brown, race 21.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
You're in the fast heat, my guy. Don't cut yourself short. 30 seconds to go, guys. 30 seconds till the start of this one. Make sure once that tone goes off, guys, we're no vaping, no smoking, no off in La La Land, no phones.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
15 seconds left in this one. Till the loop goes live.
Less than 5.
There it is, loop is live, loop is live. We're now racing and live here in race 20 of 23 in round number 2, Sportsman E-buggy, heat 3 of 4. We're all chasing that time from Ed Lee of a 7 and a 5:25 right now. Thank you for the wait, that was plenty. Well done, Stephen, thank you. Race 20 is on the track. Bruce comes across with a 47, 49 for Noble here. Let's find out who our hot lap hero of lap number 1 is going to be. Right now, so far, Bruce holding steady at that 47 flat. Waiting for some of these other names to come across and through. Yeah, so Bruce going to hang on that 47 flat. 7 and a 5:29 the pace right now. Let's see, Dan comes across, no 49 for him. So hot lap hero, your leader going to be Bruce Van den Dorpel. He's out in front, 7 and a 5:29 pace right now. He's going to need to find about 5 more seconds for a chance to find his way into that top qualifying position. He's got Chris Cotu on his tail, and now Chris goes 46.944, takes over that top position on a 7 and a 5:33. Ed's time still sitting safe here in Sportsman E-buggy. Ed, Connor, and Brian from that round 1 still holding the times here. With just about the halfway point now, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Chris still out in front, Bruce the 2. Wes was up to the 3, but here comes a big run by Andy on a 44.3. He'll move himself up to the 2. Bruce down to the 3 now, Wes 4, Jason 5. Then it's Shane, Steven, Noble, Dan, Bob, Mike, and Rami. Then Bach running in that 13 spot, has not finished lap number 2.
Two minutes left.
That car has a battery hanging out. That car is done. Or maybe speed control hanging out. Something that shouldn't be seen from my point of view is hanging out the side of that body. So Andy's going to take over that top spot now. So a big move for Andy, slowly climbing up. Had a 50-second lap in there, but finds a way now to go 46 and 44 to work back to that top spot. Wes in the 2, Jason in the 3, Shane in the 4, Chris, Steven, Bruce, who led for the first couple laps of this one, finds himself down in that 7th position now. Andy, Wes, Jason, your top 3, Shane in 4, Steven in the 5. Then Chris running 6, Bruce 7, Noble in the 8, Rami in the 9, Mike in the 10, Dan in the, Dan shuffles down to the 12, so Mike's going to go 10, Bob 11, and Dan in the 12, and looks like Bach is off track now with 40 seconds to go in this one. It's a 7.4 second advantage for Andy, 7 and a 5:32. He's 8 seconds off a TQ pace right now. Oh, Chris dealing with the sideways broken wing. That's going to mean that buggy does not want to handle well, especially in the air. And caution on that back step on and step off section, and clear. 5 seconds to go on that master race clock, but a reminder that the master clock does not necessarily mean your race clock has ended. I'm surprised that Associated's front end is still together after that impact with the side fencing. Caution after the doubles on the sweeper. Caution, caution, caution. And cleared. I got one driver who might get by for one more lap, so I'll wait for that before I'm sure. And he does not. So race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. Shane gets caught at the line. 6 and a 5 flat. As you cross the line, you are done. I'm just waiting on Andy, Wes, Jason, and Dan. Everybody else has finished. And there's Wes, so just waiting on Andy and Jason. There's Andy, comes across 7 and a 5:40. He'll take the win here in the race. And it'll be good enough for 6th overall so far with 1 heat left to go. Jason comes across and finishes up in that 3rd spot. So top 3 drivers run 7-lap runs, 7.540, 7.541, 7.553 for Andy, Wes, and Jason. And that's going to be it for this one. Ed Lee, one more group to dodge here for possible TQ potential. Hold for me, 21, please. Hold, please, guys.
The race is completed.
You got to give me a little bit of time to let those marshals get those cars off and start walking across that
Sportsman E-buggy.
front stretch, please,
Heat 4
before
of
you
4.
start bombing out there.
Steve Richter.
All right, race 21, track is yours. Race 21, track is yours.
Dane Holt. J.P. Brown. Gary Muxlow. Carlos Conseco. David Lawrence. Kyle Shish. Lucas Nelson. Simon Wei Chung Lee. Wayne Chapman. One minute to the start of the race. Tim Mockford.
Easy, guys. It's just warm up. We want to make it at least to the tone, please.
The race. Glenn Wilson.
A lot of guys are having trouble on this sweeper double getting squared up for it. So maybe take a little bit off coming into it. Get yourself squared. Roll right back into that and make that little double. So I got a check from all drivers but Leighton Harrison with 25 seconds to go. Leighton's car has the body off on pit lane there.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
So Wayne, Lucas, and Glenn. Wayne was your TQ in round number 1. We'll see how it shakes out here in round number 2 of qualifying. Caution in the triple, guys. Caution in the triple. Hold on, guys. Wait, marshals. There's 2 more buggies, then you're good to go. 2 more buggies and go. All right, get in there, get in there, get in there. Thank you, guys. All right, so hot lap hero for lap number 1 is going to be Dane. Dane gets 45.348 on a 7.517. That is a new TQ pace. Top 3 drivers on a TQ pace. So Ed looking for a top 5 here in round number 2. Next up, Nitro Buggy, race 22. Next up, Nitro Buggy, race 22. So Dane just about a second up on Carlos. Wayne in that 3 spot. Then Lucas, JP, your top 5. Tim in the 6th. Then Glenn, David, Kyle, and Steve, your top 10. Simon running 11. Jerry in the 12. Then Leighton not able to get the start here in round number 2.
Two minutes left.
So Dane still hanging on to the lead here. He's the only driver on TQ pace now. So Ed had something working in that first heat of Sportsman E-buggy as he finds himself looking for a top 3 now as Wayne jumps back on TQ here with 90 seconds to go in this one. Dane, Wayne, Carlos, your top 3. 7 lap runs for your top 10 drivers in this one. Then it's a 6 lap run for 11 and 12. Caution on the straightaway, caution on the straightaway. Got a dead car on the straightaway. Battery hanging out. Or something hanging out. I'm gonna guess battery this time. Looks battery-ish. Looks like it was Jerry this time. So Dane and Wayne. Dane has a good gap on the field now. 8 seconds over the rest of the drivers does Dane. So Dane again, the only driver on TQ pace. Lucas up to the 2 now. Where has Wayne gone? Wayne has shuffled down to the 6th spot with a 50.9 lap time. With 15 seconds to go on that master clock. So waiting to see, looks like we're good. Race him to line. Dane, you are done. Everybody else race him to line. Simon done as well. Race him to the line, race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Dane's gonna go 7 and a 5:11.9, new TQ. Lucas Nelson on TQ pace as well, 5:25.0, 5:25.1 right now for Glenn. We'll see if he can hang on to it and hold on to TQ pace as well here and get a top 3 for the round. He actually bumps ahead of Lucas and goes into that 2nd spot. So he'll do just that. All done, all stop, all done, all stop. Dane, Glenn, and Lucas go on TQ pace, and it'll be Dane in the top spot, your top qualifier for round number 2. Dane, Glenn, Lucas, Ed, and Connie, your top 5. Carlos 6, Brian 7, Tim in the 8, Kyle the 9, David the 10, and JP Brown just outside in the 11.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 22. Nitro Buggy. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, I had 13 drivers try to make the start in that one. I should have no problem with marshals in this one, guys. I had 13 drivers try to make the start in that one. I should have no problem with marshals, please. Feeling a little bit light on the marshal side, so waiting for a few more to come out here. Need one on that left wall by the hill. I don't need 2 in the center. If I could get Simon. Is that Simon? Which one? In the center. I could use one of them over on the left hill instead of 2 in the center there. Oh yeah, hold on. He's got to get it over there. We're good. Stay on the triple. Perfect. Thank you. All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours. Careful on this double to start, please. Careful on this double to start. Our marshals are still making their way out there.
Dustin Quanstrom. Peter Tosser. Marcel Stratton. Evan Frulich. Jeremy Derbyshire. Brian Cerniels. Charlie Mugford. Michael Chen. Curtis Wong. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, loop set to go live. And there it is, loop is live, loop is live. So Dustin is out, don't let him catch you. on your warm-up lap still. All right, so we're starting to get our first couple laps in here now. Charlie, 45.1 so far, looking to be that hot lap here on lap number 1. Peter Tozier, 41.4. Pete had some tough luck in round 1. Had hit that cattle guard quickly out, so he's going to try and use this slower heat and lay some fast times. Peter Tozier still out in front, 8 and a 5:31. He's the only driver on an 8-lap run right now. Glenn on the 2, Charlie the 3, Marcel 4. Now Evan up to the 3, Charlie down to 4. Marcel 5, Brian in the 6, Michael, Curtis, Jeremy, Dustin broken off track. Schroeder, Michael Savoy, and Mike Mercer not making the start.
Two minutes left.
Peter Tozier out in front. Glenn Wilson now up to the 2. Both of those guys have been quick. 7:5:04 for Peter. So Peter falls off that 8-lap run that he was on early, which would help sort him towards the top. Corner marshal help here at the corner. Steven across to get it. You got time to come back, Steve. Peter, Glenn, Evan, Brian, and Charlie, your top 5. Michael running 6, Curtis in the 7, Jeremy, Marcel, Dustin, Aaron, Michael, and Mike. 7 and a 5:03 the pace for your leader right now.
One minute left.
So Peter Tozier, 7 and a 5 flat. He's working back towards that 8-lap run now. So he finds himself in about mid-track here. He's heading into those little whoop sections. And Glenn Wilson in that 2 on a 7:5:17, 12 seconds back. Charlie on a 7 and a 5:36 pace, another 12 back from Glenn. Then Brian and Evan, your top 5. Race number 23, final race of round number 2 up next. And I'll take 5 to 10 minutes between that, and then we'll go right back into novice. So as you walk back to the pits, let those novice guys know, guys and gals know to start getting ready. Master clock has expired, but keep racing, guys. Keep racing. Peter's not going to find his way back onto that 8-lap run, it doesn't look like. 7:5:02 is what he finishes up with. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Michael, you're done as well. Brian, you are done. Charlie, Evan, done as well. Careful, guys. Guys coming down. And just waiting on Jeremy to finish up. He might not be on track anymore. So that looks like that's going to be a race. All stop, all done.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 23. Nitro Buggy. E2 of 2.
Race 23, hold out for me just a second, please. Race 23, hold for just a second, please. I'll get my marshals out from that last one. 9 drivers, 10 drivers made the start. I need all 10 drivers back to the track to marshal, please.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, race 23, track is yours. Race 23, track is yours. I need my marshals out, please.
Steve Richter. Britt Tosser. Mason Henderson. Mark Froelich. Carter Harris-Simeon. Wade Moses. Sean Sharp.
I need one at the end of that big kicker there, and then one here, and that should do me well.
Aaron Diagno.
Brian's got that one perfect.
Carson Phipps.
And then one more, my guys, who was supposed to start. I just need you in front of timing. It's running caution the triple. It's okay, it's okay. He's clear, Dustin. I need one more marshal on one of these 2 buckets right in front of me. Everybody that's out there is in a great spot. Just stay put. I need one more on these 2 that are in front of me here. If I could just get one more on one of them. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Yeah, that side. No, this way. Yep. Great.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, guys. 55 till we are live. Make sure you plan that fuel stop, please.
45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Live in 25. Live in 25.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, so this is the final race of round number 2. It's going to be done right about 5:16 or so. So we'll get started up about 5:25 to 5:30 for round number 3, 5:25 to 5:30 p.m. 5:25 to 5:30 p.m. will be the start of round 3. Start getting my novice drivers ready for that. Waiting for all of these first laps to come in. Mason, Mark, and Britt still to come across. All right, looks like Carson Phipps, hot lap here, lap number 1:39.475, so quickly going sub 40 here. So Carson, Derek, and Elijah, 1, 2, and 3. Aaron and Mark, 4 and 5. Then Carter, Jordan, Britt, Sean, Steve, Wade, and Mason. Carson on an 8:5:23, 8-lap run for your top 5 drivers. That's Carson, Carter, Aaron, Derek, and then Mark falls off of it right there, or Elijah does, I should say, to a 7:5:01. But the top 6 drivers on TQ pace. Then it's Jordan, Britt, Sean, Steve, and Wade. Three minutes down, just about 3 down, 2 to go. Carson with a 3-second advantage over Carter, who goes best lap of his race, 40.0.
2 minutes
Derek
left.
running in that 3 spot. Aaron the 4. Elijah now up to the 5. Frawley running 6. Britt 7. Sean, Jordan, Steve, Wade, and Mason. Quarter marshal health on the dip down double. Caution on the double coming off the hill. Caution on the double coming off the hill, guys. And cleared. .345 down, 1:15 to go. Carson still out in front. Carter, Aaron, Elijah, Derek, Britt up to 6. Britt's had a couple of mistake laps, though. We'll see if she hangs on to that top 6 in this heat.
1 minute left.
A long lap for Britt as she makes another mistake there. So she's going to shuffle back down, lose 2 or 3 positions here. Carson, Carter, Elijah, still your top 3. Oh, is that Frawley with the flame out there? Yes, it is. So Mark flames out. That's going to put Britt back to a top 6 now. She's going to be about 18 seconds back from a top 5. And Derek, though, Derek's right there with Aaron. Elijah, Aaron, and Derek all separated by about 2 seconds right now in 3, 4, and 5. Carter is just about 3.5 back of Carson. No real progress there on that one. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done. Race them to the line now as you cross, you're done. Carter's going to finish up on an 8:5:27. So we'll see what happens with Carson here on his final lap. The Brit comes across 7:5:13. Carson goes, or Sean goes 7:5:35. Aaron 8:5:38. Carson 8:5:23. Racing to the line, guys. Racing to the line, just waiting on Derek. Derek's the last one on track. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Top 5 drivers better than Peter's TQ time. And that is a race, and that is it for round number 2. Top 10 for your Nitro Buggy, round 2. Carson 1, Carter 2, Aaron 3. 4th is Elijah. Derek top 5. Peter 6. Britt in 7. Glenn 8. Mark 9. And Brian Cerneals will round out your top 10. All right, guys, right about 5:25 to 5:30 for the start of round 3. Let Novice know it's going to start in about 10 to 15 minutes. So they can start making their way to the track here very shortly for the start of round number 3. It will look very similar or identical to round number 2, just resorted based on the start of that heat, but no changes to your positions.
Up next, race number 1. Novice. Heat 1 of 1.
All right, round 3 has been posted. Round 3 has been posted. Tone in 10 minutes, guys. Round 3 has been posted. Tone in 10 minutes, please. Round 3 has been posted. It will be on wilde.liverc.com. Tone in 10 minutes.
Kiana Pickett. Caleb Harrison. Mohammed Yazdan Khan. Corbin Sanders. Antonio Conseco. Hayden Wong.
All right, Novice, start checking them in. We'll get those volunteer marshals going as well.
Gord Healy.
Race one, track is yours. Race one, track is yours. Get some volunteer marshals out for our novice guys and gals this time.
John Barkman.
This is Novice. This is the group that's learning to drive RCs and race at a big race. So let's get some volunteer marshals out to help support them here in this one. Looks like Raj is back up there. Good to see his hand is cooperating at least. Some volunteer marshals out there, please. I'm going to need some volunteer marshals. Say that a few different times throughout this one. We got about 1:15 till I want to get this one rolling or so. It should be right about 5:30. Then we got about 4 hours to run through here for qualifying round number 3. Then we are done for the night. I'll try to.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Got some cars off the back of the track here.
"30 seconds to the start of the race.
So the way we work with Novice is we're usually just going to go with whatever we can get for those volunteer marshals. Whatever we get is what we get, and we don't throw a fit.
Less than 5. Ewan Telstone.
Oh, Ewan, I'm going to need to turn around and cross that loop one more time so that you'll get started. Now go ahead and race. Yep, go for it, go for it. Caution on the left side here, caution on the left side, cleared. Make sure, drivers, as the marshals come to pick your car up, you stay off the throttle. I don't know what's happening there with that one. That's a broke. Off the throttle, hit the brakes. Hit the brakes on this four-wheel buggy, please. Was he watching the wrong car? I've seen that happen more than a time or two. Your car's over here. There we go. Make sure you guys get off the throttle if you want the marshals to help you out. So Caleb up from the 5 on his best result, going to find his way near that top spot. We'll see if Muhammad can recover a little bit and climb back up. Thanks, Curtis. Curtis with a 40-yard dash here. Gets over to the front of that jump. Now that short course is broke there. And that orange and blue truck is broke. So a couple of guys making their step off real quick. Muhammad and Raj now starting to reel in Caleb a little bit out front. Caleb goes 1 minute 3 seconds on his last lap there. 2:30 down and 2:30 to go. Just past the halfway point in this one. Caleb, Harrison, Muhammad, Raj, Kiana, and you in your top 5. Now Kiana falls out of the top 5 to the 6th position. John will slide up into that top 5. Caleb falls down to the 3. Muhammad and Raj go 1-2 now. Muhammad looking to take the top qualifier position here in this one. Thank you to the volunteer marshals, and that's a reminder to the drivers as they come to pick up your car, get off the throttle and on the brakes. No nitros running here. You're not going to flame out, do anything like that. Marshals are coming to help you. Get off the throttle, because if you hurt a marshal's finger, they're not going to be prone to want to come help you next time. So Muhammad, Raj, Caleb, John, and Ewan, your top 5. Then Kiana, Hayden, Gord, Blake, and Corbin, your top 10. Tristan, Antonio, Harker, Olivia, and Dalton, the rest of the running order. I didn't remove all of those people out just yet. Cars coming through. Master clock has expired. Yours has not fully. Looks like everybody's going to get caught at the line here, though, next time by. So race them to the line, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line and you are done. All right, just waiting for the last couple of drivers to finish up here. Muhammad, Caleb, John, Blake, and Tristan. Tristan had a 4-minute lap. Careful driving backwards on the straightaway. And that is a race. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Great job to our novice drivers all weekend long. And I will have you guys come out and corner marshal where you can and have some volunteers for them in the tricky spots, please. And then that will wrap up your guys' duties for today. All right, race 2, hold for me, please, real quick. Hold for me, please. I need to get my marshals out and move in before you guys start taking to the track.
Up next, race number 2. 2WD Buggy. Heat 1 of 1. Matt Collins. Jason Kennard.
All right, race 2, track is yours. Race 2, track is yours.
Stephen Wilk. Dan Duperon. Mark Levy. Jason Martin. Mark Hughes. Anthony Bond. Kevin Sukharov. Noble Yamada. Kyle Huron. Michael Myers. One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, 30 seconds left till the start of this one. I have a check from everybody but Roy Collins and David Pozzoni. That's Roy. I have that listed as Matt.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Okay, Roy, go across for me one more time. I'm going to pause the timer real quick, guys.
Roy Collins.
Is Matt out there then? Matt Collins going to get you across?
Matt Collins.
Thank you. Any David? No David? All right, guys, I'm going to start the tone. Space it out, please. All right, so I got to check or start from all drivers who checked in. We are racing and ready to go here in the final round of qualifying. Kevin Sukharoff out in front. I believe him and Jason have gone back and forth. Let's see if I can pull up the TQ points here. Yeah, Kevin with 2 points and Mark with 3. Mark has an outside shot. Jason has an outside shot as well. So this thing is wide open for your TQ of your two-wheel drive buggy here in round number 3. Caution coming on the double on the sweeper. Caution double onto the sweeper, or off of the sweeper, excuse me. 4 hours later, these guys getting to come back out and seeing what the track surface looks like after a bunch of 8 scales have been banging around on it through that back half of that round. Guys, I got a car stuck in the back section back there. Make sure we kind of keep an eye on our sections, please. I need help on the front, help on the front. I got a car upside down on the front stretch, please. And another one upside down on the front stretch. Caution on the straightaway. You got time, Mohammed? Clear. So Mark and Kevin and Jason, all 3 of them have a shot at that TQ. All 3 of them find themselves in the top 3 here. As we continue to battle it out, Sukharoff out in front. Mark Levy in the 2, 6 seconds back. Then Jason 6 seconds back of Mark. Suk looking to try and take the TQ here in two-wheel drive buggy. Send it, Suk. No problem trying to send that two-wheel drive buggy over the same things he would send his 8 scale over.
2 minutes left.
With 2 minutes to go, Steven and Noble running 4 and 5. Excuse me, now Michael going to jump up into the 4, Steven to the 5, Noble down to 6, Anthony, Mark, and Dan, then Kyle, Roy, Matt, Jason, and David. Looks like everybody's going to make the A main here in two-wheel drive buggy, so it will really just be about getting that grid positioning for the start. Kevin with a 12-second advantage. He's still sending it over the triple. He may not know how to do the double single, so I know I've been in that situation before where you're so used to doing the triple time and time again, Everybody asks, well, why don't you just slow it down? You got a big lead. Then you end up shorting the double wrong because you didn't do it. You haven't been doing it all day long. With just under 1 minute to go now, Jason and Mark back and forth. 5 seconds the gap between those two as Jason has a bit of a rough lap. Oh, we got a break in the back. Is that Levy? It is. Oh no, so he's going to have to reside on those 3 main points. And now Martin, who has 5 total main points, he's going to try to find a way. He's got a 3 and a 2, so if he can, oh man, he's going to have to get a 0 here. He's going to have to get by Sukharov. Otherwise, those top 3 positions really going to be pretty solid here. As the master clock expires, Kevin, Mark, Jason, Steven, Anthony, top 5. Noble, Mark, Michael, Dan, and Kyle, top 10. Jason, Roy, Matt, and David. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line, and you are done. So Anthony's going to slide up to a 3rd position there, take advantage of the mark break a little bit, get some big qual points here. Sukharov's going to finish up strong. 7 and a 5:39, the only 2-wheel to go 7 laps here in qualifying round number 3. Jason Martin will go 2, and that'll give him 4 overall main points, but Mark's 3 will still hang on for that 2 position on the grid. And just is Dan off track or Dan still on? I think Dan's off track. So that is going to be a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. 2-wheel drive buggy, Kevin Sukharov going to be your TQ for the weekend here in 2-wheel drive buggy.
The race is completed.
Next up is going to be Spec Tire E-buggy. Spec Tire E-buggy.
Race number 3.
Right now, this one has not been decided yet as well. It's going to be Terrell, Ryan, and Brian battling it out for an overall here in this one. Ooh, Dylan also with a 2. But race 3, please hold for me just a second. Please hold.
Rami Shahin. Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, give me just a quick sec, guys. Let me get some things sorted out. Jason, you take that wall for me again. The death wall, or one of you two. Yeah. Then triple, probably, Suk. All right, guys, race 3, track is yours. Track is yours, race 3.
Bob Magyar, Chris Baumann, Brian McKenzie, Clay Cowan, Ken Martin, Al Nurpardhan, Dean Robinson, Charlie Mugford, Jason Tellstone, Sean Diagnone, Gary Muxlow.
That one seemed personal. Jason, you walked, you stopped, it looked like he was going to turn around, then turned right into your foot. Careful putting your back to the triple, guys. All right, so the way I see this, there are 3 or more individuals that can win the Spec Tire E-buggy overall. Terrell has a shot at it. Ryan has a shot at it. Brian has an outside shot at it. Dane has a shot at it. Aaron
45
has an
seconds to the start
opportunity
of
to
the
take
race.
it as well. So lots of change can happen here in your Spec Tire E-buggy. Lots of opportunity here. 30 seconds to the start, guys. 30 seconds to the tone.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, round 3, loop is live. Charlie, Jason, and Brian quickly off to the start there. Oh, we got a little high-centered buggy there. You're good, nobody else coming down the sweeper. All right, so this is the first of 3 heats of Spec Tire E-buggy. Once again, this TQ is wide open here in this one. We'll see if anybody can lay a good number. Brian right now on a 7.508. That's a pretty solid little number to try and set that for the rest of the group. Looks like Kevin was given a broke call there, and yes it is. That we got our first casualty of race number 3, of round number 3. So Brian, Jason, and Charlie battling up front at 7.522, 7.530, 7.533 respectively. They're the only 3 drivers on a 7-lap run here in race number 3. And it's going to be Sean, Bob, Jerry, Robbie, Dean, and Chris, and Clay, your top 10. So Brian with a 3.6 second advantage on Charlie right now, who's just a bit in front of Jason. Jason just 0.2 back here in this one.
2 minutes
Brian,
left.
Charlie, Jason, Bob, Jerry, your top 5. Chris, Clay, Dean, Rami, and Al-Nur, your top 10. So McKenzie makes a little bit of a bobble there coming over that front side double section. Him and Charlie and Jason kind of all together on the track here, it looks like, according to the computer. Charlie, Jason, oh, they're back and forth. Your top three drivers separated by 3 seconds now with 1 minute to go. It's Brian, Charlie, and Jason in a bit of a battle right now. So if those guys come up on you, give them a little bit of breathing room, please. So 7 and a 5:27 for Brian, 5:31 for Charlie, 5:31 for Jason. Jerry now up to 4 on a 6:50 true. He's trying to get to that 7-lap run as well. With 30 seconds to go in this one. Clay rounds out your top 5 there. Chris, Rami, Dean, Alnur, and Bob now your top 10. Race 3 of 23 on the track right now. The first of 3 heats of Spec Tire E-buggy. Here at the 2024 Big Barn Shootout. Master clock has expired. You keep racing though. Keep racing until I make the call, guys. Keep racing, Jerry. Jerry, one more lap. Keep going. All right, race them to the line, drivers. Race them to the line. Your race is completed as you cross the line here. So Chris is going to come across, secure that 5th position. Clay hard into the pipe there at the end. He'll take that spot away from Chris. I guess that's what he was doing. Chris, maybe not a great spot in that sweeper if somebody comes hauling around there. There, that's a little better. Oh, Brian McKenzie going to take it away there on the last lap. 47.8 to a 47.9 of Jason. So Brian, Jason, and Charlie will be your top 3. Jerry going to lock in that 4th position as he lands that 7-lap run. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. The TQ is going to be a 7.528 for Brian McKenzie, heading here at the end of round 3. 2 heats of Spec Tire to go, but that's the number they'll be chasing.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 4. Spec Tire E-buggy. Heat 2 of 3. Lucas Nelson. Two minutes to the start of the race. Samuel Olmstead. Doug Martin.
All right, race 4, track is yours. Be aware of marshals heading out, please.
Chris Sherwood. Dan
I had 12 to 13 drivers in that one. Should have no problem filling buckets.
Brendan T. Jepma. Joe Uvelman.
I've had more than a few times of people complaining about marshals and not watching their certain sections, guys. So let's make sure we do that. Only people who ran that last one, please. Only drivers out on the track marshaling. Drivers or appointed individuals.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, guys, loop is about to go live in about 5 seconds or so. It's a little light on the Marshall aspect. Make sure, guys, I don't want to have to do a roll call if it gets light like that again when I know I had 12 or 13 drivers in that previous race. We'll do a bit of a roll call. All right, I got a start from all drivers that checked in. The full field has started here. All 15 cars are checked and ready to go. Marshals, make sure you're paying attention to your corners, please. No phones or interactions. Caution on the triple. You got a little bit of time there, Marshall. Got a little bit of time. Car coming now. Joey, 44.5 out of the gate, looking to try to start this thing off right. So in this sweeper, as they drop down a little bit into that hole, it's a little rough. Seems to get the cars pointed in a little bit of a wrong direction there, as that front end doesn't want to necessarily grab as they drop down and through the ruts. So the sweeper double, some of the bigger incidents. Caution on that double coming off the sweeper. That I've seen a lot of wrecks right there over this sweeper double. Right now, Doug Martin takes over that top spot now, 2 laps into this one. Then Simon in the 2, Joey the 3, Michael, Paul, your top 5, David, Dan, Joe, Lucas, and Samuel, your top 10. Early in this one, though, then it's Mueller and Sherwood, Steve, Brendan, and Bok Choy. Bok already off again in this one. He's looking down at his radio now, so I believe that's a couple of back-to-backs here for Bok Choy of a DNF. Not something we want to see on the weekend. Right now, good spacing on the track for most of these drivers. Caution on the step-off section, caution on the step-off section. I got cars upside down, cleared, cleared, cleared.
Two minutes left.
Caution after the sweeper double, got a car upside down once again and cleared out there. So Paul Parks takes over that top spot now, 7 and a 5:17 pace with 1 heat to go. Paul trying to lay it down, work his way with a couple of good runs out of this basement of this mid-heat here. Paul currently sitting 7th overall with a 16 and a 3, so he's looking to get rid of that 16 here and have a bit of a 3 on.
1 minute left.
Use that 3 to build on from last round. Caution in the sweeper double, caution in the sweeper double, and clear. Just about 40 seconds to go in this one. Paul, Joey, Simon, your top 3. Doug and Lucas, top 5. Samuel, David, Michael, Steve, and Joe, your top 10. Then Dan, Chris Sherwood, Chris Mueller, Brendan, and Bach. Right now, your top 2 drivers are on TQ pace. The top 10 drivers on 7-lap runs. Then everybody else on a 6-lap run. Marshall, got a car upside down in front of you. So Paul Parks 3 seconds up on Joey. Simon another 5 back. Samuel right there with Simon, and then Doug and Samuel running at pretty much identical lap times right now. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done, though. Keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. Race them to the line, drivers. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Dan's the only one that's going to make it close, so Dan, I'll keep an eye on your times. But right now, we are under a race them to the line situation. Looks like we should be good to hold on that. Yes, we are. So Paul Park's going to get the win and the TQ here. He's the only one who goes TQ over Brian's time. Simon makes a move up to the 2. Doug shuffles down to the 3 there. Still got cars live on the track, guys. Waiting for 2 drivers here. There's 1. So Michael's working into that booter right over the table now. And he'll be coming back in down the straightaway. He'll finish us up here. And that's a race, all stop, all done. All stop, all done. Paul Park sets the new TQ, 7 and a 5:17. 7 and a 5:17 for Paul. He ran a 5:13 on a top 3. So we'll see how that holds for him this time. That's going to do it for race number 4. As we wait for race number 5,
up next,
please hold for me, please
5.
hold.
Spec Tire E-buggy. Heat 3 of 3.
All right, please hold for me, race 5. We'll get those marshals out moving.
Connor Marshall.
I'll let you get over there, Paul, before I send them out. Yeah. Race 5, track is yours. Race 5, track is yours.
Carlos Conseco. Tim Mockford. Anthony Bond. Ryan Chatel. Michael Savoy. J.P. Brown. Aaron Diagnone. Tyrell Wilkinson. Wayne Chapman. Dane Hull. Ryan Cerneals. Sean Nelson. One minute to the start of the race. Kyle Shish. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, so I got a check
15
from
seconds to
all
the start of the
drivers.
race.
Marshals are in place. Guys, make sure you keep your eyes on the prize, please. Lots of buggies moving around at a good, clean
Less than
rate
5.
here. We got a TQ to decide here. And loop is live. Loop is live. Caution in the triple, caution on the landing of the triple, caution on the landing of the triple, guys. Cleared, cleared. All right, everybody has checked in now, so now we're gonna start getting some laps here in race 5 of round 3. Wayne quickly out in front, 44-154. We'll see what Aaron and Ryan can put up here as they come around. Ryan looks like he made a bobble coming onto the straightaway there. Oh, nope, that was not him. 42-489. Aaron also 43-1. So Ryan's going to have that top spot right now. So far after one lap, top 5 drivers on a top qualifying pace. Ryan, Aaron, Wayne, top 3, Terrell, and Kyle in the 4 and 5. Eight-lap pace for Ryan right now out in front. Ryan has a 2 in round 1 and a 4 in round 2. So he would be looking to try to hang on to that. Aaron has other ideas. Aaron with a 0 in round 1 currently moves to the top spot on TQ pace. This would give him the overall if they finish as they run right now. But there are 5 to 6 laps to go here in this one. Paul's looking for a top 7 right now to go with that 3 to give him 10 overall main points. That should slide him in. If you're looking at the top 12 to get in, you're probably going to want to stay under 15 overall main points to even have a shot at a main like this. Well, that's something like an 8 and a 7 to try and squeak into the top 12. Caution on the sweeper. And it's clear. Ryan rolls it over. I think it's the second time Ryan's rolled it over back-to-back on that little sweeper section. So he's going to let Terrell start to catch him and reel him in. He's only 1.1 back currently. But it is Aaron Diagnon out in front. 2.6 up on Ryan. And then it's going to be Terrell in the 3, Dane the 4, Wayne the 5, Connor 6, Kyle 7, Brian in the 8. Those top 8 drivers on top qualifying pace. And it's Sean, Nelson, Tim, JP, Michael, Carlos, and Anthony. The rest of the running order. So Aaron has taken over that top spot, put a little bit of gap in between at 5.9. As expected, Ryan has slipped down to the 3 now with a couple of mistakes in that sweeper double. Then it's going to be Dane in the 4, Kyle in the 5.
1 minute left.
With 1 to go, 1 to go. Aaron sits about, well, his clock's got about 90 seconds left on it, away from locking up a TQ here, potentially on an 8.541, but Terrell on an 8.542. He's not far off. And Terrell has a 0 in round number 2, so the battle for the overall top qualifying right now. Out in front, Aaron and Terrell, both of them with a chance to lock up a double 0 here in this one. Ryan trying to hang with them, try to take a 2 and get a 0 and push them into a 2 and force a tiebreaker for the top qualifier here in round number 3. Ryan now moves into the 2. Terrell with a rough lap, 50.0. He'll shuffle all the way down to the 5. So now it's Aaron and Ryan trying to battle it out. Aaron going to look to lock it up. Ryan going to try and force this into a tiebreaker. Master clock has expired. Drivers still keep racing, keep racing, keep racing. So Ryan looks like he slips down to the 3 behind Dane now. Dane goes 42.4 to slide up in a 7.506. Ryan right there as well as we get close to closing in on the final seconds here. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Aaron going to be the only driver to go 8 laps in this one, so we will have a TQ as Aaron Diagonon will take the TQ. No matter what happens on this lap, he has it locked up as the only driver to go 8 in this one to go 0-0 with round 1 and round 3. As we wait for him to finish up his lap, he's the only car still live on the track. Everybody else is done. Aaron is the only one live. Everybody else is done. As Aaron slides across there in that pink and blue buggy. That's a race. All stop, all done. Aaron gets the win. 8 and a 5:39. Dane goes 2 overall for the round. Or let's just finish this one off. Ryan 3, Kyle, Brian, your top 5. Terrell, Wayne, Connor, Sean, Tim, your top 10. Top 10 for the round. Aaron 1, Dane 2, Ryan 3, Kyle 4, Brian 5, Terrell 6, Wayne 7, Paul Parks finishes 8th, Connor 9th, and Sean Nelson rounds out your top 10 for round number 3.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 6. 2WD short course.
We're going to head into two-wheel drive short course here, but let's give our marshals just a bit of a second to get their way on out there. Get those buggies turned off. That was a great run there for Spec Tire
Chris Marshall.
Qualifying round 3.
Matt Collins.
Short course hold for me, please. Give me about 30 seconds before I send you out.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours.
Wes Turnbull. Joe Huvelman. Jason Kennard. Gary Muxlow. Roy Collins. Brad Hall. Troy Ralph. Dane Hole. Mike McClelland. Bok Choy. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All
15
right,
seconds to the
we
start
got
of the
our
race.
marshals ready, it looks like, and drivers just about in position here. So 10 seconds to the start of the tone here for race number 6.
Less than 5.
All right, race 6 is on the track right now. Two-wheel drive short course. This one's still open for the overall as well between Troy and Dane. So I got a check from all drivers and a start from all drivers here. So we are ready to go racing in race 6. Race 7, E-Truggy, heat 1 of 2 up next. E-Truggy, heat 1 of 2 up next. .125 into this one. Troy only has his first lap across, still waiting for everybody else to come across as well, but Troy has that top spot right now. Dane finds himself down in that 4th position after putting in a 102 on his first lap there. So Troy, Joe, and Jerry, your top 3 right now. Dane still running in that 4 spot. Dean in the 5, Chris, Wes, Brad, Roy, and Mike, your top 10. Jason running 11, Bach in the 12, and Matt in the 13. 6 and a 5, 25 for Troy out front. He's got a 16-second advantage on the field. Caution between the double and the triple there. And cleared. Oh. That was a full kite in effect there with that short course. That thing went straight nose high. That one goes straight nose down. That was quite the opposite. So Troy, Jerry, and Joe, your top 3. Dane has not been able to get himself out of that 4th position. Troy right now with a big advantage, head down, and just absolutely driving away from the field here in two-wheel drive short course, looking to lock up the TQ here in round 3. In that pink and white truck with the yellow wheels. As I say that, of course, he'll make the little tumble.
1 minute left.
1 minute to go here in this one. Looks like I got a couple clocks that are about 90 seconds to go still. Troy, Jerry, Joe, Dane, Dean, Chris, Wes, Brad, Mike, and Roy, your top 10. Bach, Jason, and Matt, the rest of the running order. Got a truck stuck up at the top of that double table there. Is that broke or nope? Just waiting for a marshal. Troy, Jerry, and Dane. Dane has moved to the top 3 now. Looks like I need a little help, Marshall help there at the cones. And everybody's going to race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line and you are done. Troy with a 15-second advantage on Jerry right now. And that is it. Troy's going to secure the TQ on a 6 and a 5:30. Still waiting for a lot of guys to finish up here. West slides it in backwards on a 5 and a 5:33. Good enough for 6th overall in this one. Jerry comes across with a good run in that 2 spot there. That'll help keep him in the top 3 overall for qualifying. I think it'll be Troy, Dane, and Jerry on the grid tomorrow. Still got 3 cars live on the track, waiting for Chris Marshall, Jason Kennard, and Roy Collins. There's Jason. And there's Chris, and nope, no Roy yet. Still waiting for Roy. Nobody's watching Roy, it's okay. There he goes, slides it across, and that is a race, all stop, all done. Troy will get the win, 6 and a 5:30. Jerry, Dean, Joe, Dean, your top 5. Wes, Mike, Chris, Brad, and Jason, your top 10. Roy, Bok Choy, and Matt, the rest of the running order.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. E-Truggy. Heat 1 of 2. Shane Senger, Brad Hall, Todd Lauritsen, Samuel Olmsted, Bruce Van Den Dorpel, Mitchell Polanic, Ryan McKenzie, Todd Cochran, Daryl Turner, Chris Mueller,
All right, race 7, track is yours. Race 7, track is yours.
Roland Myler, Kyle Shish,
All right, I need to figure out who has Mike Savoy's transponder. Is that Quentin? Does Quentin have Mike Savoy's transponder in? I don't have Mike in.
One minute to the start of the race.
1 minute, guys, 1 minute.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, once again, this race is Sam, Kyle, Brian, Bruce, Todd, Daryl, Chris, Mueller, Brad, Mitchell, Roland, Shane, and Quentin. If I didn't call your name, you're not in this race. Loop is live, loop is live.
Quentin Whitefield.
I'll drop that transponder in for Quentin and we'll see how it goes. Careful on the triple, guys. Careful on the triple. Cleared, cleared, cleared. Caution on the backside of the landing of the triple, guys. Caution on the landing of the triple. Cleared. We've got a dead truck at the top of the hill there, sounds like. Yeah, those wheels are not turning. So as we sort things out here in the first of two heats of E-Truggy, race 7 on the track right now. This is race 7. Brian McKenzie, Bruce, Sam, Todd, your top 5. It's Loritzen, then Cochran. Kyle in that 6, or was in that 6. Shane jumps up to the top 5. Todd and Kyle down to 6 and 7. Quentin running 8. Chris Mueller in the 9. Brad in the 10. Daryl, Mitchell, and Roland. Race 8 E-Truggy up next. Race 8 E-Truggy up next.
Two minutes left.
All right, Samuel out in front still. Samuel, Brian, Bruce, Todd, and Shane, now your top 5. It's a 7 and a 5:26 for your leader. He also has a fast lap of a 43.301 on lap number 2 for Samuel. Brian, Bruce, and then Todd and Shane. Top 5 drivers also on 7 lap runs. Then it's 6 lap runs for Todd, Loritzen, and Chris. Then a 5 lap run for Brad Hall, Kyle, and Quentin off track already.
1 minute left.
Daryl, Mitchell, and Roland not making the start. 7 and a 5:25 at the 4.5 second gap for Samuel out in front. Brian running in that 2, Bruce the 3. It's kind of been this way the whole round so far. Nobody's really been able to reel in Samuel. Brian's been pacing in that 2 spot. Bruce pacing in the 3. Nobody really close together. Mueller just slides in front of Todd Laritzen right now, 1.4. That's the closest battle on the track as far as the computer goes. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done, though. Keep racing until I call you done. Caution on the triple, guys. Caution on the triple. All right, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Brian, you are done. Getting caught on a 7 and a 5:29. Samuel Olmsted will take the win and set that early TQ number at a 7 and a 5:20 pace. Brian on a 7.5:29. Bruce on a 7 and a 5:40. Let's see if Todd can get him. He does. Todd gets him right there on the last lap with a 47.0. Will hang on to it on a 7 and a 5:40.8 to Bruce's 7.5:40.9. Bruce put in a 45.421 there. A good run. Still waiting on Sean and Todd Laritzen. Or Shane, excuse me, not Sean. There's Shane. And so Todd Laritzen still on track. So I got 1 car live, guys. Still have 1 car live. So just be mindful as you're moving across the track. Oh, he's done. He's broke. All right, that is it. All stop, all done. Samuel Olmsted, 7 and a 5:20 will set the early TQ here for race number 8.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 8. E-Truggy. E2 of 2. Dustin Quanstrom.
Hold for me, 8, please. Hold for me. Give me about 15 more seconds so I can get the rest of that group. There was 10 of you who made the start. I need 10 of you out on the track.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, race number 8. Let's let this marshal get over back to the death wall over there. All right, perfect. Race 8, track is yours. Track is yours.
Dave Hoare. Ryan Chatel. Jeremy Derbyshire. David Lawrence. Ed Lee. Wayne Chapman. Chris Kudu. Mike Allen. Glenn Wilson. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, we're getting set to go to our final E-Truggy heat here. Loop is live. Dave, Ryan, and Jeremy get off to a quick start there. Dave trying to get a little bit of that open track run. Hold for me, David, hold. Go ahead, go. Dave quickly out front, 41.481. That's what he was hoping for when he found that opening. So looks like I got everybody across the line except Elijah and Mike now. So Dave on a TQ run, 8 and a 5:39. Ryan up in that 2 spot. Elijah may have already had this one wrapped up and chose to sit it out. Yeah, that's exactly what has happened. Elijah already with a 0-0. So he will be your top qualifier in your E-Truggy division. Race 8 on the track, race 9, 4-wheel drive buggy heat 1 up next. Race 9, 4-wheel drive buggy heat 1 up next. Dave, Ryan, and Wayne have kind of separated themselves from the field a little bit. It's 3 seconds between those 3 drivers. Then it's 6 seconds back to Ed running in the 4. Then Chris, Glenn, Dustin, Jeremy, David, Mike, Elijah, and Michael Myers. Past the halfway point in this one, 240 down, 220 to go. Hot lap of the race, your leader on that lap, number 1, coming out firing 41.481.
Two minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go, 3 down, 2 to go. Dave, Ryan, Wayne, Glenn, Ed, and Chris, Dustin, David, Jeremy, Mike, and Elijah, and Michael Myers. Run in order in this one. Dave with a 3-second advantage on Ryan now, who has a 2.3-second advantage on Wayne. Then Glenn moves up ahead of Ed to the 4, and then Ed rounds out your top 5. All 5 of those drivers on top qualifying pace right now, ahead of the time of Samuel Olmstead. But Sam looking for a top 10 run here in this one.
One minute left.
1 minute to go, 1 minute to go. Plus whatever time's left on your clocks. Looks like I got a couple guys, with about 1 minute and 20 left on their race clock. Dave comfortably out in front now, 5 seconds up on the rest of the field. Ryan in the 2. Wayne in that 3 still. Ed back to the 4. Glenn in the 5. Chris trying to get on TQ pace. He's about a second back of that time by Samuel. Dave, Ryan, Wayne, Ed, Glenn, Chris, Dustin, David, Mike, Jeremy, Elijah, and Mike. Top 5 drivers on TQ pace. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until you're done. Ryan, you are done, so no need to worry about this lap here. One more big send for the boys. Waiting to see if Chris is going to get by for his extra lap or not. Race him to line, guys. Race him line. When you cross the line, you are done. Just waiting for a couple other drivers. Ryan, Wayne, Ed, Glenn, all done. Dave done. Dustin done. David Lorenz done. Just waiting on Chris and Mike, and Chris looks broke. He has not come across in a while, so waiting on Mike Allen. Oh, there is all stop, all done, all stop, all done. So that's going to be it. Dave gets the win there. Ryan goes 2, Wayne, Ed, Glenn, Dustin, Mike, David, Jeremy, Chris, and Elijah. Top 10 for the round in E-Truggy. Dave 1, Ryan 2, Wayne 3, Ed 4, Glenn 5, Samuel in the 6, Dustin 7, Brian 8, Mike Allen 9, and David Lorenz rounds out your top 10.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 9. 4WD Buggy. Heat 1 of 2. Robert Hall.
All right, we get our marshals heading out to their spots. Race number 9. Race 9, track is yours.
2
track
minutes
is
to
yours.
the start of the race.
It's yours. 4-wheel drive buggy. Go ahead.
Reese Stick.
Vroom,
Leighton
vroom.
Harrison. Jake Catling. Vern Corkle. Brad Follis. Jason Kennard. Chris Lucas. Stephen Bond. Jason Martin.
Easy on the triple, guys. Oh, looks clear. Whee! $120 to the start of this one. $120 to the start.
One minute to the start of the race. Chris Kudu. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, so we're about to get going here in race number 9, our first of 2 heats of 4-wheel drive buggy. So this first group's going to try and set that early TQ time in 3, 2, 1. Loop is live. We got a break there on the right-hand side. Left-hand side of the track, excuse me. Martin, Jason with the break. That's a tricky little double out of the sweeper there, four-wheel drive especially, or the 10 scale versions I should say especially. Most of the 10 scales struggling a little bit coming over that sweeper double. A few guys just singling over it, not the worst idea I've seen. Race 9 on the track right now, race 10 up next. Race 10 up next. As we approach the halfway point of the final round here of qualifying. So Jason, 45.76, had that top spot until that sweeper double. Leighton up to the top spot now. Chris Lucas in the 2, Steve Bond in the 3. These guys all trying to vie into that spot. I believe it's going to be top 12 plus 3 bumps. Is how we have done it here in the past. It'll either be 12 and 3 or 13 and 2. But there will be some opportunities to bump up out of the mains. And right now these guys trying to find their way into that main show. That one didn't sound good landing on the triple. It's still driving. Still moving forward. Leighton 7 and a 5.32, 7 and a 5.44 for Chris. Steve on a 6.5.08. Also a 6-lap run for Jason, Vern, and Jake. Then 5-lap runs for Chris, Reese, Brad, and Robert.
One minute left.
One minute to go. Leighton, Chris, Steve, Jake, Vern, Jason, Reese, Robert, Brad. And Jason, your top 10. Then Chris, Brendan, the rest of the running order here in this one. Well, a little bit of a gear diff grind going on out there. Can hear a few of those cars running. Leighton and Chris in a bit of a battle for the top spot here, though, with 15 seconds to go. They're separated by just 0.3 of a second. Chris now takes the top spot from Leighton, 7 and a 5.33 to a 7 and a 5.41 for Leighton now. That's a 46 to a 53 second lap. Chris better than Leighton that time around. Master clock has expired. Everybody keep racing until I call you done. Everybody's getting close to being on their last lap or so here, so keep racing. All right, when you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Steve finishes up in that 3rd spot on a 6.5.08. Top 2 drivers were able to get by for a 7-lap run. Waiting to see how Chris and Leighton fare out here in the final one. Chris goes 46.4. That's a good, solid last lap. Leighton's going to absolutely have to blister this final one to even flirt with that, and he does not. 53 flat. So that will be Chris Lucas. I still got cars live, guys. Don't drive backwards on the straightaway, please. As Jason finishes up there, I'm waiting for Vern, Robert, and Brad. There's Vern. And I do not see more cars driving around the track, so I'm guessing that's going to be a wrap. So that is it for race number 9 as we head into race 2 now.
The race is complete.
Loud noise, still want to end that race.
Up next, race number 10. 4WD Buggy. Heat 2 of 2.
All right, so we're trying to determine a top qualifier here in this one. Sorjonen, I believe, had got out quickly in round 1. He lost it a little bit late.
Mark Hughes. Paul Parks. Terry Yeo.
So he ended up in a second, then a break in the second one. So there's a little bit of openings here. Frawley and Sukharov, the travel bros together, 1 and 2 right now. Hold for me, race 10, please. Give me just a second to let these guys keep moving on their way out there.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, race 10, track is yours. Race 10, track is yours.
Carlos Conseco. Mark Levy. Kevin Sukharov. Jared Hasselbach. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, so no check from Troy and no check from Daryl Turner in this one. Marshals are in place. We're about 5 or so seconds away from getting started here for the final run at qualifying for your four-wheel drive buggy division. And there it is. Loop is now live. Loop is now live. And Carlos and Jared going to get us started off down the straightaway here with Suk right there in the mix. Mark Levy, I believe, had a break in round 2. We had a break in round 3 of 2 of buggy, excuse me. Just remembering the paint scheme, having a flashback. So Suk and Frawley, I believe, with a shot here. Also, Sorjonen could play spoiler for overall TQ. Oh, that's a big tumble for a four-wheel drive buggy for Sorjonen. That X-ray so far seems to still be together. Did it at the right time, I guess, right before he was on the clock. So Kevin comes across 42.6 first time by. Frawley 43.5, 50.7 for Jared, 53.3 for Carlos. Mark off 47.3. Mark Levy of 51.6. Terry Yeo 46.3 moves him up to third. Paul Parks 53.1. Not a great first lap there for Paul. And another tumble for Sorjonen on the straight. There's something in his throttle points in that little hip, or that little kind of roller in the middle of the straightaway, causes him a second tumble, but he'll put himself in that second spot with a 43.3. Suk backs it up 42.591 this time by. Frawley goes to the top spot, 41.641, new fast lap of the race for Mark. So this time Robert doesn't do the tumble down the straightaway, gets a 43 flat. And he will move up, he'll stay in that third spot, but it'll be Frawley. Oh, that was a big tumble. But Paul looks like he's still going and underway. Keep an eye, see that buggy's pulling one way or the other. So Mark, Kevin, Robert, Mark Hughes in the 4, then Jared 5, Terry O 6, Carlos, Paul Parks, Mark Levy, Troy, and Daryl. I have 3 marks in this race. 4-wheel drive buggy marks the spot, apparently. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Frawley with a half a second lead over Sukarov, who has a 1/10 of a second lead over Sorjonen. So 1, 2, and 3 separated by 1.4 seconds right now on the clock. Then Mark Hughes in the 4, Terry O in a top 5, Jared, Mark Levy, Carlos, Paul, Troy, and Daryl. Sorjonen comes across this time, 41.339, new hot lap of the race, and he'll move to that 2 position. Frawley shuffles down to the 3, Sukarov to the top spot, still top 3 drivers on a TQ pace. Chris Lucas looking for a top 5 run here in qualifying round number 3. Caution, caution on the back, caution on the back. Eyes forward, guys, eyes forward. You got a car that's broken and a body off back there in the back.
1 minute left.
So Kevin, Robert, and Mark continue to battle out in front here for that top qualifying position. 1.4, still the gap between those 3 drivers. So if you get a little bit of space, or if you see those drivers come up on you, give them a little bit of space, please. Sukarov rolls it over there in that top spot. He only had 0.8 of a second over Sorjonen. So now that's going to be wide open for Robert here as Robert goes big booter over that double table gap, then comes back that other table and down the straightaway here. This time he'll take over that top spot, 0.4 of a second up on Sukarov. 10 seconds to go on the master clock. 4:20 for Robert and just about 4:50 for Suk. So Suk's got to try to get by here to stay on that 8-lap run. Master clock has expired. Keep racing, keep racing. No, and Kevin will not do it. He'll get caught at that line. So now we wait to see if Robert can get by for the 8th lap as well. He's got 18 seconds to get to the line to do just that. So Frawley bouncing and rolling there. He'll take that 3rd spot. Race him to the line, guys. Race him to the line. Sorjonen going to try and put this into a tiebreaker. He does get by for that 8th lap, so it will secure him the TQ here for round number 3. We'll have to see how that tiebreaker plays out overall in the qual points once they post. So Robert's going to try and lay down the best time he can here on this final lap to give himself that tiebreaker. Just waiting on Terry, Mark, Troy, and Robert. There's Terry waiting on Troy and Robert. And looks like Frawley's got some repairs overnight to do. And Robert will wrap it up. And Troy, you still out there? No? Okay, that is going to be a race all stop, all done. 8 and a 5:38, Sorjonen will take the win. Kevin Sukarov goes 2, Mark Terry up to 4, Mark Levy in the 5, Mark Hughes in the 6, Carlos, Paul, Jared, Troy, and Daryl.
race is completed. Up next, race number 11. Masters Nitro, 40 plus. Heat 1 of 2.
All right, we're getting set for our first heat of 40 plus Nitro. Give me just about a minute, guys, or about 30 seconds more so I can get my marshals moving out there.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, four-wheel drive guys out to the track to marshal. Masters, track is yours, track is yours.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
Track is yours, guys, track is yours.
2 minutes to the start of the race. Marcel Scratton, Simon Wei Chung Lee, Curtis Wong, Andy Rankist, Jason Tellstone, Ian Menzies. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, make sure you plan your fuel, please. Plan your fuel.
"30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, 10 seconds to go in this one. It looks like after the tiebreaker, Kevin Sukharoff will still take the TQ with a total of 15 and a 10:43 to Roberts 15 and a 10:47. Mark will go 3, so looking forward to seeing that. Heads up is a 3-way tie for the TQ in four-wheel drive buggy. "25 seconds, guys, 25 seconds. All right, so we are racing here, waiting for those first couple of laps to come across the line here, so we can start calling out some things. This is the first of 2 heats of 40 plus Nitro Buggy. So there will be a little bit of a lower main for this one. Race number 11 on the track right now, 11 on the track, 12 up next. It'll get us just to that halfway point of qualifying round number 3. So Simon in that top spot right now, 7 and a 5:38, 6 and a 5 flat for Marcel. Jason on a 6.5.16 in your top three. Then it's Curtis, Ian, and Andy. Bob, Jazz, and Carlos not making the start. I don't know if Carlos ever planned to run this class. So I will need some volunteer marshals following this one for the next couple things. I think my Masters is my smallest setup class. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go.
Two minutes left.
Marcel, Simon, Jason, Curtis, and Ian, your top five. Andy, Bob, Jazz, and Carlos. 7 and a 5:31, 7 and a 5:35. Marcel and Simon in a good little battle with about 90 seconds on the master clock.
One minute left.
Marcel still out in front, 7.5, 29 the pace. Simon in that two, Jason, Curtis, Ian, Andy, Bob, Jazz, and Carlos. Jason running in that three spot, Curtis the four, Ian the five, Andy the six, then Bob, Jazz. The rest of the running order in this one as we approach the master clock getting set to expire. A couple guys with about a minute left on their clock, so keep racing. Temperatures start to drop a little bit here now. We'll see how track conditions change into the night. Marcel looking like he's going to try to hold on to the top spot here, but it's a 2.2 second gap now between him and Simon. Race him. Oh, Andy's going to get by for one more lap. Now everybody else is going to race him to the line. Race him to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Marcel and Simon going to come down to a last lap battle to set that early TQ here. Simon will go 53.7 and he'll have to wait. Not one of his better laps to finish on there. As we wait for Marcel to come up, he's going to need about a 56 or worse out of Marcel here on the last lap. And he's not going to get it, 46.5. Marcel will take the TQ here to set us off with one heat left to go in your 40-plus Nitro class as we wait for Ian and Andy. Andy's the last one left on the track. Everybody else is done. Andy snuck by for that sixth lap. And there it is, all stop, all done. Marcel, Simon, Jason, Curtis, Ian, and Andy's how we finish up in that one. 7 and a 5:35 will be the new TQ number that race number 12 will work
The race is completed.
to try to beat.
Up next, race number 12. Masters Nitro, 40 plus. Heat 2 of 2.
All right, I will need a little bit of help from marshals for the next couple races. I had 6 in that one, and I have 8 in this one, so I do need a few volunteer marshals, guys. Hopefully, after this race, it is the last time I ask for volunteer marshals. I have this one plus 1 more to ask, and from there, I hopefully can make it all the way through without volunteers. But I do need a couple volunteer marshals in this one. All right, race 12, track is yours. Race 12, track is yours.
Wade Moses, Dave Hoare, Paul Parks, Aaron West, Chris Kudu, Sean Sharf. Stephen Wilk. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start
All
of the
right, make
race.
sure you plan fuel. 30 seconds left.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
So the loop is now live as we got cars dropping in here. We'll see who all checks in. This is race 12 on the track right now. Race 13 is up next. 13 of 23, guys, and then you can pack it up for the night. And I'll get the mains posted within probably about an hour to 90 minutes following the conclusion of racing today. So Paul comes across 44.6, Sean 45.5, Chris 47 flat, Steven 49.9, Aaron 54.3. All right, mains will be 12 directly to the main and 3 bumps, so a full podium bump out of the lowers. 12 plus 3, guys, 12 plus 3. Paul Parks, 7 and a 5, 12, 7 and a 5, 18 for Dave. Sean on a 7, 5, 18 as well. 7, 5, 29 for Chris. Steven on a 5, 49. Aaron on a 5, 26. I'll need volunteer marshals following this race as well, and hopefully that's the last time tonight. Paul, Dave, Sean, Chris, Steven, Aaron, and Wade. Wade getting his laps in out there as well. Michael Savoy not making the start, it appears, in this one, as everybody else has 2 to 3 laps. He has no checks. So 7 and a 5/16 for Paul out in front, trying to take the round 3 TQ here in 40 plus.
Two minutes
and
left.
Right now it's between him and Dave. Dave takes it right back. Whoever gets the 0 in this one will take the overall. Paul flying up over the triple there. Sean slides around in that 3rd spot. 5:10 to a 5:13 for Dave and Paul. Dave working back over that big booter double now and bringing it around on down to the straightaway here. A little bit of a long lap for Dave. Goes 47 flat, so he'll put Paul back out in front with 1:15 to go here. Race 12 on the clock right now. Caution in the triple. And cleared.
One minute left.
1 to go. Dave and Paul back and forth. These guys are running fast laps of 43s and 41s, but the last 2 have been 46 and 47. So a little bit of nerves possibly landing here as they try and secure the overall TQ. So Paul back to the front, another 46 out of Dave. He's in that all yellow buggy with the white wheels, black wing. Paul in the multicolor buggy, red, kind of yellow and blue ending with the smoked wing. As he goes up over the triple, big send, able to land that and drive away. As he goes 45 flat last time, it's 0.8 of a second, the gap between Paul and Dave. Sean coming in the mix as well here, trying to play spoiler. All right, that buggy's flamed out 3 times. That might be a good chance to call that an end to that one. No refires, clock has expired. No refires, no refires, no refires, no refires. So once the clock expires, the race has ended if your car is dead. So no refires. So we're gonna wait to see how Dave and Paul plays out. Paul might have been off track there, as well as he's got a big red next to his name. So it might have been gifted to Dave here at the closing stages. When you cross the line, you are done. Just waiting for Dave now. And that is gonna be a race. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. So Dave will get the win. He'll set the overall TQ.
The race is completed.
Paul will shuffle down to that 4th position, so he'll have to live with the 2 overall points and a 2nd place finish.
Heat 1 of 2.
As we get set to go into 4x4 short course.
Tyrell Wilkinson. Kendra Curry. William Long. Mitchell Polanek.
All right, marshals back out from that last one. All 7 drivers plus a couple volunteers if I could.
Mike McClelland. J.P. Brown. Matt Collins. Chris Marshall. Kyle Huron. 2 minutes to the start.
All right, guys, track is yours. Track is yours for four-wheel short course. Track is yours. Marshals to position and a couple volunteers, please.
Bob Magyar.
And this is hopefully the last time I ask for volunteers tonight. I should have pretty full heats the rest of the way through.
James Sanders.
Past the halfway point in final round of qualifying, guys. We're still working through. Should be done hopefully around 9:30 for overall qualifying. We lost a couple of heats, so we should have been able to save about an
1 minute to the start
hour
of the
or
race.
so today. And just keep getting our marshals out in
Jake
position, and we'll keep running on time here and get us out of here for the night.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Race starts in 35 seconds, guys. Race starts in 35. This is the first of 2 heats of four-wheel
30
short
seconds to
course.
the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds till we are live with this one. 10 seconds till we're live.
Less than 5.
Loop is live. Loop is live. James, you made it past the loop, so you are not on the clock. So don't let one of these gentlemen that is on the clock pass you, or go ahead and, yep, do that. He's not on the clock. He's just trying to cut to get back on the clock here. There we go. All right, well, I got to start from everybody but William and JP. There's William. Still waiting for a start from JP. Don't know if I'm going to get it here on time. Ty out in front quickly, 48-4. Terrell, Matt, Mike, Chris, Bob, Jake, and Kyle is how they come across there in lap number 1. JP looking like he's got a broken truck running towards it. Well, work together, guys. Caution in that sweeper double. Caution in the sweeper double. And cleared. Terrell, Chris, Matt, Mike, William, Bob. Now Terrell, Bob, Chris, Matt, Mike, William, Jake, Kyle, Mitchell, Kendra, JP, James, and Troy. Reminder, guys, whether you break or not, I need all 10 marshals back to the track. I got volunteer marshals spread thin on this one. I got guys jumping all over the track trying to keep you guys moving forward. Caution on the top of the triple. You got time, Marshall. You got time. You got time. Got time. Still got time? Okay, car coming now. Cleared.
Terrell out in front, 7 and a 5, 27. Now a 6.5 flat, so he slows it down just a little bit, falls onto that 6-lap pace. He's going to want to find that 7-lap run once again. Caution on the triple, and now we're cleared once again. Thank you, drivers. Bob running in that 2, Chris in the 3, Mike in the 4, Jake in rounds out your top 5
2 minutes
now.
left.
Even the 4-wheel drive short course really struggling with this sweeper double here. Caution in the sweeper double. Got a car upside down in the sweeper double. Marshall, you got 2 cars coming, 2 cars coming. And clear. Terrell gets back on that 7-lap run. 7 and a 5, 42 pace for him now. Seven and a 5, 42, and a 5 and a 5 flat for Chris. So Tyrell definitely trying to separate himself out from the rest of the field here in this one. Help in the triple, caution in the triple, guys, caution in the triple. 1 car coming, you're good now, clear, clear. Thank you to all my Marshall help on this one, doing the best we can to keep this race moving along and keep these drivers on the track right now. They're not helping much. Caution in the triple. Got to get in and out quick, in and out quick. You got 5 cars coming. And clear, thank you. Terrell, Jake, Mike, Chris, and Bob still your top 5. William, Matt, Kyle, Mitchell, and Kendra your top 10. JP, James, and Troy the rest of the running order. Master clock expired. Yours has not. Oh, I got a dead truck. I think I might have a dead truck. That's kind of might be how they got entangled in each other. One hit the gas expecting to go, didn't. Race them to the line, guys, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Cross the line and you are done here in 4x4. Bob, Jake, Chris already done. Matt Collins done now as well. So Terrell, 1 minute up on the entire field. Domination here in the lower resort for 4x4 short course. And Terrell's going to take that win, 7 and a 5, 48. Really just trying to lay down a good number there to try and hold some people accountable here in this next heat. We're still waiting on a few drivers to finish up. There's Mike waiting for Kyle, Mitchell, and Kendra. Kyle is done. Kyle does look broke, showing a long lap there. Uh-oh. And there's Kendra. And Mitchell. All right, that is it. All stop, all done. That is it for race number 13. We'll get the second version of your four-wheel drive short course coming up next.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 14. 4WD short course. Heat 2 of 2. Connor Marshall. Al Nur Pardhan. Dane Hole.
All right, race 14. Give me just a second.
Mike
Hold
Allen.
for me just a second, guys. Let those marshals get their way back out to the track here. Give me 15 seconds to let them get their move on.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
All right, guys, race 14 track is yours. 14 track is yours.
Gary Muxlow, Roy Collins, Joey Wilkinson, Charlie Mugford, Chris Lucas, Evan Frulich, Glenn Wilson. One minute to the start of the race.
1 minute till we get going in this one. So Tony looks like he's going to sit this one out. Already wrapping up that TQ. The Nitro truck is up next.
45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Loop is live in 30 seconds. Loop is live in 30 seconds, guys.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live. Loop is live. And we are racing here in four-wheel drive short course. Thank you, marshals, for getting out quickly. So eyes on the prize on your sections there. Looks like I got a check from everybody who checked in except Connor. I see Connor's truck sitting down there at the start. So Joey comes across there, 47,390. Just about 1 minute into this one, a couple of tumbles around that sweeper double. Caution on the front stretch, caution on the front stretch. Got a car down on the front stretch. Wheel has left me. You chose a fine time to leave me, Mr. Wheel. JP looking for the wheel nut, doesn't seem to see it. 130 down, 330 to go, 130 down, 330 to go. Everybody with one lap across. Joey, 47,390 is that top spot. As he comes across again, 47 and 47 back to back. 7 and a 5:32, that is a new TQ pace. Oh, he rolls it over right there though. Well, that'll cost him a couple of seconds. It's a 7 and a 5:48, the current TQ. He's on a 7.532, so he has a few seconds to give. All right, Joey, Glenn, Evan, Alnor, your top four. Then Mike Allen running in that 5. Charlie, Jerry, Dane, Roy, Chris, Robert, and Connor the rest of the running order here in this one. This is race number 14, 3 down, 2 to go. Joey and Glenn,
left.
the only ones on TQ pace now. Evan has fallen on to a 6-lap run, as has Jerry. Caution after that sweeper double. Sweeper double has been the really problematic jump here in the later half of today for sure. Again, they're kind of going downhill into that jump. That means it's a little off camber. They are not getting that grip. And then also there's a little bump, so that truck or buggy wants to get a little squirrely heading into the face of it. And guys just not managing it super well. As Jerry gets a little sideways there, just goes for the single option over the double this time through. 4 down, 1 to go, 4 down, 1 to go. Glenn Wilson now takes over that top spot here in four-wheel drive short course. Joey had the lead for most of it, but shuffles back here in this one. Evan still running 3, Jerry 4, Mike Allen 5, but Al Nord trying to sneak into the top 5. Roy running 6, Charlie, Chris, Dane, Robert, and Connor. Terrell Wilkinson looking for a top 3 run here in this one. After that run, he just laid down in their first heat, race number 13. Nitro Truggy up next. Nitro Truggy up next. I'll need all drivers who attempted to make the start in this one, all 12 of you, to the track to marshal, please. So race them to the line, guys. Race them to the line. Evan and Joey finishing 2 and 3. Glenn gets by for that 7-lap run. And he looks like right now he's going to get the win in this heat. The question is, can he lay down a good one here in this final one and still hold on to the TQ? Or will it be Terrell from that second, or that lower main getting the win here? As Glenn works his way halfway through the track right now. So if you see Glenn, give him a little bit of room as he is on his final lap. Everybody else but Roy is done. Just waiting on Roy and Glenn currently. Couple of trucks disappeared, then I see him come back up around the corner there. Glenn comes across the line, 7 and a 5:44. He will hang on and get the TQ here in round number 3. For Glenn Wilson, Evan goes 2, Joey 3, Jerry, Mike, Alnor, Roy, Charlie, Chris, Dane is the running order in this one. Top 10 for the round. Glenn Wilson 1, Terrell Wilkinson 2, Evan 3, Joey 4, Jerry 5, Mike 6, Alnor 7. Mike McClelland in the 8, Roy Collins in the 9, and Charlie Mugford will round out your top 10 in round number 3.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 15. Nitro Truggy. Heat 1 of 1.
All right, guys, I had 10 plus drivers in that one. I should have 10 plus marshals out. Right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of my 10, 6 of my 10 out. Now 7 of my 10. I should have 3 more marshals out. Please go to the difficult sections that we know where they are. Get those covered. All right, race 15, track is yours. Race 15, track is yours. I do need somebody on this left wall.
Robert Hall. Mark
We'll need
Corley.
somebody to take the wall
Margaret
over here.
Harrison, Britt Tosser. Andy
Well,
Rankus.
yes, thank you.
Mason Henderson. Jordan Galiski. Derek Zaplodensky.
All right, I do have all 10 marshals out there. Thank you, guys.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, 35 seconds. Make sure you have that fuel in you.
30 seconds.
As we get
to the
set to go
start
for
of the race.
5 more minutes of our Nitro truck class. Carson looks like he's sitting this one out, is already wrapping up the TQ.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live, loop is live. Oh, caution. There we go. Looks like we had one on the on and off. Get a little squirrely there. Carter and Mason, 42. Mason, 44. Derek, 43. 44 for Andy. All right, drivers starting to get those first laps in here with 1:45 to go. I don't know what happened to all my marshals here in this one, or all my drivers. It looks like I had 5 drivers decide to no-show. I will need you guys to volunteer or marshal, please, after this. Even if you chose not to run, make sure you guys get out there to marshal. So Carter, Britt, and Mason, your top 3 right now. Derek running in that 4, Folly the 5, now Andy the 5, Mark the 6, Robert the 7, Carson, Jordan, Brian, and Aaron, and Jared not making the start. If you guys could still come out and help me marshal, that would be appreciated after this, if you're not back to back.
Two minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Mason now takes over that top spot from Carter. Britt right there in the 3. The top 3 drivers separated by 3 seconds right now. Truggy battling hard here in qualifying round number 3. A little bit of open track with a lot less trucks on the track right now. Opportunity here in Q3 to make some moves.
One minute left.
1 minute to go here in this one. 8 and a 5:31 the pace for Mason. Carter on 8:5:32. Britt 8:5:39. Now Derek up there. Britt falls off pace. Britt must looking like she's off track. Yeah, Pete's got her in hand. So with 45 seconds to go, Carter, Mason, Derek, your top 3. Andy 4. Then Mark, Robert, Britt, Carson, Jordan, Brian, Aaron, and Jared. Final seconds here of this one. Keep racing until I call you done. Carter and Mason in a great battle up front. Those guys are separated by 0.2 of a second. They're together on the track, I believe, in that back section now, in the rollers on the right-hand side. And now into the off-camber whoops here. White with black wheels, I believe, is Mason. Carter in the red and white behind him. Slides to the inside of Mason now. And as they go up over that big booter, getting a little bit of racing here in qualifying round number 3. Mason back in front of Carter now. Back and forth they go. 0.2 of a second separate them on the clock. And that is it, as how they finish. All done, all stop. Carter gets the win by 0.2 over Mason. A fun little one there. That might be a fun 30-minute main tomorrow. All stop, all done. Carter, Mason, Derek, Mark, Andy, Robert, Britt, Carson, Jordan, Brian, Aaron, and Jared. No more laps down the straightaway, guys. You got marshals walking off the track.
The race is completed.
I'll need all 7 that made the start, plus if Carson, Jordan, Brian,
16.
Aaron, and Jared are around, if you guys could come out and help marshal, please.
2.
I got a full heat of 15 e-buggies. So I need as many marshals as I can. If you're done for the day and want to help volunteer as well, that would be appreciated. So I'm going to pause for a second, guys. Let me make sure I get as many marshals out there as I can. Once again, I have a full heat of expert e-buggies here. About 8 races to go, guys, so bear with me. We're closing in on the final stages here, trying my best to get us done. Still about an hour and a half to go. So I'll get all of my Truggy guys out to the track to marshal. And some volunteers, please. Need to get as many of those tough sections as I can covered. This back wall, hill climb wall, the triple needs a couple covered. I got Britt on that back step on, step off, so thank you there. Need the step down double. Jordan, can you hop over one bucket to this one right here? And then I need somebody to cover the wall on the back left. Carter, can you hop up one bucket? All right, well, that looks like what we will have. This is expert, so hopefully we can keep the crashing to a minimum. So track is yours, race 16, track is yours.
Joey
Everybody
Wilkinson,
who ran that race is
Jordan
out on
Rao,
the track.
Chris Sherwood, Samuel Olmstead, Daryl Turner, Charlie Mugford, Mark Levy, Aaron Schroeder, Terry Yeo, Doug Martin.
Caution in the step on and step off, guys. Caution, caution, caution. Easy, easy back there. It's warm-ups, please. I got Britt walking towards the car, I think. Clear?
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
45 seconds. So it looks like we'll have 12 cars in this one. No Michael Savoy, no Wade, and no Eric. Watch the triple, guys. Watch the triple.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live. Sherwood and Troy going to take the quick advantage of that one. And get out there. Running in qualifying round number 3. This is the first heat of 2 of your expert e-buggy. Well, a little bit of contact going up the hill on the left-hand side and cleared. So Terry Yo finds his way out in front right now. 7 and a 5:06. Joey the 2, Mark the 3, Troy and Doug 4 and 5. Now Charlie Mugford takes over that spot from Doug in that 5th position. Mark Frawley now takes over that spot from Terry. Terry shuffles down to that 3rd spot. 7:5:07, 5:08, 5:08 for Joey and Terry. Troy on a 5:19, 5:23 for Charlie, 5:23 for Samuel. Dustin on a 5:24. Doug on a 5:33 pace. 7-lap run also for Daryl and Aaron on 46 and 48 respectively. Chris on a 6:5:09. So lots of drivers here in expert running. Real good 7-lap runs. Caution coming into the back. Gotta go. You got time, you got time, you got time. Clear. Oh, caution on the back. Step on, step off, guys. Caution on the back. Step on, step off. Caution on the back. Step on, step off again. Easy, 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 guys. Easy. Clear, clear, clear. You're good, Britt. Let's show them why we're the expert division, guys. Let's keep those cars running on all 4s and avoid the marshals.
1 minute left.
With 1 to go, Terry O back out in front on a 7:5:17. He continues to run clean. But it's Joey and Mark bobbling just a little bit. He can't see the car, I don't think. There we go, back underway. So Terry Yo, 2.8 up on Joey, who's just about a second up on Samuel. Mark, Troy, and Dustin, top 6 drivers, separated by 5 seconds here with 25 seconds on the master clock and a little bit more on some of the other clocks as well. Master clock has expired. Keep racing until I call you done, please. Keep racing until I call you done. All right, race from the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Looks like Frawley goes 5:16 there. So now we wait to see what Terry does here on the last one. Does he hold on his 5:17? Does he put a good one in? No, it is going to be a 5:17. So Mark will get the early TQ here in this one as we wait for Sam and Daryl to finish up here. There's Samuel, just waiting for Daryl Turner to finish up as the last car live on the track. And that is it. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Mark Frawley will get the win. He'll set that early TQ at a 7 and a 5:16. Terry Yo was 5:17. Just couldn't lay down that last lap to get that top spot back from Mark. So it'll be Mark, Terry, Samuel, Dustin, and Troy, your top 5. Joey, Doug, Daryl, Chris, and Charlie, your top 10. I need all 11 drivers out to the track to marshal, please. All 11 drivers who made that run out to the track to marshal, please.
Robert Sorhanen. Two minutes to the start of the race. Jason Martin. Mason Henderson.
All 11 drivers, if you can make sure we take those tricky spots, please. Make sure we take those tricky spots. Thank you guys for the great job on getting out to Marshall. All right, race 17 track is yours.
Peter Tosser. Carter Harris-Imiak. Ryan Chatel. Kevin Sukharov. Aaron Diagnone. Elijah Hill. Brian Cerniels. Derek Zaplotensky. Jordan Galiski. Tyrell Wilkinson. Sean Nelson. Carson Phipps. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Loop is live, loop is live. Those drivers that just went through did not get done. All right, so we're waiting for some of those first laps to start coming across now. This is Expert E-buggy on the track right now, trying to determine who might have a chance at that top qualifying position. It has not been decided yet. Carson with a win and Carter with a win as well. Keep running, drivers, keep running.
Wade Moses.
Wade was supposed to run the last race, but Mason and Tyrell didn't. We'll just run it as it is right now, but just be aware. So the top 15 drivers on TQ pace right now. Caution, bucket on the back of the track, bucket on the back of the track. You got a little bit of time, got a little bit of time. Cars coming now. All right, so Carter hanging on to the slim lead over Carson Phipps right now. It is 0.6 of a second, the advantage on that one. Then Robert Sojourner in the 3, Mason, Elijah, Peter, Kevin, Ryan. No, Derek, then Ryan, Aaron, Brian, Terrell, Jason, Jordan, Sean, and Wade. Carter now with a 3-second advantage over Carson. Top 13 now, top 14 drivers on a TQ pace ahead of the time of Mark Frawley. That's kind of how qual points is supposed to work. It's supposed to get quicker and quicker as you get to those next groupings. So 3:15 down, 1:45 to go. Carter with a 2.5-second advantage over Carson now. The TQ on the line here in this one. So if you find one of those drivers, Carter and Carson, or Sojourner, battling it out in those top 3, all of them have a chance to play a little bit of a spoiler here and take TQ, so give them a little bit of a space. Carson, orange and blue. Carter, red and pink with a white wing. Robert, red, orange, and white. And Mason running in that 4 spot. Peter Tozier in the top 5. Elijah, Kevin, Aaron, Derek, Ryan, Brian, Jason, Jordan, and Sean. Terrell in the 15. Wade 16.
1 minute left.
One minute to go in this one now. Carter with a 1.4-second lead. So Carson has been slowly chipping away at that lead right now. Roberts are joining right there in the mix as well. He's only 5 seconds back of your leader. Next up, race 18, first to 4 heats of Sportsman. Carter 1.1 with 10 seconds on the master clock. Carter has about 10 seconds on his clock as well. Carson has about 40 seconds, both scheduled to go 8 laps. Actually, the top 8 drivers scheduled to go 8, so we got 8 deep for 8 laps. Carter Carson is done. It will be Carter getting the win in this one. Just waiting for Mason to finish us up on this one. Carter, Carson, Robert, Peter, and Mason going to hang on to that 5th spot. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. 8 and a 5:16 for Carter. Carson goes 8 and a 5:18. Sorjonen in that 3 spot. Then Peter, Mason, Elijah, Kevin, Ryan, Derek, and Jason Martin. That is your top 10 for the round as well. Then Aaron, Brian, Sean, Terrell, Jordan, and Wade. The rest of this running order as we get set to head into the Sportsman.
Up next, race number 18. Sportsman E-buggy. Heat 1 of 4. Jake Catling, Connor Marshall, James Sanders, Brendan T. Jepma, Todd Cochran, Brian McKenzie.
All right, I'm going to
2
need all
minutes
my
to the
marshals
start
out
of
from
the
that
race.
one. I have plenty from that
Sean
last
Bugno,
one. Race 18
Chris
track
Baumann,
is yours. Race
Ed
18
Lee,
track is yours.
Mike Allen, Clay Cowan, Chris Lucas.
Drivers, be careful of marshals walking on the track. Marshals, keep your eyes peeled before you cross a lane. Look at which way the traffic is coming from. Marshals, drivers, be patient. If you're upside down, marshals are on their way to you. Again, I had full heat on that one. I should have no problem covering buckets on this one, guys. One minute to the start of this one. 1 minute to the start of this one. Sportsman E-buggy, race 1. Looks like I have 12 drivers trying to make the start in this one right now. So I should have 12 marshals following this.
45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, loop is live in 10. Loop is live in 10. First heat of 4 of Sportsman E-buggy, trying to set that early TQ time. Loop is live. Loop is live here for race 18 of 23. 6 races to go on the clock. At about getting us about 10 minutes a race with the time in between in warm-ups. Should be about an hour left, guys. Whew. Does a good job avoiding the contact there. I appreciate that. Took a little bit of a inside. Where's the call at? Off the back triple, off the back triple. Robert, do you guys see a car off the back somewhere over there? Caution on that back step on, step off. Clear. Sorry guys, we didn't see that one there. That's a tough spot. Great job, marshals, hustling to make that work. Sorry for the long marshal. A little bit of a no man's land there. Chris Lucas takes over in the top spot now. 7 and a 5.26 for Chris. On a 46.711. Let's see if he can back it up on a second lap here. $47.553. So right now he still hangs on to that top spot. We'll see how the rest of the field comes through here. Got a broken car after the sweeper, and there's another sweeper double. So Connor Marshall going to go 44.3 on lap number 2. He'll take away that top spot from Chris. It'll be Connor, Chris, Mike, Brian, and Clay, your top 5 early in this one. 2 of 7 laps complete. Caution on the triple, caution on the triple. Caution on the triple, stay to driver stand side. Clear, clear, clear. Caution on the step off. On the exit of the step off. Cleared. Another jump to the inside there. This is Sportsman. These guys developing those expert skills as we speak on the track right now.
Another 40-second lap for Chris. Chris has been very consistent, 46.7, 47.5, 47.2, but Connor has the quicker of the two runs. Connor's going to slow it down a little bit here, though, and he goes 49.4, so Chris Lucas back to the top spot now. Chris, Connor, Brian, Mike, and Todd, your top five, followed by Clay, Ed, Chris Bauman, Brendan, Jake, Sean, and James. Jasper, Fife, and Quentin not making the start here in this one. .125 to go in this one. Connor back to that top spot now. 45.6. Chris has been super consistent. Connor a little bit quicker, but has made a few long laps as well. So Connor, Chris, and Mike in a good battle. Top three separated by 4.7 seconds on the race clock right now. Ed running in that 4 spot, Clay in the 5, Todd, Chris, Brendan, Jake, Sean, James, and Brian. Other lane, Terrell. There we go. Connor and Chris separated by 0.2 of a second here in this one. 7.5.25 to a 7.5.26 out of those two drivers. With 35 seconds on the master clock, they got about 40 seconds and a minute respectively for those two.